One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on, no turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love.
out through my veins. The oil, the bones of my trepidation.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. Things have changed a little bit today. Unfortunately, Wolf and I found a 2-for-1 special on facial reconstruction surgery, and therefore we have to wear masks because our bright blue Hammer mustaches that we managed to get at a deal just not ready yet.
Yeah, it's just not looking. It's just not looking ready yet. So we're gonna have to wear these over our faces.
Yeah. In all seriousness, this is just to make sure that we are as safe as possible, given the fact that there have been some breakouts of COVID-19 amongst the talent on the Korean side. If it was on the English side, then I don't know what we do. So we're being as careful as we possibly can be. Now, let's get into the matches, as I think we do have points of the match coming up pretty ready today, as today is a special one, because this is all about teams that have yet to secure playoffs berths. And while it is very unlikely for teams like Life Esports to make it, there is still a chance that they do so. I think even if they lose here today, there is like a very, very low chance, it's in the 0-0-0-1s, that they can still potentially make it if everything goes right. But
if KT drop down to 11 losses, they're still definitely in it. And if Life Esports drop down to 12 losses, talking about our first series, of course, then it's still possible for Fredit Brand and Kwangdong Freaks to both lose all 4 of their remaining matches and find themselves at 6 wins and 12 losses, and then Life Esports to win their remaining matches and go. So it's not an elimination day, but I mean, realistically here, you have to face Genji as Life Esports as your next match. You lose that one, then it becomes impossible. So
yeah, basically this is like KT is the final boss, and then Genji comes in when you're at like 1% health and you're all out of potions, and they like tap you with like the most gigantic AoE spell that the game has to offer. Like that's pretty much what's being represented here for Life Esports. And if they do manage to beat the Genji boss, then they have to go along with, you know, their incredible lack of consumables to fight the last 2.
It's always
and
tricky.
Get through there as well. It's going to be a very, very rough time.
Yep, and you know, I mean, this is basically the story of these two teams. Life Esports had that really cool win over DRX earlier on in round 2, but have since been on a 4-match, and the KT Rollstrips have yet to win a single series. Now, the good news for KT is their last match against not SK Telecom, T1, it's Telecom Warriors, was in my brain, was a pretty impressive showing. And Vikla in particular, even though he is still currently winless right now for KT Rollstar made a huge improvement to their roster, and it feels like they're looking stronger and stronger. So KT definitely coming in as big favorites tonight, even though they are on a technically longer losing streak.
Yeah, this is actually, it's really weird, because even when I was reading over a lot of the points of the match and things like this, the vibe is that KT are sort of dropping, but I don't think that's the case. It looks to me like they are getting better and better. It's just unfortunate, though, that they were up against a T1 that is now 14-0 in the LCK. I felt like that telecom war was far more exciting than it had any business being. So very excited to see how this one's going to go, especially now that Vikla is up against very similar talent here in Karis. As of course, Karis was sort of the king of Challenger in the mid lane last year, and is now looking to get better now.
It's really exciting to see how this is going to shake up here. As you take a look at the team stats, obviously in terms of early objectives, first Turret, first Herald, first Drake, all looking better for Hanwha Life Esports. They played the early game extremely well around objectives. They do fall off in the mid game, whereas KT Rollstar, I mean, they are on such a loss streak right now. They haven't really made a dent anywhere outside of that T1 series, as we mentioned, so it's been a bit of a rough one. I do like the angle for aiming on the Kai'Sa, though. That's something that we saw him play the AP Kai'Sa variation of against T1, and it's a style that really suits KT. We're seeing a lot more teams pick up the Kai'Sa as of late, so I hope to see the further development of that in this best of 3 here against Hanwha Life Esports, especially considering it's a much easier opponent to pull it off against than T1 would be.
Yep, it's also good to see that Hanwha Life Esports still have their whole roster back together again, so it'll be a couple of weeks in a row where we get to see all of the players exactly where they belong. And that is definitely good news here. Is Dudu, On Fleek, Karis, Samdi, and Vista, of course, the names that you know and love from Hanwha Life Esports. And I'm hoping that they perform up to their standard, because Dudu has, while he has been better, he did have a bit of a stinker in his most recent game, and now he's up against Rascal, who is now like equalized his own record from last year of most solo kills in the LCK. He's had them, like, the most solo kills in the LCK for 3 seasons in a row, and he's still not done yet. Like, it's crazy. This guy is just really, really good individually.
Yeah, in terms of the 1v1, he is a big problem for Dudu here going into this series, especially considering that Dudu has played a lot of champions that want to duel in the top side of the map, get early advantages. Gwen's his most played champion, one that will struggle into poor matchups, and even in strong matchups, Dudu has not actually looked great in his laning phase. Sometimes the later team fights have looked better. But on the other side of the rift, right, I think the big winner tonight could be KT Rollstar, right? This is a team that looked so much better in their last series, and I feel like that's kind of what we've been saying about KT all the time, is we always judge them by how close their losses were.
Yeah.
And they're in a more comfortable spot because they took some big wins in round 1. They are still losses in round 2. Remember, they were the team to stop Gen G's win streak. They had some really fantastic play early on, some close series against Damwon Kia, for example, in round 1. And so they are the big favorites tonight, and they do look to be the stronger team, and they are a little bit safer, just that one extra game ahead right now of Hanwha Life Esports towards playoffs. The hope is still alive right now, and I think Vikla has been such a game changer for this roster, even though we've only seen him a few games here. He looks much better in the laning phase. He's a much more decisive player than Arya has been. Looks like Arya kind of lost his mojo after round 1, and Vikla's in here to clean it up.
Yep, I think Arya just, I don't know, wasn't able to continue with the amount of dominance that he showed from the LGL and at Worlds last year as well. So just a little bit unfortunate, but Vikla has been a breath of fresh air here for this KT Rollstar team. Still, a lot of the same issues plaguing them, right? Like, Cuz in true Longzhu jungler fashion is a bit of a coin flipper. Longzhu, of course, now DRX. And so I'm referring to Pureshik there just a little bit. Both of these players can be really, really good. You mentioned the Gen G win. I mean, that was all about Cuz having one of the best Poppy performances we've seen all season. And in recent games, he has been a little bit absent, you know, goes back to the Rek'Sai. Yes, he has had a win or 2 on the pick, but sometimes just looks lost. So very much looking forward to seeing which version of Cuz we get here today.
Yeah, look at Dudu's solo kills. He actually has number 3 right now, which is 9 behind Rascal. But in some of the lanes, he has fared better, especially in round 1. I think he had a lot more opportunities for that, and I would assume Doran is number 2 in this list, but I'm not actually 100% sure who actually is between them. Yeah, it actually could be. Yeah, it could be.
I think I read that just a little bit earlier.
But, you know, it is really quite interesting how one of the strong points of a team like Hanwha Life Esports, like their top 2v2 with Dudu and On Fleek, can just be such a weak point actually when your strong point is not as strong as the enemy's, right? In terms of Rascal here, which is one frustrating point of this matchup in particular between Hanwha Esports and KT Rolster. Now, On Fleek can outperform Cuz. Cuz has been extremely inconsistent, even though, as you mentioned, he did have some great moments on the Poppy.
And some very cool pictures being drawn by the fans as well, which is definitely awesome to see.
Because of you.
That is adorable.
But he is 0-4 on the Rek'Sai, pictured on the sign. That's Dudu getting the Du Trio.
Ooh, the evolution? Is it happening? Wow, I haven't.
If you evolve, that's what it says. If you evolve, you become Du Trio.
I wonder when Dodrio is going to get an evolution again, because like Dodrio was like, that was original Pokemon, right? And like everything else has gotten like pre-evolutions, regular evolutions, and all. Like Doduo, why isn't there a Do-Uno for the baby one, and then Do Quadro for like, because then Dudu could have so many different forms, right? Oh man, it would be definitely very, very cool. However, I digress. We're looking forward to getting into this game. I'm very much hoping that both of these teams can demonstrate that with some time to solidify these rosters, that they can show us some better play.
It's going to be, look, I'll just put it out on the table right now. It's going to be a messy night of League of Legends. So I think of both series tonight, it's not going to be as clean as the game we saw yesterday between Genji and Damwon Kia. Like, it's going to get rough, and it's in part due to the skill difference between obviously yesterday's matches and today's, but also in part due to the pressure and the stress that comes with being on the edge of playoffs and having these must-win matches in a meta that can be kind of messy, can be kind of dirty in some of these games that get out of control early on. So let's see how this one plays out. Hanwha Esports are the home team here in the second round robin. They will have first pick here on blue side.
Yeah, they'll be the home side this time around. It's actually interesting that they chose blue. We've seen a lot of red picked over this week. But of course, we've had some teams that very much do enjoy having that counter pick and stuff like that, and it has worked to mixed success over the time as well. So Hanwha have decided that that first pick option is going to be very, very important. And we'll see whether it is actually going to prove to be so. Whether that gets On Fleek the Hecarim or not is kind of the question in my mind, as Ari is going to be banned away from Vikla. Well-deserved ban.
Yeah.
The KT mid laner.
Absolutely. Vikla, I think, is the strongest 0-4 player you'll ever see, right? His stats don't actually show how good he has been and how much of an improvement he's been for KT here. And there's two most impressive games were both on the Ari. As we see the Jinx ban here as well for aiming, and the LeBlanc also taken away. It's been a very strong pick here for Vikla. That was another one of the champions he played. So a lot of really nice targeting for Hanwha Esports here in this first phase. Not necessarily picking the strongest meta picks, but just some of the picks that KT are really good at. And I mean, Ari, I guess, does often find herself in this blue side first three. Will we see Twisted Fate left open is the question. The answer is yes, because Hecarim, not something you want to give on Fleek.
Yeah, this sort of the must ban. Karma is going to be the lock-in though here for Hanwha Esports. So wanting to guarantee one of those strong bottom lanes, and with so many AD carries still left up, I kind of respect it.
Yeah, it makes playing the Aphelios very difficult here for KT Rolster. And I think KT might actually just wait to see what that AD carry pick is going to be with the Karma first. Not a big fan of this one, because you could be running into Caitlyn Karma, you could run into Ezreal Karma here with this pick. But, you know, we'll see, because it's not over till it's over, right? And if Cuz actually outplays On Fleek, makes a lot of trips down, it can be a liability to push that bottom lane in super hard. And they will be able to get the Nautilus, which is a great defensive option when you do get pushed in here. So
yeah,
don't hate it when you see the Nautilus locked in with it, but I mean, I still hate it a little bit, but not as much as I would otherwise.
I don't know what kind of other options KT have there, right? Like, because you can't really pick Caitlyn Lux because they just straight up lose to a Karma lane and you're able to do what you're supposed to do.
I think you just wait and try to pick a more niche pick and get value elsewhere in your draft. You know, if you wanted to grab the Xin Zhao here, could have picked that one up early, or something like a Lee Sin.
True.
But either way, they've locked in their choice, right? And now Hanwha Esports have their pick of the litter. They want to push with Caitlyn, they want to push with Ezreal. They've got both options, and they will be able to pick up the Lee Sin here for On Fleek early on.
I would
and
like
Twisted Fate as well, actually.
I'm actually kind of okay with this, because if you think about it, there are 3 AD carries that work very well with Karma at the moment. That is Jhin, Ezreal, and Caitlyn. And KT only have 2 bans left. So you may as well lock down the Twisted Fate and just have extra power picks here and understand that you will be able to get something that's going to work.
Yeah, you also then get to have a strong power pick on the top side, you know, that works well with Twisted Fate because they can't ban everything, right? They can't ban you can ban 2 of the 3 80 carries, but then you don't have any top side bans. As Galio will be locked in
Whoa,
here
okay.
for Vikla, so this is when things get a little bit crazy, but I think Hanwha Life Esports with Twisted Fate be pretty happy to play Camille themselves, so you're going to have to pick this one as KT if that's your plan.
I think this is screaming for a Jhin pick for Hanwha Life Esports. They want to keep the range. I like the Ezreal ban as well because, of course, similar idea. Stay at range, fire these Mystic shots, avoid just getting collapsed on. Because KT being able to fight you when you've dove on top of them, very, very strong. KT just trying to stand in a huddle and make use of this Galio composition basically doesn't do anything. So very much looking forward to seeing whether Hanwha are going to keep going more for this like pick off long range style.
The Rek'Sai ban here is obviously something that works well with Galio's ability to roam topside as Caitlyn's removed, so shocker, but the Jhin is the one that stands out, right? As you and I have been saying, for Hanwha Life Esports here.
I mean, Kate does the same thing, right? So like they're between rocks and hard places, and then more rocks and boulders and all sorts of things.
So they decide to ban the Gwen here instead of the Camille, and you know, I think that even with the long range that Jhin has, with the Karma here that can help speed everything up, you're going to have a hard time if it is going to be that heavy dive style. This is certainly an interesting way to make Felios a really, really fun hyper carry, but
I mean, it's not going to be picked blind. Like, blind Shen right now into a solo lane sounds like just
a nightmare.
Absolute disaster.
Especially into a Twisted Fate composition. It'll be the Jhin Chao that comes through here instead, and they'll save that counter pick for last on the top side.
Maybe they're trying to scare Dudu away from picking the Na, which Shen has historically had a decent matchup into. I don't know how it fares at the moment because we haven't seen Shen for like 600 years.
I feel like Xayah is super strong here, you know, considering the fact that KT Rolster have a comp that's fairly low range in its follow-up. They decide to go for the Jhin that you and I were saying was the most common answer.
I mean, it's Samdi, right? So it was definitely going to happen. As Sion going to be picked up as well. An interesting choice. Does give them a whole bunch of frontline. And, I mean, what is Rascal going to pick to stop a Sion? Even if you stop a Sion, you don't stop a Sion is kind of what I learned in solo queue for quite a long time.
This makes the Camille a pretty easy call, though, I think. And
that's true. They do kind of go into it face up.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a big issue for Hanwha Life Esports in the late game. Also, Hanwha Life Esports have a pretty significant magic damage issue here, as Twisted Fate will be able to do a little bit of that, but he's not really going to be a magic damage dealer. He's going to be set up an initiation for your team.
I've got good news because KT have the same issue but maybe worse.
Yeah, that's true actually. Looking at it, so I guess we're just a note. We're anti-AP here in this best of 3 in the game 1.
Yeah, a little bit of extra true damage options as well, as Rascal can ignore a fair bit of what Sion's trying to do. So Camille feels even better. So Dudu picking more for composition and for early game, as Sion can absorb a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean,
but still, as the game goes on, I don't think anyone's going to be catching side lanes against KT's composition.
No. Also, the Aphelios will be able to put a huge dent into Sion later on because he's actually going to be able to itemize correctly for that. And once he gets into range of the Sion, we'll be able to rip through that health bar. And Jhin, on the other hand, is going to be really just follow-up damage for what is an insane amount of initiation here for Hanwha Life Esports. I mean,
and a lot of pick as well.
Yeah, I mean, they have a comp that can work out with the follow-up long-range damage for the Jhin, but I think if they don't get a lead early and KT Rolster, you know, soar through this mid-game and they can follow the Twisted Fate with this Galio, this comp definitely is the stronger one for late-game teamfights and for the side laning issues.
Yep, absolutely true. I actually really like how KT's draft developed. I think at the beginning of the draft, Hanwha Life Esports had so many options, but were then kind of corralled by KT and what they decided to put together. So I like the adaptation. I'm very interested to see how it is going to go, because the amount of displacement, like the amount of get away from me options that KT have is actually ridiculous. In the Hextech Ultimatum as well as the Crescent Guard, it's a lot of, you can isolate a single target, and if both Cuz and Rascal are on the same page in these fights, they'll be able to get on to the target that they want. They choose Karis maybe, or Samdi, depending on who has been funneled the most resources this game, get rid of them, and then where does the damage come from?
Yeah, also if On Fleek tries to engage in, it's really easy for Cuz to just send him into the middle of a death chamber of, you know, the Aphelios, the Nautilus is going to follow up on him. It's so challenging for On Fleek to actually engage. He needs Karis to set up for him, then he can go in and look for the kick, and then try to get out as soon as possible. If he can kick someone from KT towards Hanwha Esports, then follow the queue away from KT, like maybe it gets a little bit easier. But this is going to be an interesting one. Like, I think it's going to be messy, and we could talk about these comps so much, and we have already, you know, kind of broken down some of their win conditions, but it's at the end of the day, 2 of our weaker teams here in the LCK, and it's going to be execution-based, right? Like, sometimes I think, like, even though it's our jobs to do so, we do analyze these super hard, and at the end of the day, it's what happens on the Rift today, right now, that matters more than what these portraits will show you to the left and right of your screen.
And also a lot to do with what happened back at the team house as well, right? Like, these are teams that are at the bottom of the standings, and it does a lot of stuff to your mentality, and not a lot of it's positive when you're at this position, as Samde's going to run away from aiming. Actually, aiming winning that one very, very hard as Life was battling Vista in the meantime, but they still managed to get the shot. And this is exactly what the Jin Karma lane says on the tin, right?
Yeah, this
you're
is one
gonna
thing.
have push.
This is one thing that, regardless of individual performances, you're really not going to miss out on as Hanwha Esports. This one is pretty guaranteed.
Yep.
I do like that we're seeing a big resurgence of Karma this week here in the LCK, because it was all about, okay, well, we just pick Jinx into the Aphelios and we're fine. And now it's like, now that Jinx is being banned, just going back to the Karma is the new way to make sure Aphelios' win rate drops down. As aiming is one of our more winning Aphelios players. Remember, this is a 4-10 KT, and he's 5-2 on the champion. When he is given it, he does great things.
Yeah, no, exactly right. I think like one of the reasons why a lot of our teams have shied away from the Karma is that they love giving initiation and engage to their supports. Like, it's been so incredibly popular. The rise of the Rakan, Leona, Nautilus, like all of these supports are so incredibly important
Even
to a lot of these teams. Alistair comes in if all of those are banned, right? You're exactly right. So let's have a look. This is going to be the Aphelios Nautilus win rate, and it's actually doing pretty well right now, as you can see.
Yeah, and it's one of the best champions you can pick up for the Aphelios early. I really like how they drafted it with the Nautilus. That's why I was saying, I didn't like the Aphelios, but when you get the Nautilus here, they feel a lot safer against some really strong dive opportunities that Hanwha Esports will have with Twisted Fate, with Lee Sin, while this lane is pushing in. When those two champions hit level 6, you know, we will see Vikla have to match a dive. We will see some crazy fighting down there on the bottom turret. And, you know, with the Nautilus, you have a lot of defensive options in those moments. This has historically been pretty good for TF.
Yep. Twisted Fate generally is just in a better spot than a lot of these more roam-heavy style global champions in the mid lane. A little bit more reliable, but you understand why the Galio's picked into it. It's to, you know, potentially follow if anything does happen. Hasn't necessarily worked so much in the past, but we'll see whether it does so for KT, especially with the composition that they built up for themselves with the Camille that does synergize so well with that Galio. As Hanwha do manage to get a little bit of a stun down onto Life, who was just trying to buy some space before aiming to get what he wants done. As Cuz is going to go for a gank here towards the top side. Hookshot comes down. The flash is still going to get the stun. Rascal is so good at the Camille. They are easily going to grab themselves first blood. It goes over to Cuz. And Dudu, as the zombie form, is not going to be able to get anything done.
I mean, the first champion I casted of Rascal when I joined the LCK last year was the Camille. I remember it was opening day of spring last year, and he got the first kill. And I was just like, from then on,
It was
I was
probably
like,
a solo kill.
It was. And I don't remember who it was against, but you know, it was a moment like that where I was like, okay, this guy, I should definitely, you know, continue to zoom in on. And he is overextending here a little bit.
Oh, that was cute.
Nice, sweet.
It's not really going to work as the flash comes through, and Rascal is going to run on Fleek's dead. Almost dead. If he had have gone for that kill, he would have definitely died.
Yeah, caster blessing, I suppose.
Oh my god, Rascal.
I mean, he sweeped it well. He got his Q to get a little bit of health back, popped his biscuit, and is just able to heal through. I mean, this is, he was greedy, and he should have been punished, but he was not. So
I really want to see what OnFleek did, because I was pretty sure he was dead.
Yeah, and this is also the power of Jin Zhao. Before the Lee Sin has 6, right? You can come up and make plays like this, chain the CC together with the Camille, which is why we see Camille so often with Twisted Fate compositions. You know, post 6, she can lock people down. As, let's watch this again. Goes for the flash forward, and turns thinking he hits the auto, but Rascal's Q gives him enough health back. He just thought it was enough. always make sure you have the kill before you turn away.
Yeah, I guess. It's, I don't know, grasp. Guys just
Grasp is
grasp,
also.
I guess. It's just the way to make it work. Very, very nicely done there from Rascal. As you can see, Dudu was able to stay in the lane for a lot longer, so does have now a decent CS margin, but I don't think that that's all that relevant. Cuz moves down towards that bottom side. He'll collect himself the Ocean Drake. And it's all business as normal here for KT. A great start for them. However, Hanwha still with a fair bit of money. They've got Twisted Fate to help out with that one. But I think just with how this comp is going to work as the game goes on, the amount of options and flexibility and win condition that KT has, I do really like it, because they're the ones with a whole lot more side laning capability, right? It's only really Karis that's going to be able to match in sides. Yes, Dudu can theoretically catch waves onto turrets and stuff like this, but he's not going to be threatening. He's not actually going to be putting on pressure. It's more like a 4-1 style of composition, I guess.
Yeah, and in this early game, if you could catch Rascal making an over-aggressive play, then Destiny Gate to the top side of the map, and then Gold Card into a big charged-up Q, like there's a way you could kill Rascal with this Twisted Fate, but I think your focus is really going to be on the bottom side of the map, where you have this Karma push going through. You have a Lee Sin who can kick through the turret and actually push through and grab some kills bottom side, get this Jhin ahead. As we've seen, Jhin is not a champion that always just pops off when he gets fed, but in some compositions, especially ones like this one, if he gets an early lead, he can actually really help you push the snowball forward.
Yeah, we've seen Ghost do stuff like this, actually. It was in his most recent series. Didn't really work out in the end, as Samdi is also going to struggle, as the flash has to be used to get out of the way of the Moonlight Vigil. Decent snare, but Samdi, no health to come back in. And KT really starting to get some control back. Yep. Even in the lane where they should have a lot of power.
Exactly, and down here in the mid lane, we did see Karis had to back off as Cuz came over. He's looking for an advantage here on Fleek. Vicla's with him.
Yeah, decent little sidestep there, but not going to be able to deter them. And
Rift Herald spawning here.
Yeah, bit of a fight towards the top side as Rascal's going to take a fair bit of damage from the Decimating Smash. One thing I want to draw your attention to as well is you're talking about the fact that they have to play through their bottom lane. Well, Hanwha Life hasn't done their homework for that as well. You can see all of the vision that's strewn towards that dragon. That's all about watching what Karis is going to do. Recently it was cleared out because, of course, you want to see it from sort of that red side jungle of the blue side of the map.
Yeah.
Down towards that bottom lane. That's worn off now, but you can see the control wards that are there. They understand what they need to do to try and stop any sort of aggression from this twist.
Also, like, the fact that they traded health back so well in the bottom lane in that last 2v2 exchange meant that there was no way Hanwha Life Esports could realistically leave the bottom lane, and that's an Aphelios that gets left down there. So they had to stay. They had no mid prio because Cuz, what did he do right before the Rift Herald spawn? He aggressively pushed onto Karis, gave Vikla an insane amount of push there. Rascal has topside prio, so KT are winning in every single regard right now. Hey, a vision across both sides of the river, top and bottom here. There is nothing they don't know about in this bottom lane, which was quote-unquote where they'd be at their weakest. They actually have a CS lead right now, and that's with Nautilus, of course, you know, adding a little bit of those with his support item. But,
yeah,
I mean, KT in a very comfortable position right now against the comp for Hanwha Life Esports. They drafted a Twisted Fate. They haven't been able to get any value out of it just yet because they haven't had lane prio. The clock is ticking, though.
Yeah, this is about the time when you want Twisted Fate to make that first move, though. And as you can see, the map is so dark. Rascal also going to go for a little bit of aggression here on towards Dudu. Hextech Ultimatum comes down, but meanwhile on the bottom side of the map, Depth Charge comes in. Cuz looks for Samdi, finds the Audacious Charge, and the Jhin is so incredibly dead. Life is going to go down as well, and OnFleek uses him to taxi his way out. But in it goes Cuz, tries to find a little bit more Q connects, but otherwise not too much.
Most importantly, though, enemy AD carry is down here. This gives aiming free farm on these plates here with the Crescendum. It's going to force OnFleek to stay down here. And that's a really terrifying thought, you know, when you have this much pressure on the top side of the map and a very angry Galio would like to ult over there if Dudu wants to try to trade this one back. So a lot of free plates didn't drop the Herald, actually. If they had gotten both of the kills there, you know, I think they do drop that one down. If Aphelios gets all the plates, then we see the lane swap come through. But either way, he's still got that tool, and might just wait and use it now on the second Drake. As we go back to the depth charge engage here, only hits Samdi, but the follow-up is beautiful. Cuz is right in there. The Glacial Augment going to keep him there long enough. Then it's a really nice kick play here from OnFleek to make it a 1-for-1.
I like the taxi move, as Cuz not really able to help finish that one off, so he's punished just a little bit for heading underneath that turret, but still. good news here for KT on the bottom side of the map, and I think their composition has a lot of longevity as well. So honestly, the slower and quieter and more even the early game is, I think it does benefit KT Rolster.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that. And you know, with the Drake spawning here as on Fleek, you know, or rather Cuz can drop the Rift Herald, like you basically have this one on lock, or you can force HLE Esports to lose so much if they do commit. Rascal's teleport's coming online, and he's going to be able to come down here if they really wanted to force a fight. Obviously, we'll have to walk from one of these lanes because it's not unleashed yet, but KT get this one. Like, HLE Esports don't have enough control over bottom. The Rift Herald still hasn't been dropped just yet, as really wanting to get the most value of this, but I think if they wait too long, definitely some wasted advantages here for KT.
Yep.
Once again, can look for a bottom dive and then set up there. I think that's where they ideally want this. His aiming's under a little bit of fire.
Yep. Deadly Flourish is going to come through to stun him up, but he just moves out of the Curtain Call. Life takes the last bullet, but he'll be absolutely fine. And so the Curtain Call not actually going to find too much value here, as Karis now has himself armed with a heal. That Destiny hasn't been used yet. We are going to have to keep our eye on that one because we always talk about this with Twisted Fate compositions. The first Destiny, so important, and he hasn't used it.
Yeah, I know, and like, why draft this way if you're not going to try to get value out of this ultimate? I mean, it's the whole point of your composition is the Twisted Fate getting ahead. You have the prio and bottom side, but Cuz is really just outplaying on Fleek at every turn, and I think that's what's made this, in part, so difficult. The vision control you've mentioned several times is really also limited.
Timing out, by the way.
Yeah. This is what I was saying, like, you gotta use that or you lose it.
Okay, well, he ends up spamming the button. He's sweeping inside his base. I don't think he was actually expecting any vision in there, as it's going to book it up the bottom lane. Rascal fighting Doodoo here. Doesn't find the hook shot, though. A rare little mistake as he fat flashes over the wall. That is still flash going to be used there.
That's pretty massive for Doodoo.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to keep his, and still is a Twisted Fate. Will eventually use his ult.
Well, that's a deadly sin. Sorry for not catching that one sooner, ladies and gentlemen. He just kind of popped.
Yeah, he just disappeared.
Yeah.
Magic trick here from Cuz. 3 kills in this early game, and now the Rift Herald, because of this kill, allows you to make this dive happen. So
it was all planned.
Yeah, it's all calculated here from Cuz. He's like, no, just wait.
Yeah.
Kill the
He even swept inside the base so that he could see whether HLE Esports knew that he was placing down the Herald.
Yeah, just make sure they don't know he's got that delayed Herald drop. He doesn't leave anything to chance, does he?
Yeah,
just
I guess not.
All according to plan. Well, a lot of this gold being onto the Xinjiao is not ideal. Like, if, you know, KT Rolster had more of the gold on the Aphelios, would be amazing, but at least those plates do go over his life.
Oh, no! Oh, that was, oh, please. Oh, okay. Oh, man. Oh, so sad. All right, well, Vista had a heart attack, but he's actually still alive, so it's fine.
Yeah, no summoners burned on the side of HLE Esports here. Life just doing life things over the wall, as he does.
It would have been even better if, like, Vista wasn't looking at his screen at that point in time. Like, he was, like, checking out the bottom lane, and he just walks away and didn't even notice that there was a missed hook. Oh, dear.
These things do happen. But
it's the hitbox, guys. You know, like Nautilus Q hitbox. It's really small. It's a really small hitbox, so it's a tough one.
You know, we always talk about the 17 million reasons Nautilus is the best support, and this is just one of those other ones, right? This hitbox, but he doesn't pull it off this time, right?
Yeah.
But he did scare a bunch of people, and you know, sometimes that's what it's about for life. It scares me in the draft every time when I see that set hover. But
wait, did aiming also ult?
Yes, he did.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not even just the Q. Cool. Well,
but it's okay.
Let's stop
talking
talking about it. We can stop talking about it. Let's not dwell on the past.
Yeah. No. Let's focus on the future, which is looking bleaker for HLE Esports at every passing moment. As Rascal once again, he's got his Sunderer now, and you cannot compete. Lucky you had that flash advantage, eh? Because otherwise you'd DED dead.
Yeah, he would have definitely been dead. Spelling aside, as Life gonna miss another hook, as Karis does the walk slightly forward trick. It's a goodie. Oldie but a goodie.
On Fleek here has the bottom duo actually in mid lane to back him up on this, so even though Rascal did force Doodoo out, he had teleport, so it's not really a risk for him to take this Rift Herald. And I like that KT are just going to go, well, you guys can get maybe nothing from this Rift Herald, maybe a charge, but we're going to get a whole turret and deep vision on the bottom side of the map. Cuz going to steal some of OnFleek's jungle. And Cuz, I mean, this guy's been super inconsistent this season, but he is definitely the stronger of the two junglers in this first game.
Yeah, and when he's on, he's really on as well. Like, Cuz definitely one of these feeling players, and when he's feeling it, definitely looks good. Is OnFleek going to be able to help grab this outer turret? Doesn't even need HLE to do so. But as you can see, the map is still so dark, and it's a Twisted Fate composition, right? As Rascal diving on in onto OnFleek. There's the heroic entrance, but the kick to get him out of the Hex Deck ultimatum means that they're not locked in. That is going to keep him alive. This is the one guy that can do that. So it was an odd choice.
If Karis was a little bit faster on the trigger finger, if he was a little bit more aware of this setup, he could have actually Destiny Gated and tried to turn that and lock down Rascal gold card there and look for a fight with this Lee Sin. But he does not. Still hasn't used his ultimate this game. Still has not gotten any value out of this Twisted Fate priority. Nice attempt there from Vista, but
yeah, sometimes you just got to go for it.
As they have the faster group up on the third Drake here. And it looks like KT Rolster just going to try to use this Camille power on the top side of the map to get value elsewhere and give this one up.
Yeah, without the heroic entrance and the Hex Deck ultimatum, not wanting to actually go for anything.
Karis.
As yeah, Karis is rotating over. It is going to be Cuz stealing away this blue buff as well.
Just stolen so much of OnFleek's jungle this game.
The Drake being given up is interesting, though. I was expecting KT to fight for it, really valuing both of their solo lanes ultimates here.
But he is
aiming Gale Forces to get himself out of the way. Decent Deadly Flourish there. His aiming's Chain CC'd, but underneath the turret, he is going to be okay. Shirley to take down this outer turret, or do the best that she can. There's the Moonlight Vigil. This one's going to connect, but it's not going to quite do enough. Vikla flashes out of the way. The Crescent Guard comes in. Turret is still up in this mid lane.
Not in the top lane, though. Rascal takes that one out, and this is 2 turrets now for the second Rift Herald. They got the bottom turret and all of OnFleek's bot jungle. Then turn it around. Okay, they're going to try to push the Rift Herald into the mid lane. They get a charge, yes, but Rascal gets the full turret, does not expend his teleport here. So 2 turrets in total for just 1 charge worth of value. And now it's going on to OnFleek.
Well, that's a kickback, but the Destiny is now finally pressed. That's what that button does. Very cool. The train's going to come through as well, and Rascal's really dead. He will be taken down here. OnFleek looking to try and secure it, and the Hex Deck ultimatum comes out just to celebrate. And OnFleek will secure the kill. So, with that collapse towards the top side, they do stop Rascal's pressure, but he did do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, he also was able to, he kept his teleport because he didn't use it during that last Rift Herald fight, so we'll be able to just go straight back to where he wants to be if he wants to go to the top side of the map here on respawn. And also, ton of extra free farming for Vikla on the bottom side of the map. Was untouched, got some deep vision up there. And, he's starting to get some good side laning done. So this was not without a big loss for Hanwha Esports on the bottom side of the map. At least they did get that Drake, so that's going to buy them some more time here in terms of these objectives. But time is definitely on KT's side. And as the Aphelios is getting more and more fed, he is going to be able to rip through that Scion health a lot easier, 10 minutes from now.
Yep. We saw as well, Rascal was thinking about Hullbreaker, decided to go back to Ravenous Hydra instead while he considered it. I do like that, a little bit more team fighting power for the Camille, and she is one of the split pushers that can team fight very, very well. So you may as well get another item that works in both situations.
Yes. I do like the sentiment there, but it's a Scion also, so you just don't really need it that much in terms of that 1v1 and against a Twisted Fate. Like, you're also fine, so... Vikla gonna have a little crescent moon over his head for a second, but OnFleek was definitely not taking that taxi.
Nope.
As this is definitely a trade of side lanes, right? And Karis getting pushed bottom side, Rascal getting on the top side, but he does have teleport, so he can be here at a moment's notice. And I don't think Karis will be able to secure this if KT actually commit.
It is dangerous, but as you can see, Life and Kuz are going to rotate over, so Vikla will be able to secure this wave. And Zamdi, I don't think is going to be able to put on too much pressure given the fact that those minions are going to run out. A lot of vision here for Hanwha Esports around this Dragon Pit. There's still 2 minutes. Fighting for the bottom side of the map is not all that necessary.
Camille is just getting so much value this game because even though it's a turret for a turret in side lane, the turret that Hanwha Esports are pushing towards has KT members on top of it. Over here, nobody's home. 600 gold in the pockets.
I mean, this is exactly what we were talking about, right? Like this is the advantage that KT has. Their 4-1 composition is much stronger, and they can 1-3-1 if they want to stop Karis at the same time. Whereas the 1-3-1 not quite as possible here for Hanwha Esports with the Scion that would much prefer to be engaging and starting fights and things like this. rather than trying to catch waves, because Rascal will just be able to ignore him as the game goes on. Ravenous Hydra especially will help with that.
Oh, 100%. And Life Esports just didn't utilize the power of their bottom side very well. They ended up losing control of that lane, and we didn't see Karis find any opportunities on the top side of the map because it's so difficult to pull off against a Camille, and then on the bottom side just didn't have enough control, was being pushed in by Cuz and Vikla. Cuz visited the mid lane so many times to make sure that Karis didn't have cryo, had to sit back defensively, had the better vision control in both rivers all game long. And, you know, it just really shows how well KT played this comp. Means that Life Esports have to play the rest of this game on hard mode now. Because in their strongest moment with this comp, they actually were behind. And that's how you lose games like this, unfortunately.
Yep. They can still find that, you know, the dream scenario where they lock down aiming and kill him or something like that. But diving on top and trying to pick off an Aphelios is kind of exactly where the guy wants you, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is the thing that's really worrying now as Life get further and further behind. The win more options for KT are sort of ever present. There's so many different options
he has
that
cleanse,
they can go for.
you know, against this Twisted Fate, so the gold card isn't a guaranteed engage, even with Rapid Fire Cannon done here for Karis. Like, Aiming can just cleanse that. Then he's got a Nautilus who can bodyguard him. He's got Cuz who can crescent guard people away. And Stopwatch is available here for Vikla, so he can go super deep. Things are starting to look pretty dire. Now, Life Esports do have Prio on this break, so choke points are controlled by them. But not a whole lot of AoE damage to speak of, you know, around these. And Jin is going to wait till the last moment to pull the trigger, you have to imagine. If he pulls it early, KT can just wait it out.
Well, it's going to be Life going in for some attempted engage. In goes the Camille. No heroic entrance going to come down just yet, as the curtains are being called and Dudu is going to get taken out. Vikla trying to get out of there as we're holding onto the last bullet. It connects onto the gargoyle, but he's fighting a zombie that came back to life again, so he will be back to the death chamber eventually. Dudu, 30 seconds until he's back in this fight, and that means KT have control of this. Drake and Soul Point under wraps.
They'll take a turn for that.
In goes Rascal. The heroic entrance is there, but it hasn't been pressed. There it is now, as OnFleek's going to have to flash get out of the way, and unfortunately Karis is not going to be so lucky. The Twist of Fate 100% surrounded and will get taken out, and now it's Dragon time.
Super clean. I literally said the words, KT will be happy to just say, okay, you can have a turret, but we'll take Soul Point. But actually they were not happy with that. They were like, okay, we'll actually take both. We'll kill everybody, defend the turret, and take the Drake, because they have the heroic entrance, and they punish Life Esports' big overextension there. Didn't look like one, because it looked like KT were just going to turn and try to rush the Drake down, but they didn't have to. Jin's ultimate being down in that fight meant that KT had full agency, and I like the way this fight was set up for Life Esports. They have choke point control. They want to punish Life here, right? If they can blow him up first, then kite back and use the Jin ultimate, it's great. But there's just so much follow-up here for KT Rolster, cuz on this Xin Zhao gets on top of the back line. You also have that follow-up here from Rascal, locking down Dudu, blowing him up, then waiting out the rest of that curtain call by just walking away from it, then turning here on to the punish, as Rascal is just everywhere this game, man. Holds his teleports the last possible seconds, goes for this engage. Heroic entrance follow-up is good, and there's just so much CC on both sides here. But KT have the longer ability to team fight because they have an Aphelios. They've got so much more of it.
Well, we've got another fight going off here as well, as Cuz going to dive on forward. OnFleek is really dead, so let's move further down as Vista takes so much damage from Rascal. And Life Esports, their problem is they have 0 damage. They don't do, like, no damage on this team.
Nope.
And so therefore, Rascal dives into 4 people, and he's like, what are you going to do? And they're like, ha nothing.
The Jin in this composition needs to have a tempo advantage, like we were talking about in bottom side. Is Dudu also getting collapsed on here? I don't think they can kill him under this turret if he hits his Q.
Well, Dudu
am I wrong?
Just hanging out here, and that is some true damage, if you do not mind. Good sir.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess he's just dead. True damage coming through, and he had the follow-up there, or Life, you know, helped follow up onto him. Now they're just going to take this Baron. Man, this couldn't be more one-sided, unfortunately, for Life Esports. And we knew there were some issues in this draft, but if you don't get ahead with this, like you said, there's no damage. The Twisted Fate is just a pea shooter, and he's a stun bot, but then once the stun is done, like KT's turn and their follow-up CC is just beautiful. You can't even be out in the mid lane.
Look at Rascal's health bar in amongst 4 people. It's like he gets ulted by Dudu and stunned and things like that, but there's like no consistent follow-up at all.
Jin has an ultimate, and he will use it, and it's very strong utility-wise. This is the pick on the Dudu again. But he doesn't have damage output that is going to help you in a longer fight. Like, he's kind of one and done unless he's fed, and he's not. And the idea was to get him fed this game, but then they didn't execute on it. Twisted Fate ulted for the first time like at what, like 12 minutes, maybe even later. It took a million years for him to actually do anything this game, and they just got out-tempoed by Cuz. Cuz is, I think, easily going to pick up POG this game. His performance has been fantastic.
He really has, and I like that you mentioned the fact that if Hanwha don't get ahead, right? Because these compositions that look on paper like they have 0 damage, in the early game, everyone kind of has damage, right? And if you snowball effectively enough, then Twisted Fate can look like a nuclear bomb. Right?
Yeah.
He lands one of those cards, it half-elves someone, right? But it means that the win condition is so narrow. If Hanwha don't get the best snowball ever in the early game, and honestly, they didn't really do anything to try and get it either, which is the real shame here.
That's the real problem, right?
Yeah. But like, if they don't do that, where's their fallback? They don't have a fallback option at all, which is why we consider this not a great draft, because there's no flexibility in it. KT, though, they fall behind. They have defensive options. They have split push options. If it's Rascal, it's the only one that's winning, then they can play through him.
Yeah,
Things like this. If Aiming gets ahead, they can play through him. And it's really, really good.
If you sign up for the gym but never go, you know, it's not going to make an impact. If you draft this
Meanwhile,
comp,
Rascal is like 1v4 again underneath the turret. This time he's going to go into his stopwatch as on fleek, going to get knocked up by the depth charge. Dredgeline comes in as well as Dudu is also going to die. Felt a little bit like that was an afterthought as he'll get knocked up. The curtains have been called, but I don't know whether it's for KT or for Hanwha Life Esports. But he does manage to find Aiming with that last bullet, as now the Destiny will come forward. Teleport back though from Rascal, and he is so scary. Karas goes into his Zhonya's just to watch as 4 members barreling on top of him. And this is what we were talking about. If you don't find your advantages through aiming, it's all right. You've got a pretty big Camille.
Yeah, 6-1-4 this game. Survived that follow-up from on fleek. I mean, that was a huge turning point, actually, when he was able to grasp and get out of there all the way back at the beginning of this game. And, you know, Hanwha Life Esports just were so far on the back foot because they didn't use their comp correctly. Now Rascal, I mean, this is just like a highlight reel for him. And he might pick up a few votes here, but I think Cuz has just not only got him ahead, but also has just been everywhere on the map.
In the meantime, Vikler is trying to get your vote right here, looking for a pick onto Vista. I think from that, he's not going to get the vote, as Vista grins and walks away. But there's 12 seconds on this Infernal Soul. KT still have complete control of the entire map. And we're seeing the fact that Hanwha have absolutely no options. The Destiny is still on cooldown. Is Twisted Fate looking really balanced in this game?
That kill onto Aiming really stopped KT from ending the game at that moment. But, like, it's delaying the inevitable, because now you have Infernal Soul with this comp, with an Aphelios that also has his 3rd item complete, and now is the time where the Scion just gets shredded by him, if not shredded by Rascal first, because he's 3 levels down on this Camille.
Yeah.
It's kind of a nasty situation here. What else to tell you guys? It's a problem.
It's called a drain circling.
Yeah.
That is what we're seeing from Hanwha Life Esports here, is KT looking to try and bear down on this turret. They don't have a lot of siege. They do kind of rely on Baron in order to push into these turrets. However, when you've got 2 inhibitors down and Rascal, it does mean that you can distract them for a decent amount of time. So the fact that they utilize their last Baron means they will be able to take down the last remaining inhibitor. And it looks like Hanwha are going to struggle to hold them off, especially now against the newly appointed Infernal Soul. And Rascal, like, yeah, he's just chilling. I'm just going to go grab myself and Nexus turret.
Yeah, he's level 18 casually, you know, maxed out on everything.
He's 3 levels above dude. Oh my god.
Yeah, he has been for a while
too. Dude doing on fleek and doing some practicing.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
It feels bad, man. Remember, this is such an important match for Hanwha Life Esports, but they could not use their comp well in this
It reminds
game.
me of the Senna Scion thing, you know, where you're supposed to get like the minion to like stun a target that I think G2 managed to do once or something like that. I saw an example of it. Certainly looked really cool, but that was a bit different. That's like Lee Sin delivery service.
Yeah, well, they do stave off this push from KT, and KT decide that they're not going to all in. I think they definitely could have with all of the ultimates they have on, but it looks like they just really want to demoralize Hanwha Life Esports, and now they can come over here and set up for the Baron.
Oh yeah, okay. Maybe Rascal does get it. I mean, that's a 6,000 gold lead. It's pretty good.
Okay, but like, this is another chicken and the egg situation,
No,
right?
yeah, no.
Like,
I was kidding. But
I mean,
I see cash like that. That's where I invest.
No, I mean, I'm actually thinking about it too as well here for Rascal because he played so many individual moments extremely well in these team
He
fights,
did.
but
And also, like, that first play at the very beginning where he avoided on fleek after being joined by Cuz for that first kill, like, he's also their entire win condition at this stage of the game, very close to a flame horizon. I mean, if I was a Rascal salesman, I think it'd be a pretty easy job.
yeah, I still think I'm leaning towards Cuz because of how much of an advantage he gave the rest of the team and how much he gapped on Fleek super hard.
True, he
around
is
the
playing a
jungle.
tank and hasn't died though, so that means that he hasn't done the maximum of his job. As this Baron is going down extraordinarily quickly, the Destiny has come in, but it's not. Oh, it almost gets the steal,
Oh
but
my
that is so much
God.
damage from aiming. Triple kill immediately, as the Aphelios just shows how many years were invested into collecting that Baron.
Well, I mean, look, if we were talking about voting and stuff, like, I think Aiming might have just gotten some media votes right there. He definitely picked up a few media votes right there with that ultimate, and that's
like
gonna be the
aiming can
game.
have the mad movie, Rascal can have the POG,
Yeah, there you
okay?
go.
As the Nexus turrets will go down, the Nexus soon to follow. Harmolife Esports back to the drawing board after that one, I'm afraid. As Twisted Fate, not a pick and forget type pick. You need to have a little bit more in your arsenal to make it work. As Rascal, look at that walk away, man. That is a guy that just went into a boxing ring, got like an instant knockout, and he's like, I'm bored.
He looks like he almost feels bad. Like, he looked guilty. Like, oh
Yeah.
man, what do we have to do him that dirty? Like, we probably could have ended the game twice, but we walked away and then beat him on a
He's like,
a Baron
Doduo
fight?
doesn't even have a pre-evolution. Like, what was happening here? We don't even get to make the references.
Oh, this is a sad start to what could be two games that look like this in this series. Because, again, KT, even though they're on a longer losing streak and they're only one game ahead of their opponents here in the standings, let's not forget that their last match, they looked on fire, whereas Unlife Esports have really looked like they've been on the decline since that DRX win. So KT came in as big favorites, but both of these comps were weird. We talked about how it would be execution-based. And Cousin Rascal just owned, and also the bot duo for KT also won a lane they had no right to win as well as they did. Like they didn't win it, like they didn't crush it, but they ended up getting ahead in CS and were pushing the lane into a Karma Jhin. So I think that says enough.
And also, like, they were so much more proactive, right? We were asking for Destinies to be employed early. They weren't. It was a Harmolife Esports that were just playing way too passively for what their composition needed. And if you want to do that, that's fine. But pick yourself some infinite scaling champions, get in there with your Vigors and your Nasus and go from there, right? But if you're going to do this in the early game, which is like a flat line, up until like 15 minutes or something like that, and from that point on, it was KT that took control when their composition hit the point where it wanted to.
Don't draft like this if you're going to play like that. As, you know, it's the moral of the story, I think, for this one. That one fan sign said 15% for playoff chance for KT Rolster. Is this the beginning of a miracle run, she asks. And it might be. This is one of the easier parts for KT, but at least they start off extremely strong here in the beginning of this best of three.
And at least they have Rascal, who demonstrated once again that he is absolutely world-class. Really, really loved the Camille. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 2 and the Analyst Carpet Space.
아니 스마썸 얘네가 나 텔 찍어놨어. 나 텔 찍어놨어.
천천히 봐줘. 앞에 걸어갖고.
내가 먹었어.
나 괜찮아.
놓고
안에 위치
돼요.
또 내려가자.
잡았어 잡았어.
컷 나이스.
내려가자.
많이
내려가자.
쓰자 이거.
어우 스마썸 됐네.
이시는 근데 어디 갔냐?
용 바로 내려갔어.
스마썸 했어 스마썸. 아무도 바로는 안. 아 중간에 한번 소리.
짠. 가비요. 좋았다.
네, 리신궁이랑 망치, 레이시 제이스 같은 거 망치. 그런 거 생각해볼게요. 리신 오면은 볼게.
Thing is, Super Mega Death Rocket's gonna find Ice as Kale goes in there, closes looking for it, gets a couple of flashes. Kellen eats the Grey Health. There's so many years coming in, but it's just not going to be enough. Bertle turns up, the train has left the station, and the orb deceives the Aphelios.
He's often turned it around in the mid game, so we'll see if that happens once again here.
Yep, well, here is BDD joining Dread, looking to see whether they can lock down Kane. It is, of course, Lee Sin into the Akali as he gets into the Shroud. Perfect execution! Dread is just dead!
안 보이는데 웬만하면 위쪽이긴 할 듯. 레시터. 대신 잡은 거 어때?
Doesn't even have to use it, as over the wall, Life wasn't able to support too much on the play.
Nicholas gets in there, he lands the stun, and he's going to Akali, assassinate the Akali.
Rough for a lot of the KT laners, as we do have Zeka in no man's land, as he will try to ult and Akali his way out, but Cuz just flashes and lands the Sonic Wave.
좋아되었고 미드 한번 이거 나오면 본다. 아카리 본다.
Sped up. And now Piotrek looking for a bit of a fight here. The ulti's not really going to be the highest value, but the Shadow Surge absolutely is. And there's the Magnet Storm as well. All of these circular ultimates working absolutely beautifully. And then Death comes through for the cleanup. Chrono Shift just means you have to die.
이번에 미드 나오는데 저 살짝 봐도 되나 이거? 오케이 일단 볼게. 기다. 나이스. 나이 났다. 잘했다 우리야.
Hello and welcome to the Analyst Masker Space. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler. And we're going to be breaking down game number 1 as there wasn't too much that happened in the early game, and that was really not great for Humble Life Esports with the draft that they chose, and KT eventually just kind of clobbered them.
Humble Life had a draft that had a lot of pressure on them to do things in the early to mid game because they had no damage. They didn't do those things, and that really was it. I thought the Galio pick was actually a really nice response because it really dissuades a lot of plays that normally you may make a TF. We didn't actually see any of the plays happen, and I do think that part of that is just due to Humble Life's maybe lack of proactive play. But I do think a large part, the Galio response to the TF has been really good. We've seen TF priority slowly drop in general. And then combine that with the Camille, which Rascal piloted beautifully. And the fact that I think the Caitlyn ban was fine, but the Ezreal ban when Zinzao was still open to me wasn't quite it. And then really, you know, I thought they could get punished on that. Didn't end up happening though.
Didn't end up happening. I think that was kind of the motto of the entire game. You know, I think that Humble Life Esports, they had to make things happen, and then it didn't quite end up happening. And, you know, KT, I think they kind of just sat with it. I think they handled the situation very well. They didn't get out of hand. They didn't force anything too much. You and I were having a nice discussion about that one Infernal Drake play where it was like, why are KT just giving this away for free? And you were like, well, if they give this away for free, then they probably just win the game anyway. And that is kind of what happened. Maybe not in that simple of a way, though.
Yeah, it's always hard to say. I think that there had some lack of control around that Drake, but we also saw that like once they hit all their spikes and they team fought, there was really nothing that could be done. Like it was kind of sad. I actually normally am a big fan of the Triforce Camille, but in this case I think Sundra, the extra resistances or sustain they provided additional to the health damage was really, really good. And Rascal never died and just killed everyone, kind of.
Yeah, that did happen eventually. One of the first games we did have was in the top side, but we do have some replays. Let's take a look at highlight number 1 and see this play over the Drake.
Really nice hook to start it off here, but initially this looks a little bit worrisome. And imagine if you have a 2k gold lead here, if you're Humble Life. It might look completely different because yes, they kill Dudu, but if you get enough resources out of them, that is not the end of the world. Unfortunately, they're on even footing, so the actual damage isn't really there. Can't quite get something done. There's 2 teleports available, so can just back here. And then this play I don't think is necessary, but it's really cool. So we'll accept it as Rascal just goes in, identifies the complete lack of damage that is available, has a Galio as well. And all of this is really just a distraction from aiming, getting free autos in. And from that point onward, the fight is won, the Drake is taken, and the game is over. And like, I'd want to say more, but it's not really more to say. Like, Humble Life just not really doing that much. Didn't like the sign, and I'm a huge Scion fan, so that's when you know that it's a bad time.
Yeah, it was kind of rough. I mean, the Scion was up there. He didn't really get punished too much. He did get ahead about 20 CS, but then ended up doing kind of nothing from then on in. So kind of unfortunate there. We do have a second highlight we are going to take a look at here. And there wasn't much that happened, but this definitely happened and was kind of scary. If you are a Humble Life fan, you might want to cover your eyes.
It just showcases that nothing can be done. Like Rascal goes into 4 people, 2 taps the Karma, and he just is completely fine. It's.
Oh, objective bounties are available soon.
Well, that's good.
That's good.
Maybe get those, and then that'll help. And then it's a frustrating game because you don't give yourself a lot of outlets with the drafts. You really, even if the Galio is there, need to try and force plays. Didn't force plays, and that was the game.
Yeah.
Like there's really not more about it to say than that. I do think that ever since Vikla has come in, this team looks so much more well-rounded, so much better, and it's made Cuz feel, I think, a lot more confident as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell the entire difference there in the mid and jungle duo. It's kind of insane. And they have so much more playmaking ability, it feels like, with the players that they have now. Cuz is really unlocked, as you're kind of talking about. So KT looking really strong, and who knows what Game 2 is going to look like. But for Game 1, who was the player of the game? Let's take a look. It will be Rascal at the end of the day.
Was a topside carry here. Rascal and Cuz, both of them had incredible games. But Rascal, especially in the mid to late stages of the game, took such a big leap in confidence. Every single he was very peak forward, so he leapt forward in that way as well. And it was really the key difference maker, I think, this game. Would expect to see a split vote with Cuz getting a lot of recognition as well, as very unfortunate scenario there. That might have been a turning point. But if I'm looking at this, I'm like, I don't think that one kill would have made the biggest difference. A lot of backup from the rest of his team as well. I think Life had a really good game, you know, aiming lost hit a bunch of times. Vikla was there, but they were not the main instigators. They were only supports for Rascal to get second activation queues off.
Yeah.
Those precision protocols were just insane, couldn't be dealt with.
Kind of crazy. I mean, I think the big reason why he gets it over Cuz here is because it was the confidence with which he kind of bulldozed with his lead, right? Like, he was given a lead by Cuz, and that's why he gets 6 votes as well, but like Rascal really drove that nail into the coffin. So just a great job overall from the side of KT and those two guys. We're gonna go to a couple of other guys, Atlas and Wolf, for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Shen 1 and Shen 2. I'm Shen 3, and this is Shen 4, and we're ready to get into game number 2.
WTF, 4 Shens?
There's so many Shens. We had to try and one-up Monty and Doa from back in the day. We don't have the rest of the kit, but the masks are definitely there. But yeah, Rascal picking up a well-deserved POG. I'm actually glad that you know, you got joined by a bunch of others for the Cuz.
Yeah, media doing the right thing.
His early game was definitely pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I love to see I mean, it doesn't get more split than 6-7, but like the fact that a lot of people recognize the chicken and the egg, right, is pretty cool to see. Like, that's exactly what I want to see, regardless of who actually ends up picking it up at the end, is recognition for both of these players who shaped this game so hard.
I also think that it's really good to show Cuz that you like it when he's playing well, because we want to see him play well more often, right? Because sometimes it really does feel like he's just down in the dumps in some days, and it just doesn't really work out. As some happy KT fans in the audience, as long as they're not excited, we support you. And that's absolutely okay. The happy bee, I actually love that.
Yeah, these are some really good drawings, actually. It says, please save me, the bee there. We'll see how it goes.
I'm in danger. Well, that was what Hanwha Life Esports were in last time around, as Hanwha will choose the red side this time. They're like, oh, maybe that was a whoopsie.
There were some big issues in the draft, obviously, and right now it feels like when teams have decided they really want to win draft, they're picking red side. If they want one really strong first pick, you know, on blue side, like that's where you see the blue side picks coming through.
Also, I do want to distract just a little bit, because we've spoken about Hirai's tie with the people doing various activities on it. He's also wearing a shirt that has people doing various activities on it, and I think that that has increased his power in the draft.
Oh my god, you're right. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that.
It's definitely very, very cool. As we hop into pick and ban, I'm sorry for the distraction.
No, it's all right. As we will see a Karma ban this time around. That one's not going through. Not going to let that one come up. As see what else changes in this draft, because definitely don't want the Hecarim to be a thing, but usually that's a red side choice. So yeah, I'm kind of curious to see where KT are going to push this.
I wouldn't mind them gunning for like an Ahri first pick or something like that.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they played around the Ahri very well into T1, even if they lost.
Yeah, I agree. And then you could go for an Ahri Kai'Sa type composition again. We'll see how they decide to play it out. As I think an Ahri ban makes sense here actually for Hanwha Life Esports as well. But they might just ban the Jinx, because if Aiming gets his hands on first pick Jinx, you feel really good about that too, as long as you can play around potentially Karis as Ahri. But they will ban the Ahri themselves and might just put the Jinx right into Aiming's hands here.
Yeah, KT, I'm kind of hoping they don't get baited by the first pick Twisted Fate, and I think the Jinx is definitely a decent option. We've seen the Kai'Sa be a pick into it, but it's mainly the Hecarim that's really important for getting on top of the Jinx.
And that's why I was leaning towards the Jinx pick over things like the Twisted Fate, because you've already banned the Hecarim. That was a pretty big indicator, right, that they're going to go down this way. As Hanwha Life Esports going to take a page out of KT, out of DRX's book here.
Yeah, I don't know whether this is accurately representing what makes the Kai'Sa strong in the matchup, because I don't think it's necessarily the lane, right? You'll always outrange as the Jinx.
You don't want to draft it this early, generally speaking, either, because you really give KT the opportunities to play around it. Like, oh, you're going to dive us? Okay, well, why don't I just get this Tahm Kench really early to make sure that's not going to be a problem for Aiming this game? Why don't we just play extremely safe and passive?
this is going to be another different way of doing it.
Okay, well, the Renata Glass coming back in.
Maybe some bailouts here for when those dives come through.
Yeah, and also, Jinx kind of likes attack speed, I guess. So being able to give her an extra steroid is kind of fun.
Don't
Speaking
do this.
of fun things.
Don't do this.
Polar Bear to come through. I like it. I'm all about it.
He's got a really high win rate here in the LCK, but he's usually played with a lot more tempo-based compositions and ones that have a little bit more ability to collapse with him, like Rise, like the Twisted Fate.
In the jungle matchup, though, Volibear does tear apart Xin Zhao in the early stages, so I kind of like that.
He also offers a lot when Kai'Sa ults in, so I mean, defensively later on in the game he gets a lot of value there. So it will be Karis to look like he's going to pick up the LeBlanc here blind, and they have opportunities to ban away some of those smaller counters. The Vex, that's actually pretty good with what KT are running, is another opportunity.
I really hope they ban Lissandra.
Lissandra is like super strong with this too.
I feel like also it fits into the composition really well, so yeah, just get rid of that. Yeah, there it
will. But it's also, you know, now you're drafting around this LeBlanc pick, and you really are going to have to make this work, because you're giving KT other options elsewhere. I could see a world where KT actually picked the Zillion here for Vikla in the mid lane. It's not really his play style per se, but could work out with this draft, because then you have so many ways that it's impossible to kill aiming, and you have a really fast bear running at people.
Yeah, I like the idea of going for a little bit more of an initiation. That's why the Lissandra was so good, right? Because you can also initiate with the Claw to try and find options. They might be able to find something else that can do something similar, and Vikla could also just like head back to a Galio theoretically.
Yeah, that's also a strong option here, as long as he doesn't get battered too much in lane. As the Twisted Fate is what we were talking about, the super strong with the bear, but this composition doesn't rely on it because it has the follow-up, you know, late game of the Jinx, so you're not as priced into getting tempo advantages with something like a Twisted Fate. Now, if they do pick the Galio, we'll kind of scream that that's KT's plan, you know, no matter what, but I don't think that's the route that they're going to take.
I think Nautilus here makes a fair bit of sense for Vista.
I think so too. You're going to have a lot more safety with that.
Pike.
I mean, this is a lot of execute damage on top of LeBlanc's burst, Kai'Sa going for the ult, but...
Ooh, the oldie but a goodie in the good old Rakan and the Kai'Sa. This is something that Life and Ruler together made look extremely broken. I believe it was a couple of years ago. It was very, very strong.
Now, this is a lot of late game damage.
Circles.
And a lot of circles.
I don't
like this one as much, especially blind here like this, but we're gonna lock it in and we're gonna look for...
Well, it's a zoo. Jinx and Renata's zoo with Vex there working and doing work experience, I think, at the zoo.
It's a pretty strong pick into the LeBlanc, but this draft is very disjointed in what its identity is and what it's trying to do. I think it's pretty easy to pick the Gwen here for HLE Esports. Does mean I don't think we'll be seeing Somdi's AP Kai'Sa with all the AP damage available, but that's okay. AD Kai'Sa still works very well with this composition. The KT's comp, I mean, there's a lot of power around the mid-game between Renata's ultimate, Renekton's power early, Vex's follow-up, the Fears. And if aiming just gets ahead, then he's just going to rule this game.
Yes.
He's going to have so much power, but I definitely think this is a draft I favor HLE Esports in. Nameplate's removed here. I think it's more well-rounded, has an identity, you know, has strong side laning, has better late game, or I would argue, because Volibear is going to fall off. Vex kind of, her power spikes are based on how well you're doing in the game, so she's going to be hurt by a Renekton that starts to fall off a little bit later on. The Volibear is going to fall off later on. So I'm a little bit worried about this game for KT going into it.
Yeah, this is all about, can the animals get us through to a great position in the mid game, is I guess the question. And this is also Rascal's Renekton. He is very well known for being great at this champion. It was picked not necessarily for how it meshes in the draft, but more, this is Rascal, and he's very, very good at the Crocodile.
And we also know Rascal loved when Clid was playing the Volibear all the time when he was playing Renekton, so it's a duel he's very familiar with. It's a lane he likes to dominate.
Yep.
But it's against a Gwen, you know, with a very, very aggressive Xin Zhao to kind of back it up. So not going to be as easy to pull off this time around in a meta like this.
And you can explain why he picked it. I don't think it actually redeems it. I don't think that it should have been big. Like, I'm actually still thinking that, honestly, like just doing the same thing as last game and just picking like Camille Galio could have been fine. But I guess Camille blind is less fun.
They also,
and Dudu could have gone towards something like a Jax, I guess. But
the Volibear made it really difficult to pivot, but they also looked like they were going to pivot into Gangplank Victor. And that would have been like, okay, well now we're a late game comp and Cuz can get these laners ahead, but they don't need to get ahead. And yes, the Volibear falls off, but you have a lot of late game scaling. You don't have that with the Renekton. With the Vex, you can have it. It depends on how the game goes, right? It's not a guarantee.
Shout out to Karis going for Mistletoe LeBlanc. This is my personal favorite skin on
It's a very
Champion.
good one.
Very, very happy. As, okay. Bit of a just defensive start, and I think eyes are going to be glued to the top side of the map. I think there's going to be a lot on Rascal to make sure that he gets enough done in the early game. And speaking of early game, Vikla is going to get some vision onto Onfleek.
Yeah.
And early vision of the jungler, fantastic for Rascal, who wants to try and dominate this lane. It's going to be very difficult. The early laning phase of the Gwen, very, very strong. She gets to have Ignite. He does not.
Yep.
So this is going to have to be an out skill if it's going to happen. And I just don't know whether Renekton's even equipped to deal with the Gwen until she's been booped with the Nerf bat.
It's Rascal, yeah, it's Rascal really just making a statement, I think, in this draft. And he's hoping that Cuz can pull a Klid here and they can actually make this happen. But again, that was often something we'd see into a top laner that cannot survive and is very weak in the early parts, or very fragile like a Gnar, where you'd find this type of advantage. Yep. It feels so KT, this draft. Like, it's aiming on a late game carry, and then the top duo is on very aggressive, trying to control the game.
One thing that is very, very cool is that the lore on the bottom side of the map being very Zorn-based is pretty cool for KT.
Bat chest.
You have to realize that, the Jinx Renata vibes definitely do fit this, like, the story very well.
Yeah.
That must give you a gameplay advantage. What do you
Sure.
think?
I mean, it definitely gives you a lot of bat chest.
It does. It does. Well, now that you're saying it, I imagine that that's what the chat looks like almost.
Yeah, I mean, I just like to tell chat what to do sometimes.
Yeah.
A little bit more subtly.
When you're giving them an opportunity to bat some chest, they're going to be pretty excited about it, I imagine.
For sure. And
I like to support what you guys like.
I'm just a big fan of the bat chest these days. Like, I'm kind of getting into it a little bit.
Yeah, well, Vista's going to get into it a little bit himself, as in the mid lane, a little bit more of an engage, as Vikla is going to find a fear onto Onfleek, but yeah, he's still going to die. Onfleek did have to flash. Vikla did hold on to his, but still, great start for Harmolife Esports. And I think that the feedback they got from the coaching staff was, do more stuff in beginning of game, please.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, all right.
I'm seeing a trend of Xinjiao being very strong in the early game and finding successful ganks pre-6. And it's working out very well. Now, Volibear can do the same. But in this lane, even though they have Prio down here, he's not going to be able to find too much.
Is he going to walk up and just go for a dive?
I think so. I think that's what Cuz does on this champion.
That is, well, they are going to at least get themselves a plate. As Ward goes down, Cuz spots the fact that Onfleek is in the area, and he vacates.
It's the Volibear, like, little circle that he puts on the ground, that he's like, I'm just going to help push this through for you guys. I'm here to give you a little bit more shove.
Well, Cuz does give away the Rift Scuttler on the bottom side. So certainly not exactly great use of his time, and he might get punished. Top side of the map now going to get cleared by Onfleek, as there's a handshake onto Vikla.
It's the duality of Cuz, it really just is.
Yeah.
One game he's fantastic, picks up 6 of the votes, and yes, we're still in the early parts, he definitely could turn this around, but not the greatest start in this one so far, as Onfleek has a really nice play here. Flash there.
It was a little bit of a confusing observer bug there, but he did flash in order to get the auto, as Karis is going to defensively distort. And as you can see, it is going to be that double scuttle. So
double scuttle is always...
A Volibear getting double scuttled when he's picked into a Xin Zhao so that he can be stronger is definitely bad news for Bears. As Karis is going to get stunned up, as that is a really nice placement of the Storm Surge, and chooses the right target, but still makes it underneath.
Yeah, no flash used here for Karis either. Still, it's a nice gank from Cuz, still successful, but...
Storm Surge is not the name of that ability. I always remember. I always forget it. It's like Sky Strike or Storm Strike, something like that.
Yeah, the Volibear has some Sky Demons and
He's got some Sky stuff. It's a bit of a Sky vibe. As the Ignite is down here, Dudu might just die, as Rascal, picks up that kill. Onfleek comes in and says, what the heck just happened to my top laner? As Rascal doesn't have his stun back up just yet. The Ruthless Predator now off cooldown, And OnFleek's like, well, I guess I can't do anything. So that's another solo kill. Just put his win rate. Is that 24? Is that 24 now for Rascal?
Just put his win rate up right away as well. I love it. Right at the timing where he ends up outplaying here. Grabs a kill, hits level 6, has his Dominus, and with Conqueror and level 4 being the experience level here for OnFleek, he dies if he actually stays there. So Rascal doesn't even flash, by the way, and he's just going to teleport back to lane with a nice advantage.
Yeah, here on the bottom side, a little bit more of a battle going on, mainly between the Rakan and Renata. And Amy trying to get some autos through here, but Rakan's just going to go home. And Samdi is going to have to respect as the Rakan was warded. As Aiming and Life continue to press up. And this is just going to get way worse now.
Yeah, Iron Spike Whip just going to add a little bit of extra damage. He could trade so aggressively in moments like this. With his boots online here too, he could chase better, he could threaten Dudu more. He's got so much extra mobility. And this is the skill matchup we were talking about, and Rascal pulls it off without Cuz's help. Like, he actually ends up getting the kill 1v2, hits 6, and now has got complete control of this lane. So, you know, we were a little bit worried about it. It was 0-2 on the champion before this moment, but it still is Rascal at the end of the day. And yes, he is against one of our top 3 solo killers in Dudu, but he's number 1. And he gets the kill 1v2, and now has such an inherent advantage. We watch this one more time. Does not have 6 for this moment, nor does he have vision of OnFleek, I don't believe, and just ends up trading this one out. Dudu doesn't have full stacks, goes in procs his Conqueror, has the Ignite, ticking on him, and it doesn't matter. And then OnFleek's like, I got this. Nah, Q gets the heal, and
Rascal, like, as soon as that Ruthless Predator comes back up again, he's like, all right, well, here's my double kill. And OnFleek's like, okay, I'm frightened now. And gets himself out. So really nicely played, but also a little bit of a whoopsie there from Dudu. He didn't need to try and bait quite that hard, because if you pressure Rascal out of that situation, then you're feeling absolutely fantastic. But now Dudu doesn't have Ignite in the matchup. There was no flash already, and Rascal did not have to invest anything in order to grab that. As you can see, 20 CS up now.
Notice.
Oh, plate gold not going to the Crocodile, though. So that's a whoopsie.
Some coins spilled on the ground. Some Rift man who's a little bit down on his luck might go pick those up later. So
yeah, exactly. I'm imagining, like, you know, Batman Begins, where like Bruce Wayne gives him his coat. He's like, that's a nice coat. You know, it's like someone's gonna find the coins on the ground from the plates. They're like, oh, it's a nice IKEA property. It's very, you know, that's what I'm seeing. I don't know what that accent was.
Yeah, I was like a little bit confused.
Yeah,
but it was an Atlas accent.
Yeah, it's an Atlas situation.
I did want to point out also, Cuz has a really high win rate on the Volibear, even though he hasn't played it this season. So if you're not as familiar with this player, this is a champion he loves to play. It's often target banned against him in comps like this, like the Rek'Sai we saw earlier, because he likes to snowball the jungle.
Yep. He hasn't been able to do that.
Not this game so far, but you know, he's got a lot more time left. You know, I mean, he's Volibear, so it's not a ton of time, but there's still more opportunities. And Rascal's just trying to win this one by himself.
Yeah, Piccolo doesn't quite have the fear available as Cuz is rolling on in. Karis moves out of the way. Distortion's pretty powerful, and now it's Rascal catching some waves underneath this turret. Dudu's heading back towards that top side as Aiming's going to shove out this wave. And Rascal going to respect the fact that OnFleek is likely in the area, and is now just going to rotate up. Like, well, I guess we're giving this one away.
Yeah, they have Rift Herald on the top, though, so this is going to be a win for KT Rolster. They might even get a charge on that inner.
Yeah, it's a huge trade up.
Yeah, like...
And look at this as well. I love this from Rascal. He's like immediately identifies that being in the bottom lane is something he's not allowed to do.
Just going to take the jungle.
Yeah, and that's going to deny any sort of clear from OnFleek to try and get himself an advantage. Meanwhile, they managed to lock down this. HLE is busy smacking the wall over there, but she will come back and look for this inner turret as well. And you can see, really behind the play is HLE Esports. Rascal notices that there are only 2 minions with barely any health.
I think they
yeah, this is definitely there.
There's just no answer here for HLE Esports. Karis does not have teleport to come up to this turret and defend, and he's getting pushed in, and this is not a trade up at all for HLE Esports, as you said. And the farm that's lost here is on to Dudu, and he really desperately needs it because Rascal doesn't need it as much, still has a CS lead, still is able to catch that wave, has that early kill. So he's actually holding on to a lot of significant gold right now. I love the Executioner's Calling. He picks up here second into the Gwen.
Oh, this is just such a fantastic game for Rascal. Again, KT Rolls are playing the better macro play here.
Yeah.
Having that faster lane swap, and Hanwha Esports just really getting caught off guard by this.
And it's also like, what I really like is its identification of what your draft gives you the ability to do, right? And last game, we saw a Karma support not really do too much, but having a range advantage on the bottom side of the map gives you more than just lane pressure, especially when you're talking about Karma, who does have all that pushing power as well. But if you just have ranged auto attacks, starting a sieging opportunity earlier in the game is so much more possible.
Yep.
And this is something that we used to see utilized all the time, but now because there's so much engage put into the support role, we see it less and less and less, and Life identifies that, you know, he was one of our old, you know, Enchanter support aficionados and is now utilizing the Renata very, very well. I mean, I know it's just like she has ranged auto attack, I can hit turret from further away, but it works already.
She helps push minions. She's very good at it. A little bit of AoE with her rockets, and so yeah, I mean, it's a good point you raise, and they were ahead of the play. Like, they planned it out way ahead, which means that this is something that's practiced for KT.
Yeah.
Which is something we say a lot about comps for KT that we're not sure about, and we're always like, oh, I don't feel great about this. You know, I think Hanwha Esports more well-rounded. Then you see how KT pulls the comp off, and you could tell they've been scrimming this. They've been practicing this style of play, you know, quite significantly, and it's working out for them. And the push here on the top side means Rascal has this lane super wide open, is going to have a lot of power on the top side for deep vision.
And their homework has been done. Like you were saying, that deep vision is there for the Crocodile as well. As OnFleek pops over the wall, and Aiming's just happily throwing out zaps in front of 3 people. And they have the lead.
They have one Drake here, but can they even grab the second is the real question, because Renekton having so much power in the rotation and the collapse here, the sandwich.
I mean, I'm all about spoilers today. Gave away Batman. Batman Begins from like 20 years ago. The spoiler here is that KT get the Drake.
Yeah, I just don't think you can really contest this as Hanwha Esports, unfortunately. You're too far behind on the map, as Dudu takes an opportunity to push up towards the turret, but as soon as KT identified that there's not going to be a fight for this, Rascal's already coming back up there. I don't think he'll be able to get a plate. And Vikla does have teleport, so if he tries to force anything, you actually die as Dudu here. But he won't. He's just going to push this in, and then once Rascal shows up, he'll back away. But he doesn't gain anything from this, you know?
Yep. Vikla as well has been able to keep up in farm even after falling down for that first blood. We have to remember that Hanwha Esports did get off to a better start this time around. It just has been answered very nicely. I think the whole Rift Herald passage of play was so well orchestrated behind an identification of what your draft is good at. And I just love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. As OnFleek's back's going to get stopped by a big old rocket.
Very annoying, but very successful, as once again, pings down here for Gwen, going, oh, I'm going to have to go clean up this Rascal mess on the top side. And Aiming is just catching waves here. He doesn't have any kills or assists, but picked up a lot of that gold on the top side of the map early on, so is feeling very comfortable with his position right now into a Kai'Sa who doesn't have a tempo advantage to try to continue to execute on people. He's down a level right now, at least temporarily here, and it's really feeling like Hanwha Esports' win conditions are going to be around Karus in this game. Like, he's going to have to find a pick. He's going to have to catch the enemy jungler, catch the enemy AD carry in the jungle. It's tough to do without vision control, but the lead that KT has in that regard isn't permanent per se.
Yep. I really like the fact that Life and Aiming have really coordinated their skins as well, because this is the most Zorn Jinx skin. Actually, a bit of an underrated Jinx skin, I'm not going to lie. A bit of a fan of it. And, you know, being able to now play with the new Zorn character as a far more Zorn-esque skin, just love to see it. I think he would have been tempted to take the Arcane skin, but I think he's absolutely made the right choice.
Going all in on the theme,
yeah,
you know?
Very, very cool.
It's not Powder there, that's Jinx.
Yeah, that is.
Game.
It is definitely Jinx. And that way, they can team up more effectively because their ideals are in line. Man. Absolutely fantastic. Hopefully that got us some bat chests in the chat.
Oh, I know it did, for sure. I have no doubt.
Yeah.
Well, right now, Rift Herald's up, and Hanwha Esports are in a position where they really want to fight for this. They do not have control of the top wave, but, I mean, you've got to be so decisive here because guess who's pushing bottom? It's Rascal, and he can teleport in at any moment.
I just want Cuz to ult into the middle of this one. He is going to throw down a little bit of damage there with the E, but otherwise hasn't started anything up as Rascal's booking it. They really want to get in here. That is a precast, and the Dominus is going to say go. That is a very dead Rakan. He couldn't get anything done there at all as Cuz uses his ult defensively, but that was the right choice. Dudu not immune this game as Samdi's trying to do some funny business. Does ult and flash to get away, but if you're just trying to get away, it's not going to give you enough. Dudu does manage to get the eye, but that is all they'll be able to pick up and say about that one.
Yeah, and he's dead too, so not going to be putting it down anywhere relevant anytime soon, as this was the right call to go to Rift Herald as Hanwha Life Esports, also with the Gwen pushing top side, yes, Rascal's bottom side. But as Hanwha, you come here, you look for a start, you look for a fight, but you do not start this. Especially with everybody positioned in the pit into a Renata ultimate, also massive value here on the Renekton. And Rascal's like, thank you very much. I actually just did way more damage than I had any right to do in a team fight like this. Oh, the setup here for Hanwha Life Esports was so poor. The idea was correct to try to force the fight with the comp they have. And, you know, if KT was like, well, we'll just push bottom, then Gwen gets a push top, and they'll trade a turret at least. So it's not like the end of the world, but to start that one up like that, it almost looked like they wanted to get away with getting the Herald and not force the fight, so maybe they weren't on the right page, but
yeah,
either way, this was a disaster.
I think a lot of people would say that like it's difficult for KT's comp to make a play like that, but I really like the identification of the fact that you have Volibear and Renekton. You want to go for fights like this, and with the fact that Rascal is so much at their money, they get him in there with his Dominus running, and they play around that, and things are just going to go better. So
yeah, Hanwha Life Esports
nicely
just
played from KT.
They softballed him this fight, you know, like, and then KT are like, well, this is exactly what we want, and then they just smash it.
Yeah,
looking very good here, looking very confident for Rascal to maybe even get a double POG this game with his start so far.
It's looking good for it so far, especially after that early play where he's just got a million solo kills. Shirley pops down very early in this one, rhyme unintended. And she is going to look for the charge and not going to get it, as that's a great fear onto Dudu. Everfrost comes through, but just barely misses the back of the dress there. As Rascal's trying to get forward, there's another Dominus as the Shadow Surge will connect. It's a double kill already for aiming, and I have a feeling this game is really fallen by the wayside as Vikla looks for another fear and isn't going to quite find it, isn't going to die either as Karis doesn't quite have enough damage.
Life just going to give him some extra shielding there, and he is A-okay. Almost pulls off the snipe as well, because the Shadow Surge recast there was actually pretty fantastic after getting that first takedown.
Yep.
And the fact that he's able to hit Karis is more impressive than what happened after that. But, man, yeah, I think we could stamp this game is over on the front page of this one.
Yeah,
that's
what it says in the Daily Prophet. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's moving images, you know. And you know, Sirius Black has been caught. He's back in Azkaban.
It's just an image of Rascal and his solo POG. With I guess it's Subin today. You know, it's just the two of them.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we're doing remote interviews now, so. I lie. It wouldn't look like that. That's not what the future holds. But you know what? It's the idea that counts. Is this engage from Vikla is just really nice, and he has Rascal on the flank angle, and he's just like, oh, I'll take my opportunity to ult in. Look at it, right onto Samdi, the 80 carry, instantly dead because there's also a follow-up Jinx rocket from aiming.
Yeah.
And that's all you need. Oh, the 80 carry is dead? Well, there's no hope here. OnFleek's already like, well, I'm starting red buff. I'm just conceding the point. And let's watch this one more time here from Vikla's perspective. He's like, I'm going.
And everybody goes with him. Absolutely fantastic. Finds the blind. Ulti as well.
Man, he is chewing that gun real fast, it looks like, as well on the player cam. I don't know what if he was or if he was just talking.
That's actually
really
how you get your APM up.
Yeah.
It's all about the rhythm.
Speed talking or speed chewing, I don't know what that was, but his mouth is moving real fast in that moment. Yeah, well, we're going to watch Hanwha Life Esports crumble.
So sad. OnFleek moves in, he's like, I am threatening, and KT are like, what? They didn't notice.
KT are like, I'll kill you if you take one step closer. And OnFleek was like, you know what? I will appreciate my KDA. You know what? I will just take these wolves instead.
Baron's up in 25 seconds, and KT might just go over there.
Oh, I think so. I mean, look at how fed Jinx is. She got her Runa in second.
Going for the Hurricane.
She's just so ahead, and there's so much AoE damage between the Renekton and
and also, like, all of Hanwha wants to dive on top of her, so you may as well, like, kill both the, like, all of, like, the Gwen, the Kai'Sa, and the Rakan at the same time, and maybe Karis as well if he also gets in there.
It's crazy too. He's got a stopwatch, so he has never really had any risk.
And honestly, like, the sad thing about aiming this game is he won't get to do that much damage in most of these fights just simply because the follow-up rockets, like the ult from him is all he really does. The damage has already been done. Like, they're already dead before he gets there.
That's some first world problems right there. It's like, oh no, they're all dead when I shoot out my rocket. I don't get to use my cool bow and arrow thing.
And all of his like his damage number at the end of the game is just not going to reflect how good of a game he's had.
Yeah,
really
he definitely. He should make a complaint to HR about that, I think.
To HR.
Yeah. It's like, I feel like my incredible amount of success isn't being recognized effectively.
And I feel like my teammates are really just making me look bad by playing so well, and all I can do is, you know, cherry on top the rockets. I mean, I've got 3 kills and 2 assists, but it's just not enough for me.
I feel like we're putting words in Aiming's mouth here that are undeserved.
No,
Definitely not what Aiming is saying. It's what we feel about this Jinx.
He's just, I mean, he's got a free game ahead of him. He's got a 500 gold bounty, and he is ready to shoot people who are engaged upon by Cuz and Vikla.
And Rascal has a chainsword and a stopwatch. He is just very happy with how things are going.
He's very steampunk.
Yeah, he's like a Chaos Space Marine, something like that. Just feeling very, very good. As now Rascal is pushing on the bottom side. Dudu does have his Ignite at the ready, but not very many items, as Life is going to spot him. Gwen is immune, but how immune is kind of the question here, as he gets his hand shaken and will just lose his turret. That was the agreement that was being made there between Life and Dudu. They shake hands, they agree that this turret doesn't belong on Summoner's Rift anymore and will be removed.
Yep, it's gone. And who else is gone? It might be Vista here.
Yeah, he's going to get scared, but he does manage to grand exit.
Because it's like, okay, I'll just kill the mini wolf instead. Yeah, good luck with that one, Samdi. I don't think you were pressing the R button on any of these long-distance void shots here this game around. He's got his Phantom Dancer now, so if he can live more than 1 second in the team fight, he will get some value out of that, but I don't know if that's going to be the case in any subsequent team fights based on what we saw last time.
Is that the requirement? Like, live more than 1 second, please?
Yeah.
Samdi's like, oh, I reckon I can almost do it.
If he hits 2 autos, if he hits 2 autos, man, he'll proc that passive and start to really go a little bit faster and pass through units. And Spectral waltz his way to a loss, unfortunately. Like, this game is well and truly done. 7,000. I didn't realize the gold lead was as big as it was because it's only a 7-kill game, but yeah. 6.6 thousand. That's the gold lead here.
It's a big one, especially for 23 minutes into this game, which is why we've sort of devolved into some weird conversation here, because when you say that it's over at about 15 minutes and it continues to be just as over as the game goes on, it gets tough. As now OnFleek's going to get caught out of position. He ults to try and keep himself alive. I just don't think it's going to work. The zap not quite there. Super Mega Death Rocket will seal the deal. Rascal now looking for the flank. Dudu is going to go golden. That is going to delay the inevitable, as it's actually Aiming that grabs that kill. It's a double here for the Jinx, who actually got some autos off. So cancel that appointment with HR, as KT now going to push down that mid lane.
Yeah, Rascal a bit of a later flash here, not able to actually stop the escape from Samdi, who did flash, had to cleanse as well and ult his way out of here. But now you've got ultimate control over this Mountain Soul. And, I mean, you know, as KT here, it's Mountain Soul point, but you just don't even care. Like, this is just a formality at this point. You're like, well, I will take the Drake so that they don't come over here and get that bounty, because this is just not that significant. Because, like, I'm being facetious, but man, is it dire here.
It's a toughie to analyze at this stage, because this is wallets that really should not be this powerful at this point in the game. I like that the zap lands and Amy's like, oh, what, he's still immune? This is frustrating. There's so much immunity. Throws a gigantic rocket at him.
Yeah, and I mean, Samdi cleanses really well here and has to flash to get over the wall, as Rascal didn't get him before that, so they can't chase any further. Yeah, this situation is so dire, you should just open a new tab, listen to Dire Docs, make yourself feel better if you're a Hana Life esports fan. Just mute us. We don't have anything else to say about this game.
No, don't say that. We got heaps of things to say. We can even sing Dire Docs to you. And we've got it. It's absolutely fine. Any other song as well, just let us know. As long as it's, you know, from the early Nintendo 64 era video games. We can do that. We can definitely do that. I want some Bubble Gloop Swamp. We can do Bubble Gloop Swamp.
Okay, hold on.
Vikla, yeah, might actually find something here, as he's doing a lot of damage to Vista, goes golden at full health, and Rascal turns up. It was 3 versus 1, but now it's 3 versus 5. It's completely unfair. Dudu goes golden with his Zhonya's. He tries to snip Aiming, but Aiming's just going to throw bullets at him. And now KT demonstrating that, yeah, there's just no hope for Harmor Life Esports.
This is the part of the song that's like dun 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 dun. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's not really not, it's not Harmor Life Esports' day.
Yeah, no. The drafting here for KT is definitely not without its holes and its issues, but we mentioned it, you said it first, you know, this is a skill thing for Rascal. If he pulls it off, it can be a good comp, and he did.
Vikla got caught, by the way.
Yeah, quote unquote, as he's like stopwatch. And
Look at how
Rascal's
fast
here.
that bear was! He was bailed out, and actually he was bailed in!
Yeah, and Dudu's just trying to buy time here so that maybe KT can't actually end after their attempted dive onto, or not dive,
얘네
but
여기 있다
party
여기 있다
bush.
들어왔다.
Oh, he knows. They actually knew.
They knew this whole time?
Wow.
Oh, if I had have seen the W go off in the brush, oh, sorry, the E go off in the brush, I would have known too, but I didn't.
Yeah, well, you know,
Didn't I
we
look up?
didn't have that information, but
Go
they
ahead,
just
go
gave
ahead,
it
go
to us now as Vikla's popping off.
Super sick, actually.
에.
The fact that that is an orchestrated play makes it even cooler, and it was already cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I mean, in some ways I feel like it would have been like cooler if it wasn't orchestrated, because it's like, damn, they were just all like ready to collapse on that. I don't know, I guess both ways could be good.
Yep. I mean, if they're just up there for no reason, though, it makes it kind of less cool. I don't know. It's like, it's sort of like there's multiple
It's
ways.
more impressive, but less cool, maybe. Yeah.
Well, Super Mega Death Rocket will just say, why are you guys here? And they say, because there's the bounty on this turret and we want to get something, as the Baron is going to allow KT to take down this inhibitor turret. And so the trade, I wouldn't say is up for Harmor Life Esports.
They got a bounty,
getting
though?
stuff. Yeah, getting stuff when you're this far behind. It's 10,000 gold at 27 minutes, guys. What do you want from Harmor Life? Is Vista looking for a bit of a flank?
The biggest flank of all time.
This is a brave Rakan walking on vision. He knows that it's there. As, yep, the storm will land, and he gets a battle dance onto his teammates, and will be able to make it out. But that was just sort of a mission for Vista, and not much is going to come from it.
Mission failed. We'll get him
Yeah.
next time. Oh no.
Yeah, there were some exclamation marks above his head there, I think.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, he made the attempt. You don't have any options as Harmor Life Esports. We don't have surrenders in the LCK, so.
True. Loyalty program comes down. That's going to shield up Vikla just a little bit. Samdi ulted, I think, as it's another decent fish. Shadow Surge did actually land there. So let's see whether Vikla actually decides to go back in. The turret is turned off as the Jinx is taken down. So now KT might have to back away. That was overly excited. Samdi wishes he still had that ult.
Yeah, and if they had maybe been able to pull off the bailout there, then aiming comes back to life, but it doesn't happen. You know, he hit it, like Life actually was able to put it on him, but they weren't able to get a kill, so.
Maybe it was because Harmor didn't kill him in time or something like that. It made the timing weird, because maybe that's what they were going for.
It's very tricky, but at the end of the day here, this is a really...
It's like KT kind of outplayed themselves, if that's actually what happened.
Yeah, well, let's see, because Vikla's at the back doing a lot of
Great
damage here.
Really nice quickness.
Stopwatch is really good. Yeah, they just don't get the kill fast enough as he ticks down extremely quickly.
Yep.
Burst, and KT is still in firm control of this game, but they will actually have to struggle for prio here on what would have been their soul if they had the advantage here.
Well, Jinx is going to make her way over. A Super Mega Death Rocket should be able to come in first, and they have a lot of vision. Rascal also has about as many items as he wants.
No ults for KT either, really, across the board outside of the rocket.
Yeah. Almost have. Okay, never mind. KT not going to be able to find their soul. Shadow Surge will come forward, though, as Vikla looking to lock down Cuz. He does have his ult available and does go immune for a little while, and it is going to be the bailout utilized onto the Crocodile, but it's just not enough. The Renata locks down the kill onto the Gwen, but it doesn't get the revive in time. Cuz now in trouble as well, as the Killer Instinct will come through now for Samdi. Life and Cuz now trying to fight this one off, but aiming is once again just dead. Have KT thrown this game? Like, what the heck? What is going on?
They're definitely having some fun here, but I don't think they've thrown the game. I think they're still in firm control over it, but it's giving Harmor Life Esports some opportunities.
It's so frustrating to Cuz here as well as Life. He will die as the chains will arm.
Too.
And now Samdi will lock down another kill, and this is just not
to be
great.
fair, like they're killing the Nexus turrets with minions. I mean, they're not, but the minions are like they're fed up,
the minions have decided not
the minions are like, well, I will just follow my programming and walk down this lane and eventually try to kill the Nexus. And KT, if they win that fight, they win the game. And if they go even on it, they win the game. If they get aced and they don't go even, like if they get crushed on the fight as they kind of did, then they still have
like
they still have a massive
fights
lead.
in a row. It's like 4 fights in a row, and then they lose the game.
That was just a really
Karis,
good one.
yeah, really able to lock this one.
That's the most important part of this, because without the Jinx, you can't win this fight anymore. KT still try to force it because they're like, well, LeBlanc's not here, but he eventually
The immunity circles, man, they were so valuable.
And they took out the Renekton. Now it's just a front-to-back angle here with no ult available for Vikla.
Yeah.
Well, that was a weird angle suddenly. Still is.
No, it's pretty cool. It's just showing that the amount of berserk action that allowed all of the teammates to kill Gwen. Gwen, as it turned out, not immune.
Nope. She was just very angry, a little bit upset.
Yeah. Bit of hijinks to be thrown out there by Life. But also, as you can see as well, Hanwha was still able to win the fight because there was no Jinx. And KT, they can't really afford to make mistakes like this, right? When...
I mean, yes, they can.
I mean, yes, they can.
They shouldn't do it, but they can afford to.
Yeah. Life is looking to try and grab Vista here, but he's not going to get engaged on.
Now, if they do
like
it, like you said, like 3 more times and lose this and go to a game 3, they can't be affording that, because game score also matters for their potential miracle run to playoffs. So you definitely want to take that 2-0. That is going to be of the utmost importance.
Indeed. Well, Baron is now up, and that is going to give them an avenue in order to do that. And one of the things KT have afforded themselves is a plethora of control of the map. As now Hanwha are going to come over and try and stop this. It's not going to work, as there is a Kraken Slayer Jinx, and she tears through that Baron extraordinarily quickly. And so now, once again, KT in some control. But that gold lead has certainly evaporated. It was 10,000, Wolf.
Yeah.
Now it's only 6.
It's, that's a 40% decrease.
Yeah, Hanwha Life Esports stocks on the rise.
But there's still, they still have so much money. They have so many items. They have a Renekton pushing down towards this inhib. Bottom inhibitor is open and just respawned. As Chorus, they need to make sure they don't get flanked. And once again, this time they don't know where Rakan's coming from.
Yeah, it's a good little fear onto OnFleek, but now he's going to turn himself around, try and come back in again. Vista trying to be the hero as in goes Sundi into the back line, as it is going to be aiming, picking up the bailout this time. The bottom lane is destroyed, and now he's just popping off. He will be able to make this one work. Dudu going to go down as an afterthought, and KT, they get it right this time. They'll take down the top lane inhibitor, and they will move forward for the win. As Karis looks to try and get rid of Life, but if everyone just groups around aiming, they should be able to protect him.
2-0 and 5. Karis did his best, man. He certainly tried. He had some heroic moments, but Rascal getting a massive lead.
Ooh, gets another one.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Rascal getting a massive lead in this game, snowballing things so beautifully, aiming, having such great setup all game long to actually just press rockets and kill people. Yeah, I think Vikla will definitely get some votes here. I put mine in for Rascal because I thought he just dominated super hard, but Vikla played extremely well. Cuz had his moments on the volley bear through the mid game. It was a great team effort until very last crazy moments, but they still had such a lead that it was their game to throw away. And they will take the series 2-0. Their easiest last opponent on their way to playoffs, right? So the expectation was that they win this series and they win it 2-0. Like, let's not sugarcoat this, but
and
it's the easiest one for them. The road gets harder from here.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it means that Hanwha Life Esports go down to like less than 1% chance of making playoffs as well, but they're not 100% out. The series against Genji will decide whether or not they have been eliminated entirely. Unless I'm wrong, there could be some like weird math, but just going down wins and things like this.
Yeah, I think you're right.
There is a possibility that they can make it towards 6, which is the minimum potential amount of wins in order to get towards playoffs, I believe.
KT have, actually it's not as tough of a run as I thought it would be, because their next opponent is Live Sandbox, which is definitely
That's winnable. That is also our match of the week as well, because it's so pivotal for the playoffs.
And then Nongshim, which is, you wouldn't think winnable early on in the season, but right now feels very winnable. Their final one is Genji, who they have defeated before. So like the miracle run, like it could happen here. It's definitely theoretically possible.
Don't get excited. However, I do see it. I do definitely see it. There is a possibility, although very unlikely and probably not going to happen, guys. We just don't have. we're not interested or excited, or we don't care at all about whether KT can make it, because that will give them the biggest shot
and of course,
getting there.
The next matchup that we have tonight for Frederick Breon up against Live Sandbox also will matter a lot for KT. If Frederick Breon end up losing that series where they are massively favored with some COVID issues that we'll talk about later on, then that gives KT one extra potential chance to get in. Because it's really Kwangdong Freaks and Frederick Breon that are on track for playoffs at the moment, but a few slip-ups, you know, is why it's so important that everybody plays at their best right now and why KT takes this 2-0. So this series is impacted, KT's future is impacted by this series today and the second one, as Hirai, really, you know, feeling like
taking
good
care
job,
of his boys.
Yeah,
taking care of his boys. Hirai being a veteran of the scene for a really long time, and Vikla so new to this squad. I thought he had a pretty fantastic showing in his first couple of wins here. We mentioned that he was looking good. I mean, of course, in the second game, he wasn't doing a whole lot. He was sort of trying to allow the rest of his team to win after he got picked off for First Blood, but still had a few of these good Shadow Surges to get things done in the mid-game.
Yeah, that one around the bottom Drake pit was pretty fantastic. I think Rascal's going to walk away with a big W on this one after this play, and then this play, which was, again, premeditated by Honor Life Esports, just giving him a layup, basically, to come in here and spin around with his Q and press his R button. And this is the Shadow Surge we were talking about that was so great for Vikla, which leads to early double kill for aiming. And, I mean, I really like the comp here for KT. They got so ahead that we didn't really have to talk about the subtleties of it, but the fact that they had the Renata to actually help peel against Honor Life's comp, the bailout so strong for the Jinx in moments like this, too, and even for the Renekton, who has a pretty large health pool, so has a little bit of extra time to actually get that reset. It was pretty cool. Like, I like the idea of it a lot. We're seeing Renata, I feel like, not define the game she's in, but you can see the reasons why she's picked. In some of these games she's won so far in the LCK, it could have been pretty much anything, but still, I mean, I like the idea of the comp.
I like the idea into a lot of dive and burst, right? Because then you get to protect your carry by allowing them to die and then possibly get a return kill, which then revives them and all that sort of cool stuff, right? So the theory is really awesome. And we saw that, you know, some of the berserks kind of worked out here. This one, which netted the kill onto the Gwen. But
it wasn't
still,
enough to turn it.
It was not. It's sort of like Renata's like a fun theory, but doesn't really like work that consistently. Especially just yet, as teams haven't necessarily figured out the best ways of making it.
Yeah, these are the final moments here, where it was just such a clean attempt from Vista, but you're so far behind, and aiming does die, quote-unquote, but then he gets bailed out, and this is just the attempts here for Honor Life Esports were always, can we kill the Jinx? And when they did, they won that miraculous team fight 10,000 gold down when Cars gets a freebie. But in these, when they cannot do it, it doesn't matter. Nice try, though. Yep. And they're calling out LeBlanc's flanking, and they react.
I like
They've
how
got so much communication.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I like paying attention to in these comms when you've got newer players coming in. Just see how much they're actually saying, how much they're contributing. And Vikla does look like he is giving a lot here to this team at the moment as far as the comms are concerned. And that's definitely a good sign moving forward here for KT. I think a lot of people miss Arya, but he wasn't performing. And Vikla comes in, and already you're seeing that this team's getting better.
Certainly. Really exciting turnaround for KT in the most dire of hours, and the start of what could have been an amazing win for them over T1 to break the streak. They weren't able to pull it off in the end, but like that was the starting point. This is just kind of the balls rolling down the hill, and with the matchups leading forward like I was talking about, on paper, theoretically possible. The signs earlier said 15% chance, but I think the miracle run is coming. This is step one of many they will need.
I don't predict that that will happen at all. I think there's next to no chance that KT do it, and so therefore I think KT are prepared the best as possible in order to do it. Damn, it's really difficult to make this one work. But from these two Shens, we are going to throw it over to the other two Shens on the carpet space.
Hello, thank you. This is the other two Shens here to break down the game. And yeah, I mean, KT Rolster looking pretty good now with some swaps right in their roster, specifically one in that mid lane. Vikla having a pretty nice game, and it all starts here with the draft chronicler. What did you think to start?
Honor Life took a really big risk, as they always do in drafting. This is something that they've been doing pretty consistently, I'd personally say, which is going really hard on execution-based drafts and then kind of wait for it to work out, which I think is a risk. I think the Kai'Sa response has worked out well into Jinx, but picking it that early makes it really easy. I don't expect the Kai'Sa to actually be banned if you leave it open. So I would have much rather seen them keep that pick for a little bit later. The LeBlanc is fine as well, but especially after last game, maybe let that Twisted Fate go and go for the Vexban instead, which has been a very popular counter pick. Worked out really well. Rascal's Renekton in his back. He gets a solo kill without even using Dominus. I don't really know what to tell you. That R5 Gwen not working out whatsoever. And honestly, we can talk about draft, but this is really one of those games where the player gap is just too big. Like honestly, ever since Vikla's come in, the KT looks so much better.
They really do. I mean, this looks like an entirely new roster, it feels like. They are reinvigorated, and sometimes it's not just the player that gets subbed in or subbed out or anything like that. Sometimes it's just a change of environment, a change of attitude perhaps, and KT have been performing really, really well since then. The hand stiff was real in this game, and HLE Esports, you know, unfortunately for them, I think they are going to have to look towards next season, because with this loss, they won't have much of a chance. But guys, we do have the first highlight ready to go, so we can hop into that and talk about this game.
This is one of those games where, especially in the early game, there wasn't that much action. The action that did happen was through some, I want to say, sloppy play. It's maybe a bit too aggressive, but some less careful play. Because the early game was extremely clean from KT, and that is really the takeaway from this game, is that they are very aware of their pushing strength, their pushing power. Love this rocket here. That actually sets up a threat of Rascal. He can actually threaten now, even in this 1v2. They need to respect him accordingly. And that gives KT the time to get so much gold early on in their Jinx. And then from that point onward, right, like with the outer fall, or the inner rather, falling this early, the power curve of the composition that you run for KT is so good, because this is a comp that needs to get ahead, not with Jinx, and obviously Renata skills really well. Her laning phase is kind of so-so, but that top side really wants to get ahead and stay ahead, and they did. And then even if aiming gets caught once, you know, even if you get a couple of funny team fights, who cares? Doesn't matter, because they've built their early lead so well.
Yeah, they really did, and also their execution in some of those team fights was quite nice. Outside of Karis desperately trying to carry himself out of the hole.
He tried so hard, man.
He really did. We are going to take a look at highlight number 2 first off and talk a little bit about this Drake fight.
Honestly, it's another example of just how far at this point you're already behind, right? 3K is no small margin. And it's a beautiful Shadow Surge, immediate rocket, right? Like this type of synergy from a player that has just been here, that has gotten here very recently, is really nice. Was this necessary? No, not even a little bit. Aiming actually has to invest his heal to keep him alive, but doesn't really matter. They pick up the Drake, they get the objective, right? And yep, that is... Maybe the minion would have gotten it, if not for all the healing you received from life as well. And from that point on, again, there was a really nice catch from Karis that made me very excited, even though it meant nothing. There was the topside play from Vikla, but all of that was... It was fun, but the game was basically over at this point.
Yeah, for sure. Guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go. Let's see who picks it up for game number 2, as it will be Rascal once again, this time on the Croc.
Oldie but a goodie for Rascal. I was expecting some split votes. I actually thought Life had a wonderful game on the Renata as well. Maybe some aiming votes. I went with Vikla because I think his setups are really good, but honestly, we are not the biggest Renekton fans. Generally, but there are moments like this where you see the value of the pick, and sometimes it doesn't provide that when a player that is not as adept as Rascal pilots it, but you can see how much power and aggressiveness he's able to add to these fights. The lockdown, the health, the dominuses are all just really, really good. Rascal, barring maybe Fred Brian and Lord Morgan, is the best at it when it comes to actually finding the flanks, finding the angles that you need to be a huge nuisance on the Crocodile.
Yeah, just incredibly impressive, right? And you and Media together this time around, joining forces. But yeah, I mean, he deserves some love as well this time around. It makes sense that he does pick up the 2 votes in this case. But either way, Rascal does pick it up, and we will have a solo interview with him. And for now, we're going to throw it over to Jisun for the translation for that interview.
안녕하세요. Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the POG interview translation, joined by Rascal, the solo POG from KT roster. This marks the end of KT's 6-loss streak, and your chances of making playoffs has jumped to 32%. I am so desperate for the playoffs, and with this 2-0 victory, I think we have higher chances, so it feels great. Yeah, it's been a while, and the losing streak actually lasted longer than everyone expected. What was the communication like during that slump? So during the losing streak, definitely the team atmosphere was really down. So we were kind of losing our confidence as well. But all together, as a team, we had a lot of discussion, around the gameplay, and also we played a lot of board games together, to build more teamwork. So we were able to kind of find some good synergy. Game number 1, KT. With the 4th pick Galio, we could see that Camille Galio duo coming, but Hana Life played Cyan top. So was that something you expected from them? I mean, they already had TF and they didn't bend Gwen, so I thought they were gonna pick Camille. So we were actually hovering Camille for the 4th pick. But recently we didn't really practice Camille in scrims, and Galio himself alone is still really good. So we wanted to just lock in Galio first, but somehow they actually let Camille through as well, so we were able to complete that comp. And also, without any critical accident, we knew that we were gonna win. And Divecom has become a meta draft these days. It used to be poke into dive into poke, stuff like that. So how do you rate Divecom right now? I think it's mainly because one of the dive picks are very flexible. They can go to multiple lanes, and also they have a lot of CCs, so it kind of actually buys more agency for the players. And Vikla, one of the emergency call-up players, is getting a lot of acknowledgements. So what was the process of building teamwork and synergy with him? Vikla, he's pretty bald, and also he's really confident. So I hope he can keep that vibe and keep just doing what he's doing right now. Any message over to him? Let's work harder. We got this. Well, Renekton has become signature pick of other players this stage, Morgan or Doran. So how do you rate this champion in the current meta? I'm not sure whether it's really good, but today was the right situation to play Renekton. Then let's take a look at that solo kill highlight, secured by Rascal's Renekton. So at first, the trade was really good on my side, and then even if Xin Zhao comes for a gank, I was pretty sure that he will not able to get any value out of it in this situation. So I was really confident, even going for the 2v1 together with Xin Zhao. So did you predict that OnFleek was coming for a gank? I mean, I was like, yeah, he might be coming. I was not 100% sure because I didn't have info. And Rascal, speaking of solo kills, you had 21 solo kills in 21 Spring, 22 in 21 Summer, and now you have stacked up to 23 so far, and which means you are the 3 times back-to-back solo kill leader. I mean, yeah, if you have a very high record in the middle of the split, I do get to be a little bit more greedy about, those stats, but I'm pretty sure, that this might add more pressure to me, so I'm trying not to pay too much attention. And you said you are so desperate and thirsty for the playoffs, which means that your upcoming matches will be so significant. It will be against Lip Sandbox, Nongshim, and Genji. As long as we can keep this form and step up, every opponents are beatable, We can still do it, and also I think we have to be playing with a lot more delicacy during the team fights, but if we can pull that off, we will still have potential. This was Rascal from KT Roaster, and I'm gonna toss it back to the two Shens at the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you for tossing it back, Ji-sun, and thank you for the wonderful translation there of that interview. We will take a look at the standings now to see where is KT after this victory.
Where is KT? Where is that playoffs cutoff? That's a big question. Is currently at 6 games, might end up at 7. So KT still have a little road ahead of them, but I'm gonna echo the sentiment that we've seen a lot. Ever since Viklat joined this team, they look revitalized. We have seen in the past how a single player can really change the dynamic of a team, and that seems to have been a success here. So if KT can maintain this momentum, I would not be surprised to see them sneak their way in. Is there going to be over Kwangdong? Is there going to be over Fred Brion? We don't know yet. There might even be someone coming from below them in some crazy scenarios, because it is still very close.
Could happen. We don't know. Still 3 series left for KT. But guys, speaking of series, the next one will be Fred Briant up against Liv Sandbox. That one will be in about an hour, so make sure you join us for that one. Again, very important for the standings here and for playoffs. But until then, join us for the second series.
롤도 보고 LCK도 복습하고 영어도 배우는 바쁜 현대 사회에 딱 어울리는 콘텐츠.
분명 어디서 많이 들어봤는데 무슨 뜻인지 남들한테 물어보기 조금 민망할 때 저희가 답을 드리겠습니다.
울프쌤과
정현쌤의
내일 클래스 지금 시작합니다. 매일 주 LCK 중계에서 나온 표현을 가르쳐주는 Call of the Week. 지난주 광동 프릭스 대 농심 경기에서 나온 한트를 다시 한번 볼게요.
To try and stop the re-engage, but as you can see, the Baron is still going down low. That quick draw paid for itself. The Magnet Storm was so good, and this is the wombo combo they were looking for. Dread.
광동 프릭스가 멋지게 한터 이긴 거 보고 This is the wombo combo they were looking for. 이렇게 말하는데요. 게임에서 여러 가지 스킬 연결 엄청 잘 됐을 때 wombo combo라고 해요. 한국어 해설 표현으로 번역하면 미친 스킬 연계, CC 연계로 이해하면 돼요. 그동안 우리 레어 클래스에서 배운 표현들이랑 같이 활용해볼까요? Wow, that wombo combo was insane. That was a sick wombo combo. 일상에선 좋은 일이나 안 좋은 일이 주르륵 겹칠 때 쓸 수 있어요. 1교시 수업 시각해서 교수님이 너 왜 늦었어? 물어보면 I overslept and there was too much traffic and I left my wallet at home and my dog ate my essay. I got wombo comboed. 그러면 wombo combo 핑계 대지 말라고 교수님한테 혼나겠죠. 여러분에겐 CC 연계처럼 좋은 일들만 wombo combo로 일어나길 바래요.
롤 챔피언 대사로 영어를 배우는 챔피언 세스. 비록 협곡에서 자주 볼 순 없지만 오직 스킬 이름만으로 유명해진 챔피언이 있죠. 오늘의 주인공은 바로 우디르입니다. 우리가 흔히 일상에서 태도를 휙휙 바꾸는 사람에게 우디르급 태세 전환이다 라는 표현을 쓰는데요. 태세를 영어로는 스탠스라고 합니다. 스탠스, 입장, 태도, 자세라는 뜻인데요. 한국어에서도 평상시 많이 쓰는 표현이에요. 너 그런 애매한 스탠스 취하지 마! 라든지 긴축 스탠스, 완화 스탠스, 정책 스탠스처럼 각종 기사에서 쓰이는 단어들과 같은 뜻입니다. 우리 팀 원들이 바텀 라인을 열심히 밀고 있길래 한번 다이브 가보려고 했더니 갑자기 뒤로 빼요. Are you going to push the lane or not? What's your stance? 너 라인 밀 거야 안 밀 거야? 뭐 어떡할 건데? 이런 식으로 의견을 물어볼 수도 있고요. 발표하러 앞에 나간 친구가 엄청 경직돼 있을 때 Look at his stance. He seems nervous. 자세 봐봐. 긴장했나 봐. 처럼 물리적인 포즈나 자세를 언급할 때도 스탠스를 쓸 수 있습니다. 지금까지 태세 전환이 우디르급이다 라고 할 때 태세, 스탠스를 배워봤습니다.
협곡에서 자주 쓰는 단어나 표현을 딥하게 파고드는 rolling in the deep. 선수들이 스크림 성적이 좋았다, 스크림에서 엄청 강했다 이런 말 많이 하잖아요.
내가 또 스크림에서 다 퍼뜨리고 다녔지.
아주 걱정됐었는데 스크림 때 잘 됐다.
여기서 스크림이 정확히 무슨 단어인지 알고 있나요? 스크림! 할 때 스크림 아니고 스크림, scrimmage 줄임말이에요. scrimmage, 난투, 연습 경기라는 단어인데요. 스크림 뜻이 뭐지? 궁금해서 영어 사전에 검색해보면 완전 다른 뜻이 나와서 당황한 분들 있을 거예요. scream 아니고 scrim도 아니고 scrimmage입니다. They got into a scrimmage 라는 문장은 게임 안에서 정신없는 한타가 벌어졌을 때 혹은 현실에서 사람들끼리 싸움 났을 때 쓸 수도 있어요. After the scrimmage, the players got into a bit of a scrimmage 라고 하면 연습 경기 끝나고 선수들끼리 진짜로 싸움이 났다는 뜻이에요. 평소 우리가 스크림으로 줄여서 쓰는 scrim, 연습 경기, 난투라는 뜻의 scrimmage였습니다. 게임도 보고 영어도 배우는
울프쌤과 정연쌤의 레알 클래스.
오늘은 wombo combo, stance, scrimmage 배워봤어요.
다음 시간에 또 만나요.
See you next time.
Rocket's going to find Ice as Kale goes in there, closes looking for it, gets a couple of flashes. Kellen eats the grey health. There's so many years coming in, but it's just not going to be enough. Bertle turns up. The train has left the station, and the orb deceives the Aphelios.
he's often turned it around in the mid game. So we'll see if that happens once again here.
Yep, well, here is BDD joining Dread, looking to see whether they can lock down Keen. It is, of course, Lee Sin into the Akali as he gets into the Shroud. Perfect execution. Dread is just dead.
안 보이는데 웬만하면 위쪽이긴 할 듯. 레시타. 대신 잡은 거 같아?
Didn't even have to use it, as over the wall, Life wasn't able to support too much on the play. Nicholas gets in there. He lands the stun, and he's going to Akali, assassinate the Akali. It's rough for a lot of the KT laners, as we do have Zeka in no man's land, as he will try to ult and Akali his way out, but Cuz just flashes and lands the Sonic Wave.
좋아되었고 미드 한번 이거 나오면 본다. 아카리 본다.
Stars, Crocos sped up. And now Pioshik looking for a bit of a fight here. The ulti's not really going to be the highest value, but the Shadow Surge absolutely is. And there's the Magnet Storm as well. All of these circular ultimates working absolutely beautifully. And then Deft comes through for the cleanup. Chrono Shift just means you have to die.
이번에 미드 나오는데 저 살짝 봐도 되나 이거? 오케이 나 볼게. 기다. 나이스. 나이 났다. 잘했다 운영.
sky fall and the sun turned black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws. true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another dream, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in, you and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, or I'm Shen, joined by the other Shen. Very excited to get into our final series of the night. This one, very, very important. Last time around, Liv Sandbox were able to take the win over Fred Brion, but Fred Brion are on an unprecedented winning streak here in the LCK. They have reached the highest highs that this team has ever got to. And can they do it again?
That's the expectation, you know, that they'll take this series tonight and further their record, and that'll put them at an extremely high chance of playoffs. A win here, especially if it's done 2-0, just makes it almost certain. It's not, of course, set in stone just yet, but this matchup is really important. If Liv Sandbox lose this one, though, their chances are not up to them, and, I mean, they're going to have to hope and pray that an exactly weird scenario happens for them to get in. And it's pretty much a must-win for both of these teams right now with all the competition around those two final spots.
It's absolutely true. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe it's time to get into some points of the match here as we can guide you through some of the changes. And first, we are going to check out some playoff contention. As you can see, Life Esports still have a chance, as we referred to in our final series, but 0.076% is not exactly odds that I would take if I was a betting man.
If Liv Sandbox lose this series, their chances go from 4% to 0.2778. So theirs go down to less than 1. So it's pretty massive. And if it's a 2-0 for Fred Brion, they go up to over 90%. They're already at the second highest tier of probability in terms of their elo and stuff like that. So a win here tonight would be pretty massive for them. It would basically guarantee not only do they have the best record they've had ever in LCK history, but also their first playoffs.
No, exactly right. It's actually a really exciting time, but unfortunately, it's not going to be participated in by their jungler. Umpty is out this time around. They are going to be subbing in Raptor. Excited to see what he's going to be able to do, but unfortunately, COVID-19 has been striking down a lot of our teams in recent memory, and it only gets worse over on the side of Liv Sandbox, who have basically rebuilt the team with substitutions and, of course, call-ups from Challenger.
It's basically the same as what we saw with DRX bringing their whole Challenger roster. So emergency lineup under unfortunate circumstances without a leader is Fred Brion, because Umpty is one of their biggest shot callers and the shot caller, the main shot caller for the roster. And then Kale is the only one who's remained for Liv Sandbox. Howling, who's been the substitute for the team, comes in. Envy coming through as well for Ice, who actually tested positive at the last possible second.
Yeah, the last moment. Yeah.
For Hambak in the jungle, and 10-10 in the mid lane.
10-10 reminds me of a Genshin Impact content creator who works for Riot in North America. Very exciting stuff. Anyway, this is going to be a brand new Liv Sandbox. It's a very different look for this team. They won't have had all that much time, especially with the very last-minute call-up of Envy over Ice. I mean, even on our literature in front of us, we still have Ice written down, right? So that just shows just how last-minute this had to come in. Very sad. Of course, Umpty let everyone know on Twitter, was pretty down about the whole situation. Such an important moment, having to get subbed out. But Raptor is an exciting prospect. Of course, Chronicler, pretty excited about this one as well. Would have been really cool to have that reptilian vibe if he was up against Croco, but unfortunately that's not going to happen. As we introduce Fred Brion, power of friendship might be hindered.
It's definitely going to be felt here. Morgan will be starting over Sword as well here for Fred Brion. That was, of course, always the plan, regardless of what happened to Umpty at the last possible moment here. But Fred Brion, even with this substitute, are the favored team, and when you consider all of Liv Sandbox's emergency call-ups and substitutions as well, like, this is unfortunate for Umpty and this squad, but Raptor is a strong jungle player in his own right, has a very similar playstyle to Umpty, likes to snowball, likes to get ahead early. So I think Fred Brion will adapt with him pretty nicely. And he also was called up very recently to the main squad as an Umpty substitute before this even happened. So they've already been kind of trying to add him into more scrims and put him into the main roster here. So this is actually not an emergency call-up, but just a straight-up substitution.
Yeah. So this is Fred Brion having the better end of the stick, you'd have to say. But Umpty, of course, is an important part of this team, not necessarily just for the play, but just for who he is and what he offers for the morale. But this is a very different look. As you can see, not the Liv Sandbox you're used to checking out. And we'll just have to see how they're going to do, as there are still, a couple of members that are still here. But Kale and Envy, they do have experience there on the bottom side of the map. However, elsewhere, players like Howling haven't had any time on the Rift thus far, although he has been a substitute for the team for a very long time. And, yeah, it is. It's worrying. You know,
it is.
Humbug and 1010 are going to have, difficult time really with their debut.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you can tell how nervous they're walking on stage. This happens every time with the emergency call-ups because
I'm not gonna lie, 1010 actually looks kind of chill. He looks like he's ready for some business. This might be the new start. I did definitely change my tone very, very quickly there. But, sometimes the vibe is definitely important.
I mean, this is a team that has not only no pre-existing synergy with these players, they have never played on this stage before. They're from one of the weaker teams in Challengers. They didn't know they were playing until moments before. Like, in fact, they had to be rushed to the studio in order to make it on time. Envy as well. You know, been in and out as of late here over ice, but there's just no synergy. We don't even have a key player matchup for today's matchup because the production wasn't ready for it. You know, like it's a very weird scenario here, and it's really sad for both these teams to have to play with substitutes under the circumstances, but especially for Live Sandbox, whose chances of playoffs are already basically zero. Now you add in all of these things, and it's like, oh man, could things be any worse?
Well, it's difficult to get there, Wolf. It really is. But we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see whether they can pull it together, because there is some definitely fun and interesting stats. Of course, 1010, his equal most played. There's 4 champions, but his equal most played is Talon in the mid lane. And we haven't seen very much Talon in the mid lane. This guy likes to get around. You know, they play a bunch of Yumi compositions around it and things like that. So that'll be fun. And there is already pre-existing mid-jungle synergy.
Yeah.
Because both 1010 and Humbug have been brought up together. So
and also, you know, Howling and Envy are on the main roster. They're just substitutes.
Yeah,
so
right.
It's not all bad.
It's the mid-jungle that's going to be the big issue here. Depends how much Howling's actually been screwing with the team, but with the fact that Dove has had his ups and downs, I expect that they will have tried him quite a few times throughout the season. So expect him to be fitting in relatively well. But when you're on stage for the first time, it really does change how things go.
It certainly does.
Yeah, adding the fact that Live Sandbox were able to take the win over ㅣ2022 last time around, that might help instill some confidence here in these new players.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a lot to be learned here. As ㅣ2022 are the home team, they will have blue side advantage. I think there's a lot to talk about as we get into this draft, but it will look disjointed. Like, I will just prepare you guys for the worst. Like, this will look disjointed. It will look like very unusual drafting, as some of the coaching staff also unable to be here today as well.
Exactly.
Like, it goes even deeper. Like, it's a big outbreak in the house. So I don't think 1010 will get to play his Talon mid. He'll either be banned or they just won't have the ability to play around it properly because of the circumstances. So as exciting as it would be to see, I wouldn't get your hopes up for that one. LCK fans at home, I think Live Sandbox should just draft an evergreen front-to-back comp and pray and hope for the best. That's my...
Nope, I have completely the opposite advice. Do the insane. Embrace the crazy and see whether you can come out on top. Because honestly, like, right now, it's extenuating circumstances. It's really, really rough for this team. So you may as well just throw as many wrenches as you possibly can at the gears. You're frustrated anyway. You want to be throwing wrenches. It's fine.
Nobody wants to lose a game, though, extremely one-sidedly in Game 1 and have no mental capacity to come back in Game 2 because it fell apart so bad.
Yeah, but think about the mental damage you do to your opponent if you win with the crazy.
I suppose. I mean, you're very optimistic about this.
I just want to see some weird and wonderful League of Legends. That's all I'm into. Well, Volibear to be banned away here as Humbug going to have that one removed.
Humbug likes to play very early games. So does Raptor, and try to snowball the game. It's been a very common strategy for him. And so, you know, with the Volibear popularity right now as it is in LCK and in Challengers, good ban here. As we'll also see Raptor's Lee Sin taken away. His Xin Zhao is his most played. Yep, 6 games.
Ooh, Karma Ban tells me that ㅣ2022 are going to play Zyra Khan. I just have a feeling that that's going to happen.
I have a stronger feeling that they will play Jinx if it's left open here. That's the question. Live Sandbox have a lot they could ban. Twisted Fate, Rise, and Jinx, the 3 priority picks here for blue side.
That's true. There are a lot of things still left up.
Jinx, I think, is the easiest choice to make here as Henna, but he loves his Xayah, as you've mentioned. And also, Lava's Ahri is open. And this is one way to really just dismantle this team completely.
This is also really cool because it denies the Twisted Fate. Ahri has always been a great matchup into the TF, just in general. It is going to give away the Hecarim, but I kind of respect the Ahri being given the priority here because technically you want to select them both in tandem, so if TF was locked in from Fred Brion, then Live Sandbox get the nuts, right? And you don't want to give that over.
The Hecarim pick here denies the potential of that Jinx that I was talking about. I don't think you're going to be picking that into the Hecarim, because that one was also left open. And we've seen Ahri do so extremely well into Hecarim because she could peel for him so well. She could kind of match his speed in team fights and skirmishes. So we'll see, because Fred Brion now know the Hecarim is here face up, and I don't think they banned it and didn't pick it first because they had no idea what, is going to be picked here for Hambach. We just don't have a ton of information about this guy. They haven't really been able to prepare. But they will pick the Jinx, actually, so never mind.
I'm not a huge fan of this. It could have just been Xayah Rakan. They could have just locked it in. Xayah very, very good into the Hecarim. As 1010 is doing some hovering and the Sylas will be locked away. And I really like what Live Sandbox have done so far in the draft.
Yeah, just going to keep it standard. Like the Sylas pick into Ahri gives you so much speed and so much power. And we'll see what else gets drafted here, but it can be a strong laning matchup too if it's played correctly. And when you have a Hecarim on your side, you have a lot of power both in mid here and also in the bottom side of the map. Because now you want to remove some of the safety for the Jinx, take away the Tahm Kench. Velios removed, of course. That's what you definitely want here as Live Sandbox to shore up your late game damage. The easiest AD carry pick. Considering the Leona that's also locked in over even the Nautilus, I think that's definitely a pretty easy call.
Yep, I think that Kai'Sa needs to be banned here by Fred Brion. We've seen it be so good in these Hecarim compositions.
I think they definitely will.
It's definitely highest on the list, in my opinion. Thresh, likely a ban here as well, but the Gwen is going to be given the majority of the attention. Wanted to take that one away from Morgan. Jace is banned. Oh, man.
Well, I don't mind the Jace ban here because it is one of the strongest line picks you could grab. Save the AD carry for last if you wanted to keep it hidden. And also, it's very strong with the composition they have. It shores up some of the range issue here so far. As it will be taken off the board, and we will see the Kai'Sa. I think the Kai'Sa ban was definitely the stronger ban option here. I don't hate the Jace, but it does give Live Sandbox a pretty easy opportunity.
Yeah, and I don't think that you're ever, Morgan could just pick the Jace, right? And it fits quite well into Fred Brion's composition if you can keep your opponent at arm's length. And this case, you just run into Live Sandbox perfectly crafted dive composition, right?
Renekton and Rakan.
Ooh, Renata could be the option here. Of course,
are good.
And also Renata just in general is good into what Kai'Sa wants to do. Just with the fact that she wants to blow you up, get you isolated. If you can get that bailout on top of the Jinx, then it can theoretically work. We saw it attempted in our previous series, but it is, still getting figured out, I guess.
With the Sylas pick early, you feel pretty comfortable grabbing a Gnar here too. Like you've got Sylas on your side. You're having this 5th pick Gnar. Like, there's nothing weak about this Gnar pick as long as there isn't a heavy committal to the top side of the map to try to punish him, because Renekton into Gnar is a matchup where if you have some strong help, you can chain CC and blow the Gnar up repeatedly. It'll be Howling's debut here in the LCK. Said it was a dream of his to finally get to play on the LCK stage, so circumstances aside, I'm sure he's very excited to go up against Morgan, one of our more storied Renekton players here. But look, there's no Twisted Fate, there's no Rise, and if he lanes well into the Renekton and plays passively, he has a Hecarim on his side, he should be able to get to the mid to late game pretty safely. And then Live Sandbox's comp really excels in the mid game with the Kai'Sa, Sylas, once they start getting a few items online.
I mean, I love Live Sandbox's comp. I don't know whether I'm a huge fan of the Gnar, but I love the composition outside of that. So much dive. We've seen teams like DRX do very, very well with compositions like this, but you slap on the nameplates and things become a little bit more muddy, right?
Yeah.
Fred Brion certainly with Just Raptor subbing in for Umpty, who is unfortunately out with COVID. The rest of the team is still there, right? We've got Delight's Rakan, which is his signature pick. You've got Morgan's Renekton, his signature pick. You just talk to Munchables about it. He'll tell you for days.
I think even without the nameplates here, I do like overall the composition of Frederick more. I think Liv Sandbox have a comp that works on paper, and if they can figure out the coordination, maybe we could have a close game here, but Ahri has so much power into this composition. It's going to be such a great utility champ into all this run-in, all this heavy dive. See if they can pull it off. Liv Sandbox in a tough situation.
Yeah, certainly. Nameplate's going to be a big deal. And Frederick making their way out onto the Rift. Let's keep a bit of a microscope on Raptor and how he's doing. I know there's a lot of Umpty fans out there. I am included in that list because he's been playing for so long. And also, he's just a really nice guy. Speaks great English as well. So we get to have a chat to him. And that's really cool. But not going to be playing here today, and it's Rascal. It's that's Raptor. It's going to be the one. As I said Rascal because I saw a Renekton. Rascal also, congratulations on 900 kills in the LCK from our previous series. Really cool stuff.
Yep. Well, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. The Fredit Brion effect of going to the late game and fighting over an Elder to decide the game. It's not something this comp necessarily wants to rely on, considering the fact that, yes, they do have a Jinx, but if they get to the late game where they're not massively ahead with this Renekton pick, it's also going to be tough to pull that one off. The Gnar will have a lot more turn if he can manage his Gnar bar correctly, that is. And Howling, we talked to Chronicler about him earlier before this match, and he's kind of been considered a mini Summit because he was playing under Summit throughout all of last year for Liv Sandbox, and him picking up the Gnar here as a result is not a big shocker. It's one of the champions he's played the most in Challengers and in Scrims, behind Summit in the lead up to this first time he gets to play here in the LCK.
Just have to see how he's going to do. He's in a decent matchup right now. Got the counter pick. Was given that one over. As Lava is just going to walk up to 10-10. This is sort of how things are going to go in this matchup early. You think that after some ultimates have been hit and some skirmishes have gone down, then the Sylas is going to be a little bit happier.
Yeah, and there's a lot of kill pressure around both of these jugglers, actually, with the really awesome power they have to chain the CCs together. This is a Raptor. The snowballs very well, as we've talked about earlier in the draft. Yep, one of the strongest parts of the Challengers team, but it's a very young and inexperienced team.
It's true, but there's a reason why I was called up, right? And that is, to celebrate that this guy has been performing well down in Challenger. So that is why there were no emergency call-ups that had to happen. And certainly good news here for Raptor. He's on it's a difficult test, right? Because we've seen Viegos be really feast or famine in the LCK. They have worked. We've actually seen them banned as recently as yesterday. But sometimes they just fall flat on their face. And I think that into Liv Sandbox's comp, it's so dangerous here for Frederick Brion because they just this is actually kind of beautiful from Liv Sandbox, in my opinion. Just because dive is so simple. You say go and you go. And Ahri Charm, who cares? You're unstoppable when you're ulting in as the Hecarim, so it doesn't really matter that they have this single target pick, because if Humbug is there and he goes in, there should be the follow-up that you do have available with things like Killer Instinct, the long range of 10-10 who's got Spirit Rush and can dive into a backline as well. And that is definitely really cool. As 10-10 used to be a Talon one trick. As, some of our best players in the league used to be Assassin one-tricks. I'm talking about, Showmaker's Katarina and things like this. As Humbug is going to get, drive-by charmed. 10-10 takes the brunt of the harassment, though, as that was weird.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, this is what I was talking about before the Chronicler comments started coming in, is the fact that the Ahri Charm plus Viego stun is extremely powerful if you can land it, right? If you can make those happen together. But then on the opposite side, the Hecarim charge into a setup for 10-10 to actually land his stun, get those chains to connect. So a lot of volatility in this matchup. The fact that the Ahri has push early allows her to make aggressive plays like that, look for charms, harass and push that health bar back. We will have the mid laners both backing here and returning to lane. Lava did take the Ignite, really hoping to snowball this one with the Viego. And as much as the Unstoppable is great for Humbug's ult and how powerful the dive is here, I think that Frederick Brion have so much amazing peel, and their pick comp that works well with Jinx is super powerful. If they just get even one kill for the Jinx, he gets excited, and Envy will not be able to keep up with that damage in the later parts of the game. He's just kind of a one-and-done burst, right? So there are ways for this to work for Liv Sandbox, but there are ways to counter it, as Frederick Brion's comp kind of allows for here. So it's going to be about execution, but I think the ease of execution is definitely better for Fred not only in their comp, but also in the fact that they have mostly the same roster they've been preparing for these important matches with the entire time.
I mean, absolutely, nameplates will play a big part in this particular matchup. As Lava going to eat some chains here. 1010's going to be throwing around. And as we can see, has decent win rate on this Sylas as well. But otherwise, yeah, it's the win rates aren't super fantastic. These are his most played champions in the Talon, the Lucian, the Ryze, and the Ahri. So he's an eclectic player. Looking forward to seeing how he's going to do here. As right now, getting shoved in, it's going to be behind in farm. It's just how it's going to work.
Hambach here, you know, did clear some vision, so he was on it for a second, but otherwise had an opportunity to maybe try to turn this mid push around. As you can see, he's more of the experimental jungler, as Chronicler pointed out. You can see he likes his Volibear. Saw that in the draft. Diana, Jarvan, something that, you know, one of the Watches challenges a little bit more familiar with, but now seeing him in his first opportunity, now on the Hecarim. Big shoes to fill, as, you know, we talked about Raptor. The thing about Raptor's champion pool is it's not as important to look at this as it is to think about what Fred lose from the fact that they lose umpty shot callers. Like, it's not about, like, oh, is this the champion for Raptor? I think it's more about the fact that he's not the leader for this team, and someone's going to have to pick up slack. Probably Lava, you would have to imagine, or Delight.
The Lol King might need to get in there. The Lord may also, you know, come down and bequeath us with his amazing insight. But we'll just have to see how Fred going to go. Certainly, less of an issue for them just because it isn't as much.
Who can stop
change? Who can stop? Well, maybe it's the Lord himself. We'll have to see. Right now, it's not necessarily happening as things are very even there on the top side.
Steel caps traded, very, very slow-paced lane. Without any help from junglers, neither of these players will have a lot of kill pressure. You know, Renekton can, if he gets lucky, if there's a misplay from Howling, force something to happen, and it is Morgan, but so far it's been pretty quiet. As Hambach is going to go ahead and start this Drake up with the prio they have bottom side. And it doesn't look like Fred are actually poised to stop this. They're rotating over a little bit slow.
Yep, double wards are going to go in there as Raptor might go for a steal, but it doesn't actually happen. It is going to be the first Drake delivered. No Cloud Souls so far today. Makes me very, very sad. Makes everybody else quite pleased. As that first one goes, second one will be a Cloud, and we do have some Infernal options potentially. But also some mountains or some oceans, which are less exciting, but certainly some would say better than Clouds.
Howling is going to hit his Narbar early here. Won't have it for the upcoming Rift Herald fight, but can he turn this into a play?
We'll see. Morgan just happily harassing him as, okay, the Wallop's going to land. It's dangerous, but it's not actually going to connect.
They're just not going to start this Herald off either. Lava had enough prio to rotate up, and 1010 can't get in there. Hambach is going to sit back and farm, and it's a trade of bot duos down here, neither rotating up faster. So this Herald is just going to, for the most part, be ignored, especially with Fred Brion's pick potential they have in this comp. I respect that Liv Sandbox are going to sit back here and wait for a better opportunity. It's actually going to be, looks like, started up here for Morgan.
Yeah, Morgan's going to pick it up. Raptor's going to come on over there, and with, yeah, it's the mid prio playing around it. Getting over here, we'll be able to lock this one down. I like this proactive play from Fred Brion.
And Howling had just used his Narbar, so Meganar was not going to be available, so he couldn't actually chase or try to push Morgan back. So Morgan has a little bit of prio up there on the top side, pushes this through. Lava has prio mid, they collapse in. And Liv Sandbox are, I don't want to say they're happy to sit back and farm on the bottom side of the map, but they have a little bit of control there too. So not the end of the world for them, it's a slightly delayed Herald here. But something is going to have to start happening for Liv Sandbox on the map. You know, they did get the first Drake. Well, they're not looking for a fight just yet.
That's a -1. That's actually, that's not an unforced error though. That was some zoning being done by Lava. I like that a lot. That's the right kind of cannon to be missed, you know, the actually interesting ones.
Denied.
Players have to actually play around. There's a cute little train going to be utilized here.
Yeah, little train spin. It's a little rock to sit on as well. Analyzing all the backs here, but
definitely the important stuff. We're really getting into it.
The fights here for Liv Sandbox, I mean, the more I look at this comp, like, it's going to be so hard to pull it off because if you try to Sylas engage with the charm, the Hecarim flanks can be pretty easily shut down by a Renekton or an Ahri who catches you first. Can't really do much with the Leona angle because you're going to be taking so much range damage from the Jinx as you're trying to approach. This could be an opportunity.
Yeah, we do manage to find some chompers though, and that is first blood going to the Jinx. This is disaster territory as now they're chasing down the members of Live Sandbox. Void Seeker is going to come through, but the horse that was transformed is going to fall down immediately. Both horses crashing in the first time of asking. 1010's going to go down though. And all of the anime fans in the chat get very upset.
Yeah, well, that's the end of this early game for Live Sandbox. Unfortunately, they're looking for a play here off of the Leona, but the turn is so good for Frederick Brown. The peel, the ability to just, I mean, they have so much utility in this composition, it's insane, and they do this without Ari at the outset of the fight, but then Lava joins in, and it's super easy. Great play from Raptor there. Stealing the horse early, helping them get the chase on, and actually getting a lot of those kills secured. And now it's 2,500 gold to lead before Herald crashes into turrets. As Delight's here, so you feel an opportunity as Kale. You sweep him, you see him there, you don't see anyone behind him, but there is a lot behind him. You don't have any vision of where Henna is, where the enemy jungler is, and Raptor just goes ahead and sets up his W stun. And Envy, you know, probably don't want to try to turn on this. They have a solar flare, but like the rest of everybody's coming over here. Ari's coming over. You're a melee mid as Silas. You can't turn this one around. It went from bad to worse there, but again, it's just the coordination problems this team is going to face tonight. Just frankly.
Yeah. There was a lot of one person fighting and everybody else running away on the side of Live Sandbox, which was not exactly the way you want to see it. But also, I think trying to get away was definitely the right call, just not exactly working out.
It's really hard.
Yeah. Clear calls are very important, and that was a bit of a fiesta in the jungle, but the result is a 2-0-1 Jinx.
And that's a problem?
Yeah, it's exactly what Frederick Brion wanted from this early stage of the game. It's actually earlier than they expected to be gifted it. And now it's a 2,000 gold lead for a team comp that is going to excel in the mid-game. And that is a real worry here for Live Sandbox.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Divine Sunder is already up here for Raptor, too, just gives him so much power around these skirmishes. And they're definitely going to even up the Drakes here 1-to-1. Live Sandbox would be foolish to try to fight this one out. If Frederick Brion go over there, they just need to give this one up. At least they have a little bit of a buffer in that first Drake they took, but this comp isn't arguably better in the late game unless it's ahead, as Morgan has his ult.
Yeah, he's going to get the stun there onto Howling as well. Conqueror is going to get procced, but Boomerang is going to keep the Crocodile at arm's length, at least for the moment, but Morgan's having a really good time here, as we can see. I think he saw, like, Rascal have the great game on the Renekton, and he's like, guys, I can do it, right? I can do it too, right?
It's a good comp for it, that's for sure. This is going to be full plates to Henna.
Oh my goodness, that is bad news, Bears. Humbug is also trying to run away.
And they group up here, they lose nothing for it. They force 10-10 over here, and then they can just back off to the Drake while trying to get a second charge and deny some farm here from Envy. They could steal away this blue buff. And then grouping up like this and just leaving the Renekton on the top side of the map while he also has teleport is just so easy to do. If Live Sandbox were able to try to turn this, he could teleport in and defend. As at least 10-10 will get a wave pushed in.
Well, Howling's also going to try and hunt down the Crocodile, but not going to work. Astronaut Nah just going to eat some honey fruit and try and get what he can, as Delight has spotted the rest of Live Sandbox coming on over. Humbug does have his ultimate available, but he's not going to go in by himself. One of the biggest problems with the Heck Room is sometimes you press your R button and there's nobody else that can actually follow. Another Infernal Soul.
Yeah, it's been so many this week.
Yeah, I really feel like it's transitioned. I really liked McLeod's, but I just got a lot of Infernal.
You were, I mean, I think it was 40 ahead when I checked at the beginning of this week. And then it was also like 40 ahead Ocean, so you're still going to have your #1 spot for a while yet, I would say.
Very happy.
But I don't think any of us were really worried about that. As Frederick Brion now in a position to, I mean, look at all these items coming on. Like Lava finally gets his Mythic, and he's going to have more peel and more utility in these upcoming fights. The gold graph is really ballooning here very early on in this game.
It's so rough. It's so rough. Just because now Henna is so far ahead. Like, look at this. Kraken Slayer already online. I mean, yeah, Envy does have his as well. And he has a decent farm lead, so that is certainly good news. But there is a lot of money to be funneled towards this Jinx.
Yeah, I mean, she also finished her call, so shoring up a lot of that gold difference in the CS. In fact, will take the lead.
I think Henna is sitting on a bunch of money.
Yeah, he is.
Is what I'm thinking, because the items don't really make sense
Doesn't add up
for the advantage that he managed to collect.
probably back as soon as they end up winning this Rift Herald fight. That's the plan anyways. Liv Sandbox do currently have Prio, and the choke point's controlled by them, but you don't want to walk into this choke point. You just want to slowly back away with control ward vision, start the Herald, and then get ready to turn. Howling's almost with his Narbar. 100% winnable fight here for Liv Sandbox, so they play it right.
Yeah, and they've got the 5 members already here, and I think that Fred Brown just shouldn't go for this fight. They are going to teleport in. They're looking to fight for Shirley here. They want to try and take this one. As Raptor goes into the fog of war, is going to try and get out here as well, but the Solar Flare is going to land. Oh no! The Onslaught of Shadows really does not quite do enough, as Morgan's now trying to escape, and Lava picks up the first kill of the fight. It's a fantastic charm to connect, but MB's able to use his cleanse and get himself out of the way. The rest of the team, though, not going to be so lucky. Another charm lands, as Lava is looking to grab yet more points for his player of the game standings. He's sitting at 900 right now as ㅣ20 gonna get charmed up. That is 3 in a row for this Ahri player, and they'll transition into this outer turret top lane.
The Lava passes Henna in terms of total damage done in the team fight, technically speaking, because he's the one who goes and cleans up those kills, but this fight was all about Henna, completely untouched in the backside of this team fight with all of the peel, all of the pressure. And the start of this fight is a little bit wonky here for Fred Brand, because they're trying to steal the Herald away with the rocket, doesn't work out. Then the first charm is onto the Leona. So the turnaround here for Liv Sandbox is pretty great, but the follow-up engage from Delight is immaculate. And then Lava's ready for another charm here, and then the Jinx gets excited and is ready to just continue to chase. She does so much damage in this fight, and then of course Lava will pass him because he ends up getting these last 2 kills. But they are able to push into this turret, get the Herald basically denied. Yes, it was taken. I'm not sure if the eye was picked up, but regardless, where are you going to find a place to put that on this map? It's picked up by Kale. Good luck with this one.
Well, if the Herald does get a turret, at least they get money for it. Because I know it's 16 minutes into this game, but it's already a bounty available for Fred Brion. His comp snowballs very, very effectively. Champions like the Viego, we've mentioned it before, they're very good from ahead. And Fred Brion really capitalizing on the situation here. Void Seeker to come out from Envy just to try and clear out what scraps of minions he can get. And these turrets are really just going to start falling. Henner's actually feeling himself here as he's chasing by himself into 3 people, but...
Well, if he can draw the pressure mid lane, maybe they could actually get a pick onto ㅣ20 on the top side, but he's actually being respectful. Obviously, there's a lot of standing gold on the map with 3 outer turrets here that are bountied at the moment. And in 40 seconds, that Drake will also be bountied. So Liv Sandbox, the gold lead here for Fred Brion is massive, as we mentioned, but if they really drop the ball, which doesn't seem like it, but if they do, there's a window back in. I like the respect that Liv Sandbox still show here, because they're not just going to try to force a crazy amount of fights for no reason to try to get back into this. Moves like this give you Drake Prio. Okay, this is a solid plan.
Yeah, Delight's trying to get some vision down. He's on vision himself, as now ㅣ20's rotating over. All 5 members down here looking to try and grab that bounty gold. I like the idea. Fred and Brion are going to answer with an inner turret in the mid lane, potentially. But it looks like we're going to be fighting for this Drake first. There's Morgan in position, but on a ward.
Got to be so decisive in this moment, Liv Sandbox. Got to look for the perfect fight. Howling's going to have his Narbar available.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Henner is now grouped up with the team as the tower is going to come through. That one's collected by the Rift Herald. Super Mega Death Rocket eaten by Envy, as Fred and Brion do pick up the aggro on this dragon. It is going to be secured and just brute forced. Liv Sandbox now going to try and find their way out.
Yeah, I mean, Liv Sandbox don't have range damage. Unfortunately, they have a Kai'Sa who can occasionally throw out that Void Seeker, but that's it. Otherwise, you have to go all in. When Fred and Brion are this far ahead, they just nuke you. They blow you up as you approach them with all the stuns and CC they have in their favor. And even though ㅣ20 is holding the Rakan ultimate there, he's like, well, is it worth it? Like, instead, let's just back off. It's not soul point. In fact, it's not, it's not a massive point in the game where Fred Brion getting this Drake is going to be a big game changer. You got the bounty on the bottom turret with Kale charging the Rift Herald in. Take your small victories where you can and back away. If you end up losing this fight, Fred Brion, I mean, they might get an inhibitor at this stage. So I appreciate the decision not to go in. You need vision control, which they're not going to have for a long time, but they definitely didn't have it there.
They're not going to have vision control, Wolf, until game 2, I don't think.
Well, I mean, if there's a mistake, right? But this was not their moment.
Yeah, it's a real rough one. for Liv Sandbox. I kind of like to see a bit more desperation, as that was a sick Captain Jack there from Henna. Able to use that and get himself out of the way, but that is still cleansed down. So keep that in mind for the next potential fight, as Everfrost's going to come through. The Love Heart's going to go wide. So now Raptor might need to get himself out of here. His mist goes onto a different wall, but it's going to be all right. Morgan now just going to split on the bottom side. No teleport available for the Renekton. And so Fredabreon going to have to play a little bit respectfully, or maybe they don't, because they have so much more money than their opposition.
Yeah, they're just going to group up here, remove some of this vision, can confirm where everybody is. So Light's like, can I go on this? We'll just quill him and he will actually just barely get away. But with all the deep vision here, you could, in theory, just push this mid wave and start the Baron, and there's just nothing Liv Sandbox can do about it.
Yep, Humbug is real dead. Gonna get stabbed mid-onslaught of shadows, and Raptor is going to pick up a horse with a crown. That's absolutely adorable. But that means that there's no jungler. That means that it's time for Baron. And it looks like another day in the office here for Fredabreon.
Yep. The pick on the Hecarim wasn't required, but now it means there's no steal opportunity whatsoever. And with no wave here, because they guaranteed the mid wave was pushing, like they can't even get that bounty on the mid turret. There's nothing on the map for you. There's absolutely no opportunities. There is just a big fat 0, and yeah, this one is all over but the crying, because if Fredabreon make one mistake and Liv Sandbox get vision, maybe they can use this comp, maybe the dive will work, but at this stage, like,
yeah,
not even the Hecarim is safe. He tries to ult out. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Maz.
All the other 5 horses made it out, but the real horse didn't. Oh, God. Oh, 9,000 gold at 21 minutes. One of the largest early leads that we've seen so far.
It really is.
Feels like a product of circumstance.
It really does. I mean, there's no way to like try to tell you guys the fake story here. I mean, there's an elephant in the room, and there's a few missing players for Liv Sandbox, and you know, this is just not the series that we were supposed to have today, but it's a really important one for both of these teams, and we know who's getting the better end of this first game.
Exactly. Fredabreon moving towards a historic win record, but you could imagine that this is not the way even they want to do it. That being said, a win's a win, and Liv Sandbox, these are still good players. They're just not as practiced together, right? And you can't talk about just the individual in situations like this, because these teams play together for so long. If you watched recently the Horizon interview with Joe Marsh, he was talking about the fact that T1, they decided to keep their players together so that they could build on the synergy that they already made last year, and we've seen the results of that, right?
Yep.
It's very, very important, as we're going to have a team fight break out here. Onslaught of Shadows comes in. Henna is going to stopwatch it. Flashes immediately. They do manage to pick up the Jinx as the horse is traded, but you'll probably take that as Liv Sandbox. Maybe not if you lose your Nara as well, as the rest of Liv Sandbox are on the run.
Way out.
Lava is still alive, finds the charm, but it's onto Liliona. He does go golden in the end, and Envy has to be the hero. Killer Instinct going to be used. He dives on top of the Ahri. That was definitely a bit hypey, but I liked it. Still, they are going to get aced, and it's looking like Fredabreon are going to march up the mid lane.
I mean, even with the perfect team fight here for Liv Sandbox, the best opportunity they were ever going to get, I do think this was also draft advantage to Fredabreon. I liked what Liv Sandbox put together considering the circumstances, but Fredabreon got everything they wanted. It's comfort, as you mentioned earlier, for Lava, for Morgan, right? And delight on Rakan. I mean, what else do we have to say? It's a tough time, because even though this engage looks really nice and they get on top of Henna, he's got stopwatch. And then the Rakan ult comes out from the Sylas and 10-10 gets into the backline, but then the turn is just so easy here for Fredabreon. They have the better items, they're ahead at this point. And then this is also a comp that requires your engage to get enough kills to where you just win by war of attrition. And when you're down with 3 members left against so much chase and so much CC, like there is no escape route, there's no way out of here, you're dead. It's an ace, and that's probably the last nail in the coffin here. That is Liv Sandbox.
There are a lot of nails in this coffin. It's starting to feel pretty crowded with the amount of nails that
it's
are being
well
delivered.
and truly shut, let's just say.
Yeah, in fact, the lid, I think, is just made out of nails. Have you seen those YouTube videos where like people use like metallurgy to like make things out of strange things? Like he made a knife out of an old spoon. And they like
that sounds
down
cool, but no, I haven't.
It's kind of like, it's sort of like watching an ASMR video, right? You like turn your brain off and just watch something cool. I don't even know what that that reference was for. I feel like this game is so over my brain melted.
Oh no, 10-10 is about to get 1v1.
Well, we're going to do some classic Hecarim, but thankfully there is a Kai'Sa there to follow up. That's what this composition is supposed to do, and let's see whether they can kill Morgan. This Crocodile just went 1v3. That is how incredibly far ahead this team is. It's a double kill for Morgan. The Lord has spoken, and this game will be finished. Can we get a Renekton pentakill? I don't think so. I would like it to happen, but it's not going to happen. It was stolen by Raptor, who turned into 10-10. I got very confused by the nameplates, but Morgan was denied his penta. The Lord has been refused.
There's a wave pushing topside here, but the lack of experience for Live Sandbox actually means that they have pretty low death timers here, so they will respawn, and I don't think the game will end.
Oh, I thought you were talking
yet.
about lack of experience of the play.
Nah, I mean, these guys are experienced, just not with each other.
No, but like, you're actually right, but on both fronts.
Yeah.
It's the in-game experience that you were referring
Yeah,
to.
their death timers are pretty short, so the game will not end here. But once again, Live Sandbox looking for a great engage on the Henna. They are successful, right? So like, these are the moments where you see that they know what their comp is supposed to do, they know how to do it, and they can't execute on it. But like you said, Renekton 1v3 because he's so fed, and these players are they've dove in deep, and there's no longevity with this comp. Like, you go and you blow somebody up, but then you're like Kai'Sa trying to kite back an auto. Like, what are you gonna do?
I mean, yes, obviously you do that. And then they have, like, theoretically, right, at that point, Henna's dead, Morgan's dead, it's 5 versus 3, and they win. Like, you can see why Live Sandbox's comp is so good. It's just when the wallets are this heavy, you get 1v3'd by a Crocodile.
And also, I mean,
it's so sad.
Reddit Brion were also like very much trying to fish for something with this move, like trying to bait it out and trying to win these fights by, I mean, 17 kills to 3. It's a bit of a sad one, honestly. Like, I don't think we've cast a lot of these weird COVID games, and I know we got the Genji versus T1 technically like not the full rosters twice, and it was very sad, but this one is like on the next level. Like, this is just
and it's just the timing, right? Like we've seen a few of these where like it gets announced like a few days prior, right? Like in the case of Ruler, that was what happened. It was a couple of days, and we heard whispers of Ruler's not going to be able to play, and we're like, oh, that sucks, but at least he can mentally prepare for it. This, we had sheets of paper that said Croco was still playing on them today, right? That is how short notice
Ice
it was.
as well. I mean, Ice was also very last minute, so this is it. Last fight of the game. Live Sandbox going to come over here and see if they could steal a miracle.
Yeah. Well, Morgan is lying in wait. The Crocodile is in the reeds, as he does have the stun primed. I'm going to use it. They were looking for the turn, but they are just going to back away. They don't need the Baron to win this game. They just need to kill all the members of Live Sandbox, as that's the aim. As Lava doesn't find the charm, Solar Flare goes wide as well. The Spirit Rush is really good to get out of the way of the onslaught of shadows. Raptor goes golden, and then he just gets out of there. It's a 4-man Gnar, but it does not matter. It's a double kill for Lava. Delight dies in celebration for the victory of this game, as 10-10 will be wiped out. Henna gets excited, but he's been excited for quite a while, and it's about time that they do manage to get some payoff here. As Humbug, let's see whether he can actually get anything done here, as Henna is going to flash on him, and that's kind of the position of this game right now.
It certainly is. I mean, not much else to say on this one. It's really unfortunate. We're going to say that a few more times, because this is only game 1, and they get a reset in game 2, and maybe that goes better.
Yeah. Nice little supercharger there from Envy. Tries to get himself out of the way. Oh no. He was like traveling through the air. Meanwhile, he's getting stunned by Renekton, and then turns up and can do nothing about it. Raptor, nice little flash there to get out of the way of Kale, but now the Nexus will go down. It's 28 minutes into a game that was over at 14 minutes. Not sure how we made it to double that time, but we did.
Yep, and I mean, look, I will give the credit where it's due for Reddit Brion. They drafted better, I think. They had really nice knowledge of what the enemy comp was trying to do. They played around it well. They got a nice early advantage. And also, I will address the other elephant in the room on the opposite side of things, which is that even if Live Sandbox and Reddit Brion were both playing with their main rosters, Reddit Brion was massive favorites. They are nearly 90% playoff rate. Like, this is the team that is supposed to come in here and smash. And so, yes, it is somewhat of a tragedy how it's all gone down, and it feels like it's unfair, and Live Sandbox have to play with the cards they're dealt. But at the end of the day, this was still the expected result. I just hope we get to see a different draft in Game 2 for Live Sandbox and maybe a better game, because I don't want any more of these, man. It's hurting me, Atlas.
Yeah, no, it's really, really sad. I just hate that, like, you get out of the draft and you're like, oh man, Live Sandbox, looking great. And then the execution just isn't there. The wallets start becoming an issue.
And it was even sadder when the execution was good, but they were too far behind, you know?
Yeah. Gotta tidy it up. But I mean, like, and we can't even adjudicate this, right? You're not going to be like, oh, give them all of this feedback, right? Like, these are brand new players that haven't played together in this,
with
this
no
group of 5 ever, with all of their coaches that are also out for the day as well. Pawn, Joker, and Micro are all tested positive, so yeah, this is a really tough time for Live Sandbox. So we have to make sure that we add that to the assessment. As you can see, it is a very, very linear gold graph as Fred and Brian, they found a lead and they snowballed it.
They really did. I mean, it was almost, I don't know, when you watch Fred and Brian players move around the map, like, they had no remorse. Like, they were ready to take this win because it matters so much for them too, right? I mean, it was extremely cutthroat the way they played it, how much they controlled vision, how deep they went, how many picks they got. And they're one win away from once again making history for their org and putting themselves almost guaranteed playoffs. It's very unlikely that anyone will be able to pass them.
Yep, they are not. It's not guaranteed. Nothing is set in stone after today. No one's even eliminated. There is still that 0.007 chance for Harmon Life Esports to make it, theoretically. But, ladies and gentlemen, there is a 100% chance that we're going to go to a short break and then visit the analyst carpet space for some shens.
오케이.
레오나 누구? 레오나부터 봐야 돼. 레오나부터 보자.
헤카림. 맞춰지게.
레오나 헤카림부터 보자.
나 플래시 섞고. 나를. 앞에 뚫어봐.
나 펜타.
그런 거 끝내지 말고 잡아.
나 펜타 해볼게.
게임 끝낼 생각 크게도 눈 멀어지지 말고.
내가 잡아볼게.
미드랑 나 비울게.
나 카이사랑 놀게.
주환이 탑 필타. 탑으로 가자.
카이사 여기 있어.
탑텔로 갈게 그럼.
탑으로 가자. 아니 어진아 그거 안 따라가도 돼.
탑으로 와 어제나.
나 쭉 갈게. 카이사 와줘.
아 잡아라 그냥 카이사.
봐줘라.
오케이.
아니야. 그냥 갈게.
탑으로 와 탑으로.
20초.
카이사 정화 있나?
20초. 몰라. 20초.
오케이.
끝낼만 할 것 같은데 이거 우리 빨라서.
끝낼만해.
20초 15초.
끝낼만 하고.
20초 끝날만해. 왼쪽 타워 쳐봐 일단.
쳐보다.
내 궁은 있을 거야.
이 빠졌어.
정합 빠졌어. 빨리
쏙 잡아.
얘들아 잡자. 다 잡자.
오케이 타워.
나이스.
잘했어.
다음 판도 깔끔하게 하자.
레오나 죽이자 레오나 이러면. 얘도 죽일까?
끝내.
다 때려. 딜량 올려 얘들아.
끝내.
잘했어. 잘했다 얘들아.
Who are these players? Where is Pyoshik? In these troubling times, there is one man that can show you the way.
I've been a fan of Korean esports for 10 years.
It's the Chronicler with a 1 instead of an I Challenges League co-stream on Twitch. Get to know all of the new faces you've been seeing in the LCK. Critics are saying,
I wasn't really familiar with any of these Challenger players, but then I found Chronicler's Challenger stream, and now I'm a big fan.
this is it, the greatest Twitch stream ever created.
Yeah, it's okay. It's good.
Hardened by ice and steel. One man, forged by flame and by blood. Heir to the mystic fire. This hero of old, our warrior poet. Do you have what it takes to watch this man? Let us rejoice in glory. Watch Chronicler on Twitch today.
Maybe get me a little bit of the soup.
Quality is bitch sometimes, but otherwise very much enjoy the content. Good stuff.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the LCK, aka League of Legends Chronicler CL Analysis Korea. I'm Valdez. With me is Chronicler.
Guys, the stakes, right? This ragtag team, not even all the Challengers players, they're not even that good in Challengers. They've struggled so much. They're new, they're inexperienced. They come in, they're ready, they get a great dive composition, and then
they lose. And then game 1 happened. We can thank Mr. Chronicler for his work on the Challenger scene, but unfortunately, it feels like, unfortunate circumstances right now for Live Sandbox, and basically doesn't feel like they were ready. I mean, Fred Brion came prepared, Raptor looked okay, and I don't know what else to really say. Like, we don't have a mercy rule in League of Legends. We used to have surrender, but it's not available anymore.
Key thing here is that even within the context of challengers, this is a young and unexperienced roster made up of a lot of players, at least the CL parts of it, obviously, that have come from Academy right at the beginning of the year. And then we have Howling, who hasn't really played in the LCK. We have Envy and Kael, who have struggled. Obviously, that's the main reason why we've been seeing Ice. So looking here at the draft, honestly, I kind of agree with Atlas. I thought this draft from Liv Sandbox was perfectly fine, but the execution is just so far below par of what you need to do well in the LCK. And Raptor was serviceable. He was there, you know, like he had one over-aggressive play, but you see Lava on his Ahri, and you see the Rakan pick up, you see Morgan on Renekton, and you're like, the comps don't matter, right? You see those champions, and you kind of know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, Fred Brion came in and they were like, we're here to win, right? Like, this is
it's really
superior
important.
Comfort. We have a great composition, you know. We're just here to win. We don't care about the circumstances. We want to get 8 wins. We want to make it to playoffs. We want to be as good as possible for the best seed. So that's what they did here today. Unfortunately, it was a little bit sad on the opposite side. We are going to take a look at some of the highlights from this series, starting with this one.
And this is something you're kind of opting into as Liv Sandbox. You can do this if Tantan is actually there and you have your Kai'Sa, but instead they get effectively zoned off by miscommunication. If you go for that, you need to hard commit. Maybe the light dies, right? Maybe Envy, especially with Killer Instincts, can actually join the fight. As here we see some over-aggression of Raptor. This is a player that, especially in CL, plays really or used to play really aggressive, so not too shocked to see it here as well. But if you give the composition of Fred Brion a lead this early, like your laning becomes almost impossible, which is exactly what happened.
Yep, that is exactly what happened. And even though Raptor went in and did go down, 2 more kills went to the side of Fred Brion after that. And, Kyle was with them as well, moving into the jungle. So, not necessarily like a big hand stiff. It was just not the greatest decision.
I think there are teams that can make that play work, but you need to be extremely decisive. You need to throw all your damage, make sure that Envy is actually on rotation, because otherwise you're going to get outnumbered, and that's didn't even need that because Fred Brion went to forget this is a freebie for us.
And it was. We are going to take a look at highlight number 2 and see the play here around the second Rift Herald.
And this is the best example of really that Fred Brion, at times they may have their struggles, but this is a team that's still so far above most of the Academy rosters because this setup, I think, is great for Sandbox. If you put the actual Sandbox team in this position, they might win this fight, but Fred Brion, they see the very obvious dive that is about to come their way, right? And don't even need to use a lot of flashes, are able to completely disengage from Howling as Gnar engage because it's all very telegraphed. And you can't do that. Fred Brion read it like a book, and then from this point onward, there are a lot more fights that happened. There was Morgan's 1v3, there was almost a pen. None of that really had a large impact. It was just the gap between the players is just too big, and it really shows.
Yeah, it really did. And guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up for game 1. Will be Lava, 11-0-8. It's pretty good, and he will pick up his 9th player of the game.
It's really important, I think, that you do get Lava in a carry position. He has, of course, in the past also had champions like Veigar, Corki, although Corki right now is of course not in the mana anymore, but especially against an inexperienced team, I am really happy with the priority that they gave him on this pick because you can see how extremely confident he plays here, and I think that was a large part of why this game was as one-sided as it was. This is not the Fred Brion that we've seen sometimes in the LCK, even though they had some, I think, overly safe decisions, peeling back of a Baron of 10k gold. Not necessarily the play you want to go for, right, but still very proactive. And I think Lava, especially in the absence of Anti, is the key factor to that for me, in addition to the Light Rakan, which as per usual was simply delightful.
Nice. He is going to tie here with Deft and Faker, so that's pretty nice. Still, once again, Canyon is 4 ahead of everybody else, so that does help him. We got a couple of votes for the top side. Of course, Morgan had some fun tanky times on the Renekton, so that does make sense. But that's going to do it for us on this segment of the Carpet Space. Back to the casters for Game 2.
Thank you so much, Shen Brothers, for that one. It is the other set of Shen Brothers right here. Wolf, let's get into it. Game number 2. Let's see whether Live Sandbox can pull themselves together and figure it out. It is such a tall order. I think that it was, I think tragedy is a pretty accurate word, right?
In the most important time for them, in the most dire time for them.
Yeah, it makes it so, you sort of think back to Umpty and his tweet about like, oh, I can't believe that I'm being subbed out at this time, but it's like compounded by like 15 times for Live Sandbox.
And they didn't even know either. Like, Fred and Brand didn't know about that until like after they'd gotten here, some of the players I heard. So
yeah, it's
really like that sign says it's not your fault, and just come back better, come back when you're healthier. Is basically what that sign says. And
yeah,
I feel like we have acknowledged very well, and we will continue to do so, just how unfortunate the situation is. And like, that is frankly some of the best analysis I could do as the color commentary going to a series like this, is just to let everybody know that this is not normal, but it won't be like this forever. But in this series, that it matters so much. For these young players, they have the weight of the world on them, and they have to try to come back here on blue side now for Game 2. And they've got one more chance. They've got one life left.
They won't get Ari'd. At least they won't get Ari'd this time around. That will either go to 10-10 or it will be banned away. So that is definitely good news. It will be in fact banned away.
Goodbye.
Burst.
Yeah.
Respect it.
Smart call here.
You know, there are certainly other options that Lava does have, as Volibear is going to be target banned from Humbug as well.
You know, see what else comes through here for Frederibrion. Twisted Fate also removed. They just don't want to have any opportunity for Frederibrion to use coordination to get ahead early.
I think TF ban, for exactly that reason, is a very important one, because it capitalizes on coordination
Rise
so much.
Yeah, just take these global mids away. The question is, what will they first pick here? If Hecarim is left available, we could see that one once more for Humbug. I didn't think it was a bad performance from him by any means. It just wasn't enough coordination for his team to actually pull it off. And I wouldn't hate it if they just pick it once again early here and try to react. Will be the Lee Sin they pivot to instead, though, it looks like, for the hover.
An interesting choice here. I don't know whether I 100% like it, but Humbug wanting to go back to a little bit more comfort, wanted to change it up, and I kind of respect that as well. Didn't look like he was ready to make all of the plays on the horse. Probably more used to a Lee Sin, as every jungler here in the LCK or in Challenger was a Lee Sin main. It's just sort of how it works.
Yeah, we all were, right? It's, Xin Zhao is Raptors' most played champion. He's going to pick it up here with the Jinx, and with no Hecarim, you feel pretty comfortable about picking this Jinx. You also know that there's no Karma lane that you're going to be playing into. The Aphelios will be the response here. Not one of our favorite matchups to see played for Envy, but he will lock it in here.
Yeah.
And the Nautilus is going to make you feel a little bit better about this, but still not so great. You know, not feeling so good about this one at this moment in time.
Not 100%. Delight could just lock away his Rakan. I actually really like how Frederibrion play around Rakans in Zhao, just in general. But the Leona is the more tanky choice.
And it's his second favorite. And given that there is a Nautilus there, and if Live Sandbox find an angle like Lee Sin gets on top of him while he's trying to flank, there are problems you can run into with a squishy Rakan in this draft. So just going to kind of play a little bit more defensively to make sure that Henna cannot be blown up. So we're going to start taking away some of these assassins for 10-10. There's the LeBlanc.
Yeah, first one to be taken off the board. And with no mid laners being picked up, this pool is going to get very thin.
It really is.
And that might benefit 10-10. Because he does like picking up
He does play the weird ones.
Yeah, the Talons and things like this. Does mean that they need to find magic damage from somewhere.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's not his thing to do, is the Akali also taken away. But I wouldn't be surprised if he just tries to shore up late game and pick something like a Victor here and just try to play like the evergreen comp I was saying I would like to see Live Sandbox play. But I agree with your sentiment in some ways as well, that maybe that's not how you want to play a series like this, especially after how Game 1 went, but there's not a lot of great choices. Gwen taken away from Morgan, too, his two most famous champions removed from the table here. There's a fan sign for more Gwen earlier in the audience.
I like that.
But no more Gwen, not in this second game.
Nope. She's not immune to bans, unfortunately. As Vex is going to be... That's a blind Vex.
Yeah, very odd.
That's aggressive.
Certainly is, especially because, like, this comp doesn't also necessarily call for a Vex. There's a lot of follow-up damage for the engages. Leona, Xinjiao go in, and then you get that first pick for Jinx. Syndra available here, and...
Feels like a pretty good pick into Vex,
yeah,
not gonna lie.
Also, could try to play something on the top side that's very engage heavy too, and then you have Syndra plus that, plus the follow-up Aphelios damage, Nautilus engage too. Tryndamere is one that we see all the time, and that's the one that's going to be hovered here, but Graves is available. But it's often one that we don't see players pick up here into the Tryndamere. It depends on which player you ask. Some would say that the opposite is the counter, but...
This is also Howling's most played champion in solo queue. 84 games this season.
Fiora.
As Morgan's going to play Fiora. All right. He's going to dig back into his LPL roots to see whether he can have one of the RLA performances like we saw at Worlds that us LCK fans like to try and forget.
It's a really good comp here for Live Sandbox, you know? I mean, they have really hard engage. They have the follow-up damage to the Aphelios. There is somewhat of a range problem here, and the damage throughput isn't amazing, but that's not really that strong for Vex either, right? Like, she's not going to be doing a lot of sustained damage. She's looking for engages and follow-up. So it's going to be a very bloody game, I think, regardless of who ends up taking it. We know who we favor here because of nameplates, but if there's a lead going over the Live Sandbox early on in this game, Tryndamere gets ahead, you know, Morgan makes an error in the laning phase and what's already a pretty volatile matchup. Maybe, just maybe, with the pressure you have with Syndra also in the mid lane, get some early objectives here, get a nice gold lead, and he's coasting. I could see it. It could happen. I feel like I'm like Angels in the outfield. Like, it could happen.
yeah.
But like, you know,
I'm there with you. I'm ready to believe. If you take me on the journey, Wolf, I will come with you. I will come with you. I want to allow Jisun to put that image back on the TV again when we get back to the carpet. That's what I want. I want another opportunity. See Chronicler gush about all of his favorite players that we have bombarding Lowell Park very recently with these unfortunate circumstances. This could be a fun one. And it could also be a bit of a stomp once again. But we'll see. We'll see how it does go. I think I'm looking towards the bottom side of the map for Fred Brion to really get those advantages yet again. We've seen Jinx be unable to be punished, and now Live Sandbox do have a lot of tools to try and get there, but it's not the same as a Hecarim launching his way forward to jump on top of a Jinx with a Kai'Sa follow-up, right? You don't have that anymore, and Henna needs to be dealt with in, definitely in a better way than last game, because starting off 2-0-1 was, that was a whoopsie.
Yeah. Live Sandbox's comp this time, I mean, last time they just kind of all ran at the AD carry, and it was pretty easy to pull it off. Like, there wasn't a lot of complexity to the composition. They were behind and couldn't pull it off very well because of that, and did once eventually kill Henna, but then lost everybody who dove on. This comp is a lot more technical. Like, you really need to have Howling needs to be on the same page as 10-10. They need to get that follow-up stun, press the ult button, and Haumbach has to be there to catch. Envy needs to have the right guns equipped. Like, this one is a little bit trickier to pull off, but I think it's arguably stronger and safer, and it isn't as reliant on just blowing somebody up and winning the game, because you could still front to back with it if you play it correctly. True. A lot of pressure on Tent in this game to hit those scatters really, really well. And also to lane aggressively here against Lava and try to get some early prio and advantages.
Yeah, this is also like double counter picks. Oh, actually, no, it's a single counter pick. So this is the counter pick that Live Sandbox managed to pick up. Morgan was able to pick the Fiora into the Tryndamere, but Morgan has been known as one of these more feeling-based players, right? His Camille was left up, a champion that he has a pretty insane win rate on, but decided to go with the Fiora this time around. And let's see how it goes. Historically, decent matchup into basically anyone that's melee, but has to be played correctly in order to make it work. And we saw a very recent Fiora not work at all. So we'll see whether Morgan is going to be able to, you know, give his subjects some faith.
Yeah, he's got some pretty good weak spots here early on in this.
That's true, that's true.
Just trying to look for this one. There it goes.
Nice, nice, nice.
These types of trades are really good for the Fiora. Just got to be careful, especially once Howling hits 3. If you don't have a weak spot available to hit, or if you lunge forward and miss, then you get chased by the Tryndamere who'll spin on you and chicken you, and you're going to be taking a lot of damage when he's got his full rage bar up. Does not have it at the moment, just using it to heal and trying to sustain through, but the matchup can become very volatile later on at 6 as well. So
Morgan with the shove here at the same time.
I mean, the weak spots are really just magnetized towards him right now. As soon as I say it, it's the launch stops it. But
the caster blessing for Liv Sandbox, I love it.
Yeah, this is finally he's like feeling pretty good about walking up towards these minions as the cannons are here.
Yeah, it looks like it should be a pretty okay time as Flash immediately from Delight. So nicely done there from Liv Sandbox to get that one out early. Will stave off a lot of pressure and will provide Humbug with an avenue to try and grab a pick. As Raptor coming up towards the top side, and this is a rough moment. He wastes no time getting in here. Let's see whether the Wind Becomes Lightning is going to connect. It's actually not even going to be attempted, as it was just the audacious charge.
Ghost?
As they get the Ghost out.
Yeah, Ghost, well played here for Howling. Is completely fine, doesn't have to flash. And has now got this wave pretty close to his turret. He's feeling pretty good about the CSing under here. As Morgan's now again getting trolled by this weak spot even further. Started to come back online, and if Morgan's not able to consistently hit those weak spots, he will eventually be able to heal back up as engaged.
Yeah, Delight actually traveling a long way. Zap is not going to land as Envy is burning down. Calibrum Q is going to connect there as we do get him a little bit of a stun. I believe that was Calibrum Q as the ammo was just running out.
I believe so. It's to heal for a cleanse down here between the 80 carries. Delight not feeling too upset about the fact that his flash is gone because he's got Hex Flash. And, you know, the early part of this lane going decently well for the Aphelios Nautilus. And they're going to go ahead and take an early back. As we're just like all eyes on Howling's opportunities here on the top side. This is what I'm talking about. Once you get that rage bar full, you got a level advantage. You can start to chase.
Oh man, Howling actually gave that to Morgan. If you hadn't have killed that melee minion, the melee minion would have got the last hit on the cannon minion. That little minigame there had me completely enthralled, Wolf. I am so sorry. I was
it's okay.
I was just watching this cannon.
All I had to say was that like you could start trading aggressively at this moment, and he did, but that's as far as it goes. Did accidentally give Morgan the opportunity to get that cannon.
True.
But he missed that range minion, so.
It all balances out in the end.
Over here, Delight's coming up to help push this wave out. Might be looking for an early Drake here with Henna returning to the lane. Obviously, Raptor very nearby.
All right, could this be the big play? They're standing on a ward. As Delight's going to Hex Flash over. 10-10 immediately going to get stunned up, and that is First Blood going over to Lava. Disaster.
I mean,
that's why you got to check the visions.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge issue. Plus, 10-10 doesn't have level 6 yet, I don't believe. Yeah, he's still 5. Like, not entirely sure what the thought process was about that group up there without any vision or whatsoever idea of where the enemy is. Plus the fact that Delight showed himself nearby moments ago, like seconds ago. Definitely a high-risk move there to rotate down. But you're scared about the Drake, which you also don't have vision on. So you've got to make some sort of call. The safe one probably would have been the better option. A lot of teams will give up first Drake if they don't know what's going on because they'd rather not just walk face first into a bush and die.
As you can see, Raptor going to be able to take this irremovable vision from around the Cloud Drake. Another Cloud Soul denied. Just not allowed to have nice things.
Yeah, that 40 lead is shrinking big time.
Yeah, they're really answering back. It's like someone heard you talking about it. You know, you present them with the stats, and then Summoner's Rift is like, well, we're going to deny Atlas. We were listening to Atlas for a little while, but not anymore.
I'll take personal responsibility.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Lava does have ult here.
And
be careful about Envy standing out in the front.
Jinx blast coning into 3 people was definitely curious. Not going to get punished, as we could see.
Yeah. Syndra pushing the wave in once again, finally. 10-10 getting back that control. And with the bottom push here, maybe we can actually see a collapse up to the Drake, which looked like Frederibrion had completely in their hands after that pick onto 10-10, but they did not actually have enough damage, nor the control necessary. As we see the Aphelios and Nautilus continuing to do well.
Yeah. Bit of a win rate at the moment. We'll see whether Liv Sandbox are going to be able to continue that one. Certainly going to be a tall order against the full might of Predaprion with only a sub and not a call-up. As they are going to look for this first Drake. That's going to be given over. Predaprion, no interest in that one.
And, you know, this is really nice timing for Liv Sandbox because Predaprion can't push the bottom wave because they know everybody's here. So they're not going to get anything there. Top side is being pushed in. Trendemir is starting to crush that. So we're going to go all the way back to this play. The ward is there, so it's a pretty easy set Hex Flash play here from Delight. Goes over the Nautilus and goes on to ㅣ2022, which is again one reason why ㅣ2022, I think, felt fairly safe to be there because Nautilus was there. Those are really nice center play after he gets over the head of Kayle. A little bit of hopscotch going on.
Yeah, it was cleanly done. Good identification of targets and things like that.
I guess leapfrog was the word I was looking for, not hopscotch. But
I mean, it depends how short they are.
Yeah, I guess so.
As Envy's going to tidy up this wave. He's got the red and white guns, so very happy about that situation. As Raptor just getting some vision in towards this Rift Herald. And I like the idea of grabbing a Rift Herald and giving it to Morgan, because getting an advantage for your Fiora does mean that side lanes just become easy mode.
Yep, and obviously Fiora takes Demolition, so she's going to be able to crush turrets if she's left for any period of time in any lane. Super easy for her. Getting some good stabs in here. These lunges are paying off. Rotation up here for Hambach, but Velio's staying bottom side, so this could end up being a 3v3 or a 4v4. Supports kind of meeting each other in the middle here for this Rift Herald, and Hambach's just going to pull the trigger with the top prio here on this Herald, and Predaprion will have to respond.
Well, Raptor actually going to look for a bit of an engage, potentially, but no. It is just going to be a full back away. And the rest of Predaprion trying to get that rotation over. Good Dredgeline is going to connect there as the flash out of the way of the Scat of the Week. Nice respect given by Delight, but a big trade up there from Liv Sandbox. They claim mid control and get a summoner spell. As Raptor had started off the Rift Herald, but this is a dangerous one.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's really, really tight right now, actually, the race for this Herald. Liv Sandbox going to juggle this one back once again. It's all about these prios. Envy up here first.
I've seen this before, as in goes Delight, finds yet another one! But Lava gets hit by the gameplay button. The depth charge comes through as Lava tries to find the Shadow Surge. Super Mega Death Rocket just barely misses, and somehow Lava is still alive! Oh no, Kayle's gonna go down. Man, that was almost a gimme as Envy throws a Moonlight Vigil to Narnia. And Aslan's going to pick that one up eventually, I am sure, as Predaprion push out this mid lane.
I feel like Liv Sandbox could have played this one a little bit more aggressively, but they waited so long, looked for the summoner spell mid, and then by the time this fight happens, they're just not able to pull the trigger, or rather not finish the kill onto Lava. They pulled the trigger on him, that's for sure, but they're not able to get the last part of his health bar there. And then even though ㅣ2022 lives, he's so irrelevant in the fight at that point. He's already used his ultimate, he's down super low. They are going to actually come over here and secure the Rift Herald, despite Predaprion getting the kill trade up, the health bars in favor of them, Howling still having his ultimate here, which is why I think Liv Sandbox could have committed a little bit harder. As once again, this is Delight's engage onto ㅣ2022. Hex Flash over, goes straight onto the Syndra with his Glacial Augment, but then there's a turn because Kayle ends up hitting Lava here, but Lava gets out. ㅣ2022 survives just barely. But at this stage in time, Lava's still relevant in the fight, Syndra is not, so she has to back out, and this ends up being a win, quote-unquote, for kills-wise here in the trade for Predaprion, but because of the low health bars, they do back away, and that means Rift Herald will be picked up for Hambach.
Yeah, I find it kind of interesting that Predaprion did end up giving that one away, went for that reset instead, but probably just pretty happy to play for a 4-1 win condition in the late game, which they should be able to get for themselves. Right now, still with a decent gold advantage outside of that bottom side, that Envy has a bit of a lead over Henna, but nothing really to ride.
Nothing significant, yeah. The other thing that's interesting about the side lane argument here is it will actually be Gore Drinker for Morgan this game, and I do like it, is that he has teleport. So without Howling being able to match him in terms of pace, he actually has not only better side laning and some serious power to kill turrets later on, but the fact that he can teleport into fights as well and won't be able to match is like such a huge issue. I mean, he has to take Ghost in this scenario, but that's just one edge Morgan has over him.
Well, another Solar Flare going to connect as Henna's found Kayle alongside Delight. Delight has no more mana left, but Raptor's almost able to find the Wind Becomes Lightning. The Zap will connect, Super Mega Death Rocket, and Narnia's getting crowded at the moment. As Kale's just going to walk it out to this outer turret and might actually live. That Moonlight Vigil is going to connect, as the Infernum variety not offering that much damage right now.
I think that the reason why he lives is because they really wanted to give the kill to Henna there. I think that Raptor was definitely in range to auto one more time, but wanted Henna to get the kill. It actually cost him the kill entirely. Still a strong play, but, you know, not as good as it could have been. A little bit of greed, getting punished. The Light also had his Ignite, I believe, or it just came up. He has it at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think he had it for that last...
You would imagine not, right? Because he definitely would have used it, but unless they just really wanted Henna to get the kill. We'll see in the replay, but this is going to be Hanbok securing the second Drake of the game, and this is a much closer game of League of Legends than the last. Rift Herald charging through, evening up some of that gold.
It's feeling like a real one.
Yeah.
This time around, Wolf, you're exactly right. Some of the punishments here, Lava not having as much control in that mid lane, absolutely a huge factor, but the fact that Kale slinks out of danger in that last moment, probably a big deal for how they were able to then transition it over to securing a Drake. A lot of time wasted, things like this. As now Henna possibly caught by Envy, but he has the boys with him. Q's going to connect, and Hanbok's like, nope, not this time. His skill shots are missing all over the place here on the side of Fred at Breon.
Yeah, time to hit some ultimates, my dudes, or else, you know, you're missing a lot of damage here, and your composition is going to really rely on those later on. So
yeah,
we'll
getting their iron. They're getting their iron.
We'll take some misses here to make sure they hit them later, right? Because we have seen quite a few of those with this game. So Morgan is starting to actually get a little bit of control over this lane. We'll go ahead and grab a plate here.
As Fred at Breon fans would say, in Lord Morgan we trust.
Yes.
And he is certainly in a position to be the one that can carry them to victory this time.
That's what's printed on the bro dollar.
I think that is on the bro dollar, yeah.
Amongst such things as bro momentum.
Yep.
With a hashtag in front of it, of course. Hashtag bro momentum for the hashtag bro fans. Hashtag bro win.
I'd like Moment Bro. That actually sounds more fun. I'd watch that movie. Memento, that's a good one. I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Good chat if you haven't.
Go bro though.
Yeah, if you haven't seen Memento, you should watch it. It's really good.
It's important to see that.
Yeah, it's a goodie.
Don't make the mistake of living your whole life without watching that one.
Yeah. If you've forgotten that you watched it, then that's fine.
Yeah, that's what Valdez would say. Nah, I'm just being mean.
Valdez, he hasn't watched that many movies. There's certainly a lot of classics.
He has seen a lot of
to
good
get
ones,
to.
though. He has seen a lot of good ones.
Yes.
But not all of them.
No.
But who has?
Kilios. Kilios has. He has seen all of them.
Actually, like,
Yeah.
I knew you were going to answer, but I didn't know what you were going to say. But yeah, that was the correct answer. Yeah.
Thank you.
He has seen all of them. Yeah, and he knows every director. And
yeah. That guy knows. As Fred Brion looking to try and hold on to the last remnants of this turret. A little bit difficult, but Raptor is going to come round. See what they're going to be able to do here as Morgan starting to take control of this lane up here. As Ben 10 is going to flash out of the way of the Solar Flare. That Super Mega Death Rocket will land, as will the Shadow Surge, and Moonlight Vigil's going to do the same. They managed to wipe out the Leona in trade for the Syndra, as in goes Lava with yet another reset. Not going to quite find that one, though, as Hanbok's going to lock down the kill onto the Vex, and this is absolute calamity here in the river. Kale's going to go down. That Zap goes wide. That's on brand for this particular game, as Fred and Breon are going to be able to get control of the bottom lane, possibly take down that turret, and Morgan is laning against Howley.
yeah, he is. That's a whole turret. That's a whole team fight win. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is picking the Felios into Jinx. In that team fight, Henna has so much more agency, has so much more power, gets excited, has the range advantage. And what was essentially a 1v1 of 80 carries on the side there. Few abilities going wide, as you mentioned, but it is the Jinx who ends up winning it out in the end. As, I mean, the beginning of this fight is a bit of chaos, right? Delight has played such a great game of Engage. Super Mega Death Rocket actually connects this time. Tenzin dies, but he did his job before it happened, so it's not too significant, because this is really about Envy versus Henna. Yes, Hanbok is pushed away here, tries to look for the re-engage onto Lava, and is traded, but now look at Henna, he's like, okay, well, in this 2v2, there is no chance for you. Absolutely not. And, like, Envy is pushed out of this super hard.
It was a shout out to Hanbok, though. His kick was really
It was nice, and he was able to re-engage there, and Tenten's going to pick up a turret here. It's not all bad for Live Sandbox, but it's mostly bad.
Yeah, a large portion of it is bad, but it is not only bad. And that's good. Ish. Yeah. I mean, at least it's not real bad. Oh god, it's a struggle. It's serious struggle.
It is a good minority.
Yeah.
Raptor gonna pick up the second Rift Herald.
We need to work on our language of like how to say not bad, but in a way that sounds good, but is also not lying.
Well, usually we're as casters, we're very good at that. We say, we're
right.
Interesting situation. Like,
Yeah, that's a unique play that was made.
But in this one, it's just so tragic that I just don't even want to try to lie to them about it.
I know.
It's really unfortunate.
Oh god. Oh well. To those Live Sandbox fans out there, we know that your team is better than this if they get to play as the actual team. And also, these individual players are not bad. I need to reiterate this again. We said it in game number 1, but this is the shortest notice you could possibly have to be playing in this group of 5. And this is, like, at this point, it's getting to the stage where it's like a challenger game where all of the players in the random queue, like, get into the same Discord.
Yeah.
Like, that's what it kind of feels like here. And yes, you know, they all play for the same org, but you don't have that much contact with one another. I mean, that's why they are able to play, right?
Exactly.
As Morgan looks for a bit of a flank. Howling dives on in, but he isn't really able to find too much. That's a phenomenal ult from Raptor, but he will get stunned up in the end. The Crescent Guard doing a bunch of work until it doesn't. He will fall down, but it'll be a trade. 1-for-1 so far as Fred Brion still looking to try and chase them down. Humbug lands a Q onto Lava, but that's not the target that he's looking for. Shadow Surge now on cooldown. No reset was available. And in goes Humbug, looking for his opportunity, but Delight is real tanky. That Eclipse problem happening once again, as Morgan off on the flank will just get stunned up, and these scatters have been so important from 1010.
Yeah, I mean, solid engage here from Howling and 1010 to try to pull this one off, but once again, bit of a trade here in the fight, and Fred Brion have control of the Drake, but they still, well, I say they have control of it, but Jinx is not here. They need to make sure they get this one. Like, you win the fight, but you don't get the Drake, and then Live Sandbox, you just reset again. Live Sandbox gets a third Drake for free, and suddenly we're like on Mountain Soul Point, and things get scary, and in fact, they are going to give it over.
Yeah, Raptor is actually going to move down here. They don't want to just give it away, as Chaos clearing out vision. Howling's in the mid lane, and Morgan has teleport, remember, so it's not like they're going for a 4v5. Morgan's going to teleport in now. We are going to have a commitment to try and deny this Mountain Soul Point. That's a great hook to land onto Delight, but once again, Eclipse, problem. And Morgan now trying to play frontline. They don't really have one of those necessarily if Delight doesn't have W up, but that's up basically all the time. That's why Leona is so good. It's going to be Live Sandbox losing the Drake, but getting priority in mid. Envy's going to get slowed down as Shadow Surge will connect onto the priority target, and in goes Lava. Immediately, the flash is going to be used. Moonlight Vigil comes down as well, but really doesn't do all that much. The Grand Challenge has been issued. Morgan really wants it, but he'll take an 80 carry on his way through. And 1010 has absolutely no mana. Takes a Blast Cone, though, and he'll be able to get himself out.
I mean, so much hard engage here for Fred Brion's comp. It's so hard for Envy to play the game. I mean, outside of their first engage, like I said, this is going to be a bloody game one way or the other, but when you look for the engage with your Tryndamere and your Syndra, and you're looking for those types of picks in the neutral, when you have your ultimates available, you can have some great team fights, and Aphelios can follow up. But in moments like this, where Lava is just ulting him from a million miles away.
Oh, Hannah, melee range with a Tryndamere. Generally a bad idea, but the depth charge not going to get followed up on. Lava is going to pay for Hannah's sins. As the flash goes forward, gameplay button is pressed, and Hannah presses flash. I can't speak.
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, that was a bit of an overextension here for Fred Brion. Again, trading some gold back over to Live Sandbox's pockets. Baron is up here, and they have a lot of this vision removed, but not enough to start this one off, at least not safely. They think otherwise, as Super Mega Death Rocket is up. The light is not here, or is here, but does not have his ultimate, I should say. It's a few seconds away. Coming up now.
Super Mega Death Rocket is going to hit. That's definitely good news, as Kale's going to get reposted and stunned back immediately, but same treatment, it's going to go over to Morgan, who will get kicked back. Core Drinker gets a fair bit of value, but Hannah will find his way into the fight, but not before the double kill comes in for Envy. Kale goes down in the end, but that is still a trade up for Live Sandbox.
Yeah, and Hannah, you know, he doesn't get the first reset in this fight until it's a little bit late, so not able to actually get excited, and I think they were so close to winning this one. It was on a knife's edge. We're going to go all the way back to this fight here. As once again, the synergy between Syndra Tryndamere is really strong, but Raptor's Crescent Guard is amazing. Howling's ultimate is going to expire, and yes, Raptor loses his life for it, but Fred and Brion are in a position to continue the chase here. And in the subsequent fight, look at the engage here onto the Aphelios. so far away, and he just does not get it blocked by Howling. Howling steps out of the way. He instantly cleanse, flashes, and turns back to ult, but he is out of the fight, and he's got a range problem. He's got such a good chase against him. Turning around here, just blown up, try to save his teammates so they can get away. And this is the overextension in the mid lane, where it was a really nice ultimate, actually, from Kale. She gets max range on Henna, zoning him away, and Lava does go down.
Yeah, Lava actually taking the brunt of that, as unfortunately his AD carry got engaged on. We're still in a replay. This is the one that ㅣ2022 managed to do some pretty good things in.
The repost was actually really awesome, but there was still so much follow-up CC. He kind of locked himself into place, so the kick was going to come through. Another great fight for ㅣ2022. Meanwhile, in live...
Yes, Howling down to his bottom side, trying to hold on to his inner turret. Going to be a tall order, as Morgan has 2 items now, Gore Drinker and Ravenous Hydra, 2 items that, you know, somewhat similar in theme.
Where does she keep that Hydra?
I don't know.
Fencers don't carry that around.
In a backpack. I haven't joined the enlightened Fiora team Discord, so I don't necessarily have the ability to ask these questions just yet.
I find it hard to fence with those boots on, too. I don't know.
Indeed. You have a bit of fencing experience, don't you?
Yeah, Seth and I both some FA fencers from back in the day.
I did fencing, but it was different. I was repairing fences after the bushfires in like...
Australian fencing, yes.
Yes, that's we just put fences together so the cows don't get out. That's what our fencing's called. So I didn't understand. You were talking about you were like sword fighting. I was like, man, things got exciting, didn't they? Who are you fighting? A wombat?
We did do some poking and prodding and things of that nature. It was very exciting back in high school. Not together, of course, just separately. But anyway, I do love that Fiora has like this itemization she could take that's really goofy because she has this giant axe that she's carrying around to AoE these minions, and also a huge whip.
Yeah.
But, you know, she's just actually slashing and swashbuckling her way to this bottom push. ㅣ2022 do defend it, get the faster prio here for Baron once again. They also have the Scuttle under their control. But Frederick Brion can... I mean, they can look for an engage here. They don't have a nice angle.
Kale readying his Hex Flash.
Yeah, that's what we say here in the LCK.
Readying his Hex Flash, looking for the priority summoner spell.
And now they're backing away, actually, from this Baron. And they could try to trade it for Soul Point, but the timing doesn't work out very well. As Frederick Brion are like, well, if you guys are going to completely back away, we're just going to come over here. I mean, you could send one person, Fiora will do, onto the Drake and then deny.
Will.
She has teleport, too, so she could just take this Drake out super fast and then come over. I'll be right there, guys. Hold on, let me just take out this Mountain Drake.
Yeah, exactly. Just real quick. Of course, ㅣ2022 here can just grab themselves an outer turret on the top side, but they give away mid lane control. So certainly some macro happening here this game. Whether it's for the better or worse of these teams is odd. As we're going to leave that ward there as we go home.
Well, I will tell you, it's for the worse of ㅣ2022 here for sure. Which is what you were saying in so few words.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be a free Drake. And they do not start Baron, they do not pressure anywhere, they push a wave into a turret but aren't actually going to threaten it and give the inhibitor turret to Frederick Brion in the mid lane, which is another opening here for Fiora to actually find if they get the Baron, she's just going to be able to solo that lane and push down the inhibitor super easily.
I don't know, man. There's so much backing on wards happening, Wolf.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to lose my mind.
There's a lot of it going on, there's a lot of standing on vision.
We need to get a few of these cleared up, I think. Getting a vision track towards the Baron is certainly going to be a good thing, but
that's
see that ward in the back of the pit that's just sat there forever for Frederick Brion, which is why they were able to so freely push down the mid lane and claim that inhibitor turret. It's one of these things where it's a product of inexperience for a lot of these players, and when you don't have the coordination, then you expect somebody else to do a thing that your other teammate on your other team would do, and they don't then do it, and then no one does it.
Yes, you know? Lots of do's and don'ts.
Asking your little brother to, start the wash the dishes. You know that's never going to happen. As Xenoblade goes in, Humbug is going to have to flash, get himself out of the way. That Super Mega Death Rocket will connect, and Lava picks up the kill, gets the resets here at the same time as the Shadow Surges are starting to rain through. It's a double kill now for Lava, but he's down very, very low, and Envy's got some good guns for this particular fight.
He really does. But is there an objective to fight for? Not really. Two members dead, including his jungler. I don't think that you're going to be having a lot of opportunities here I mean, Lee Sin is going to struggle to clear vision away on a lot of these critical objectives because he doesn't have a sweeper, just going back to your topic from before, but walking up like this to clear this ward, right into the face of an enemy comp that can turn on you so easily it's a death sentence. I mean, you are just asking to die. And it has happened several times on these river entrances, river entrance brushes, where, you know, somebody is waiting on the other side, and his name is Delight, and he's very excited for the opportunity. He's like, yes, I was just hoping you guys might walk into this bush again and try to clear that ward.
Please let me use my Hex Flash again.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Delight is kind of my front runner for POG this game.
I mean,
now,
he made like 2 of exactly the same plays onto the Syndra in the early game to give Fredit Breon the 3,000 gold lead that has been the same 3,000 gold lead for 20 minutes is what it feels like. So, yeah, no, I'm feeling it too, man. I think Delight's had a really good game. There has been some odd other aspects of the game that we like to avoid talking about.
Yeah, the macro.
The rockets, man.
The rockets also.
Narnia is full. It's just full of skill shots.
They don't want any more. They're closing the portal.
Yeah. I mean, it's getting completely overused. Shout out to eJim. He was the one that clued me in on the old Narnia journey.
Prince Caspian's building up his war chest.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh God. It's a night of League of Legends.
It is. This is definitely one of those nights.
It's one of those nights it feels like it's like, is it past midnight? But then you look at your watch and you're like, no, it's 9:30. It's just been a lot of chaos in a very compact amount of time.
Indeed.
Let's just go around the tracks.
Change of gold difference. 4,000 now the lead. Fredit Breon. I don't know why I had to say that with like a weird cadence. But I did, and it gave me something to say following the sentence that wasn't about the game. So I'm kind of okay with that.
Some stopwatches. We'll do a stopwatch check.
All right, there we go.
So stopwatch available for 1010. Zonia's for Lava, Raptor,
You made
and
me look
Hannah.
at 1010's items, Wolf. It makes me sad.
Well, you know, I mean, you got to deny some of that healing of the gourd drinkers.
True. I mean, actually, against Fiora, it's kind of cool, I guess.
It's a tough time. Okay, there's not a lot you could do here with the cards you're dealt in this situation. I don't think it's a terrible choice, but I don't agree with it. Let's just say.
No. I mean, yeah, I don't think like we don't need to get upset about items. Yeah.
Like Live Sandbox are playing their hardest, right? And this is a really tragic situation. 30 seconds till this streak. They're going to try to push this wave out, but the mid turret is still up, so there's just nothing that you can really do to guarantee Prio. This is a gamble they'll take.
We're trading for Baron. I like it. All right, Liv Sandbox going to start this up. Morgan doesn't have teleport, and he's booking it towards this Baron pit. Bro know exactly what's going on, but can they do anything about it as they find the dredge line? That's a lot of damage onto Delight, who tanks for about 600 years. Super Mega Death Rocket does a lot of work here, as eventually he will go down. Knock up onto Howling, who has to use his ultimate now, but the Shadow Surge will come through. Lava, is he going to land it? No, because it's a good stopwatch, as Wolf indicated prior to this battle. And Morgan finds the best riposte I've seen in a really long time. He's also not going to go down, as finally Fredit Breon find that team fight that they're looking for. Henna gets excited, and 1010 goes home.
So with 3 Mountain Soul over to Fredit Breon if they want it, but with these death timers, I suppose we are post 30 minutes of the game. It doesn't feel like it. I guess you just go end here as Fredit Breon. They had a choose your own adventure game to play, and they just chose to go to the last chapter straight away.
Yep.
Goodbye, 1010.
Morgan with the best Fiora performance in the LCK I've seen all week. And they take down the Nexus. Fredit Breon get the expected 2-0. But our condolences go out to Live Sandbox fans and Live Sandbox in general, having to deal with so many of these very, very short notice emergency call-ups.
Decent games for Raptor. Was not perfect by any means, but I think he filled the shoes of Umpty as well as he could have. And
yeah,
we won't be able to easily tell what the difference in shot calling was from our outside perspective, but yeah, Fredit Breon take it 2-0. They were expected to take it regardless of the substitutions we did see today, but the substitutions meant that it was a very messy series for one team in particular, and it did go kind of
it was
one-sided.
messy for both.
Yeah, but
this last game was definitely messy for both.
There were definitely some issues, but at the end of the day, a lot of players got some extra experience, right? Howling got to finally realize his dream of playing on the LCK stage. We had Hambuk in 10-10, getting their first LCK debuts as well. And this is an experience that can be, you know, for some of these players' career starting, it can be the motivation that you need is to realize how difficult even a team like Fredit Brion with a substitute is. And the difference between challengers and LCK is still massive. And having a torturous experience almost as this can actually really like tighten you up and be like, man, if I want to be in the LCK in a year or two, if I want to get picked up, if I want to get graduated out of challengers, I'm going to have to play better than this. I'm going to have to step it up. I'm going to have to work on my team coordination, my communication. There is a lot to be gained here. It's just not playoffs for Live Sandbox.
It's not yet. I mean, no one's eliminated right now. If the players get better and things are okay, then you know there is still a chance. But with this 2-0, Fredit Brion make it very, very difficult for other teams to catch them. It's them and Quandong Freaks that have the highest chance of getting there. I believe it's over 95% now as far as Fredit Brion making it in.
92.2.
92.2. There you go.
Yeah. And unfortunately for Live Sandbox, their chances are 0.2778. And if we're doing our...
So you're saying there's a chance?
There's a chance. But it's not up to them, and it's a lot of crazy stuff has to happen with Kwangdong for it to happen.
Yeah, we'll check some of these highlights. There were certainly some better moments here for Live Sandbox this time around. It was a lot of, I think, Fredit Brion realizing after the first game that they didn't necessarily need to all pick their comfort champions quite as much.
This was the closest fight of the game in a lot of ways, but kind of was well protected. And even though it was a really awesome kick from Hambak, was not able to turn it around. And you could see how the comp works. Like we've seen the Syndra Tryndamere comp so much here in the LCK, and Howling's ult timings were pretty good overall. But they were a little bit too far behind. And Delight had so many good engages. He and Lava, I think, are going to be fighting for POG in this one.
Yeah, I think the Delight vote is that'd be mine as well.
That's what I went for. We'll see what Chronicler and the rest of the crew go for, because I mean, Lava's engages were really nice. Morgan, I think, played pretty consistently. Like, he wasn't, I think, the defining factor in this game, but actually put a lot of macro pressure on Live Sandbox. They did sometimes struggle to reply. But there were just so many moments like this for Delight where he's like, oh, if you guys are just going to walk up here, I will Zenith Blade you after going over the wall with my Hex Flash. Like, Hex Flash was the MVP rune in this game.
He's been like Hex Flash solar flaring all over the place. Delight also survives for about 600 years in this moment as well, so...
Yeah, Howling also here was trying to buy time for his team to retreat. This was a really nice stopwatch, but unfortunately it also leads to his demise, because after he stopwatches, he can't really get out.
Get back in. Or get back in.
He does technically escape temporarily, but then he comes back home to try to defend his Nexus and dies trying. Ultimately, Henna was the main carry in this last fight, and everybody shot called around his damage, his ultimate.
Yep, managed to hit, I believe, 4 people with the Super Mega Death Rocket, and that changed how the fight looked, I think, just a little bit.
Also, you know, going back to Raptor, like, he's definitely not the same voice as Umpty in these moments, but you can tell he's communicating a lot. He's talking a lot, he's sharing information, and it's good to see, you know, someone who was called up either this week or last week.
I think it was last week, yeah. He hasn't been, you know, subbing for the team for quite some time.
Yeah, so gets a 2-0 under his belt here in the LCK, so everybody gained a lot of experience.
Raptor, in fact, in the LCK has a 100% win rate over more than one game. Did you know that?
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
I know, just insane.
Multiple game winner.
Statistics. Multiple games. He has never lost over the course of multiple games.
And I just want to say before we toss to desk people, like, please understand this was a hard series for us to cast as well for the sad parts of Live Sandbox, and best of luck to these guys in the future, not only their current players, but also their players who are sick at the moment. Hope they get better as soon as possible, and Umpty as well.
Yeah, exactly right. Thanks for staying that, Wolf. And now let's throw it over to 2 more Shens who are waiting alongside on the carpet space.
Thank you, caster people. It is us, the desk people, ready to break down game number 2. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of what we expected, right? It's similar to game number 1. Live Sandbox, they held out for a little bit more this time around. I think that the early game, Fredit Brion were making some mistakes. Live Sandbox were putting things together and looking decent, but at the end of the day, still a rough go for them.
I think it was as good as you could expect. If we had 2 of these games, everyone felt a lot better, because that first game was really disheartening. And this game was more of an example of, while there are some good moments for the other players on Sandbox, overall Fred Brian is just a much better team. And the biggest difference maker to me was, of course, the light. I think that getting that Leona in the first rotation for him was super impactful. Ironically, like, I think Morgan laned really well, but I also felt like he could have played anything and it would have been fine. Because it was much more about how the overall team composition played out against one another. It felt like another game where draft doesn't really tell you that much. I actually like the Sandbox draft, the Costas did as well, and I'd agree. I think it has a couple of key win conditions. I don't think that Fred Brian really drafted into the punish as they could have. You know, Aphelios is just kind of a champion that can be punished in draft, but we don't often do that, so didn't do that in this case either.
Yeah, the draft being what it is, I feel like the biggest thing that I learned from this series is that Lava is a really good player.
Yes.
I don't know, like, you can say what you want about the current situation and, you know, a lot of the players being subbed out and Fred Brian making some mistakes, but I'm just like, no, Lava's just, you know, consistently just really, really good.
Yep.
And that's why he gets a lot of pogs, even though Fred Brian have only won, what now, 7 series? 8 series, right? 8 series. He's just a really good player.
And Delight as well. And Delight to me was, again, like I was kind of blown away because his roam timings have improved so much, and it's not just on Rakan anymore, which is really big.
He knows how to play more than just Rakan, which is very nice. We do have some highlights from this series, so why don't we go ahead and check out number 1.
You'd expect a lot of action surrounding this Drake, but you would be sorely mistaken. Really nice disengage there from Raptor. Actually making good use until he gets kicked back by Hambak, who I thought had an admirable game. Actually, so much better than the first one, so good on him. Didn't actually end up mattering as kill comes through, and then I think a really nice sidestep here as well to make sure that the Zenith Blade isn't taken out. But everyone just gets zoned away. And then we have, I think it's about like 30 seconds of zoning around the Drake. And then in the end it gets taken by Fred Brian. So Drake actually is really sad here.
I thought you were gonna watch the whole thing.
I kind of wanted to, but at the same time, in the end it was taken. So that's heartwarming, right?
Yeah,
that's what the Drake is for.
Lee Sin hit it with the Sonic Wave, it got pulled out, and then Fred Brian aggroed it, and then they pulled it back. But like it took a while, and then
It reset once in the second fight. It was a lot of back and forth.
And so, yeah, I mean, it was a nice showing of what Live Sandbox could do, right? I think that it was a very nice position to get in there with the Tryndamere, right, and do what he did, even though it didn't end up getting the kill in the end. We do have the second highlight as well, so let's take a look at that as we do fight over this Baron.
And everything is thrown into Delight, who is Leona. So that's a trade that you'll take anytime. And what we see here from Howling, again, I think the miscommunication of the team. Can't hard engage into a Jinx like that if she has flash available, because Hannah will just flash even if the rest of the team does follow up. And it's those type of moments that I think really show the inexperience. Envy also trying to go for the big play here, flashing into a reposting Fiora, generally not what you want. And I don't think that he was ahead enough to where the play actually works out. And overall, Fred Brian, clearly the better team, as expected. Second game gave us, I think, a lot more of a realistic image of what these players are like when the initial nerves of coming to LoL Park and sitting there kind of wear off, which is still much worse than Brian, but overall a little bit closer than was the case in the first game, which was good. So that was rough.
Get some experience under their belt. It's not all bad at the end of the day. But guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go. I think we know which is going to get it. It will be Delight, who had a fantastic game on the Leona.
But he did splendidly. His early roam timers were really what landed the lead for Fred Brian here. And as I was saying earlier, I don't even think that Delight was bad when he wasn't on Rakan. It's just that his Rakan was so much better than every other support that he played, to the point where it was often banned in second rotation, right? And I think over the course of this split, one of the main reasons why Fred Brian has been so much more successful is that he's been able to replicate his Rakan performances on other champions and really maintaining such an incredibly high profile as a support, right? Like always being ready for the engagement, tanking the maximum amount of damage possible. And yeah, I mean, he died twice this game, and as I'm sure we're gonna see, we saw it in our own highlight, right? Where he tanked like 3 ultimates. Raptor had a good game.
Yeah, no, I'm
I'm okay with it. I respect it.
I'm okay with it. It's just that it just looks neat. It
does,
you know?
yeah, it
In this case, I'm like, no, I understand the votes, but like,
yeah.
just not on the same page. You know, there's a little bit of a disconnect there, but that's fine. They're doing their own thing. It's all good. You gotta live your truth, chronicler, as they say. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go. I'm gonna hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
승리 축하드립니다.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation by Lava and Light. With this victory, your probability to make playoffs is higher than 92%. How do you feel? With this higher probability, we don't want to get caught off guard. We will keep working hard until the very end. Yeah, I mean, we worked so hard and we were able to get this victory, so it's awesome. I mean, you know, Raptor filled in for Umti today. So how did you kind of build a synergy as a mid and jungle duo? Raptor is a very aggressive player. He's really good at it. So yeah, it was really pretty good. And Delight. While I was eating dinner here at Lowell Park, I saw you teaching Raptor, you know, how to do the cool pose in the entrance and how he actually has to sit on his seat on stage. So I guess you were giving him a lot of advices playing on stage today. Yeah, first off, I just wanted to kind of make him feel comfortable, you know, not get nervous. That was my advice. I can't believe you are giving the advice to the rookies because you were the one feeling so nervous during interviews on stage. Time flies. Any message over to Umti as well, watching this from home? Yeah, I heard he's getting some rest, so I hope he gets well soon and come back. In game number 1, when both Hecarim and Ahri were available, you guys decided to B1 pick Ahri. Was that in order to kind of remove some of the burden from Raptor's shoulders? Not really. I was just confident in Ahri. And after winning game 1, we saw Morgan's Fiora debut. What was the plan in that pick? To be honest, we never played Fiora in scrims, but it was just the right comp for Fiora, and he was very confident. I think game 2, not many pro players had lane prio, but every time, Delight, you were rotating over the map, helping out the laners. Who made those calls? Together with the jungler, and once we see the right angle, we just try to make plays instead of for kind of proactive actions. These days, we are having a lot of melee range champions as supports, and how they kind of play the map kind of decides the result of the game. What do you think about that? I think, yeah, Enchanter supports are not having as much prior as before, and with this melee supports having this priority, we're having more and more actions on the map. Lava, with this POG, you are tied second place in the POG standings. How far do you want to go? I'm not really interested in, you know, POG standings, but I think 1,000 pop points looks kind of pretty in terms of the number. And I heard Edgar is going to gift Umti a tailor-made suit if you guys make playoffs. So, what do you think about that? Yeah, I mean, he said he's gonna buy us nice dinner, and especially for Umti. About that, you know. Last time when Umti saw Tamankia players wearing suits, he was like, "Oh, that looks so cool." So I guess Edgar wants to give him a nice gift. But I myself want to lose weight first. No, it's gonna look good on you. What about you, Lava? What about it? Do you want any gift from Edgar once you make it to playoffs? Did Edgar make any promise? Nothing special. He said he's gonna buy us a nice KBBQ, you know, some beef party. So I hope the best and the most expensive one. And your next opponents will be T1 Genji, Daman, Kia, one of the top dogs. What's your mindset heading into that rough schedule? Yeah, we're gonna play against top, you know, one of the top teams in the LCK, but I think it's still doable, so we will keep working hard until the end. We will keep working hard in order to keep a great form. And COVID, you know, a lot of players are getting it right now, so I hope UMT comes back soon and everyone, I wish everyone's quick recovery. And this will be the end of the interview from Lava to Light, and we're gonna pass it back to Valdez and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, once again for that amazing translation. As we're going to take a look at the standings now and see where are we after this. So Fred Brion, they pick up their 7th series after tonight, and that is a comfortable 5th place for now.
Yeah, very important win here for them. Like, truly, you want to get as far away from that 6th spot as possible, and 2 wins away from KT, 3 wins away from Sandbox. Nongshim Hanwha is really, really big. It gives you a lot more safety, especially because Fred and Brion's upcoming games are very hard. So, like, if they dropped this game, it would have been really hard. I think now, of course, there's some crazy scenarios that can happen, but you're feeling pretty confident, and it would be the first time in franchise history that they make it, which would be really cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they're really going for here, and they just gotta try to eke out one more win in this series, I would have to say. Ooh. Speaking of series, tomorrow we have some really nice ones. Kwangdong Freaks up against T1 will be at 5, and then we do have, of course, Damokia up against Nongshim Red Force.
That'll be you and me.
Yeah.
Oh, fun. Honestly, both these 2 series, I think, can bring a lot depending on the form of the teams of the day. For Nongshim, of course, that's the big question. Because I think Kwangdong have been really good, but T1 have been the best. So that's the main issue that I'd be afraid of. But the first series especially, really excited.
Yeah, for sure. Could be a lot of fun. Make sure you guys are joining us tomorrow for that awesome LCK day. But that's going to do it for us here on the Analyst Carpet Space. Thank you for joining, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling. I'm falling for you. I'll keep falling. I'll keep falling. greatest.